Chapter 600, Ring of Legends. After Shifeng crossed about a dozen yards or so, the great demon Nettle sensed his presence. Why is there still an ant? Go, finish him off, Nettle, who hovered in the air, commanded 5 level 40 chieftains to deal with Shifeng. In the great demon's eyes, a tier 1 player like Shifeng meant too little for him to take action personally. He had only killed Discipline Paradise personally due to the Moloch's ring. Otherwise, he would have let his subordinates finish off the Guardian Knight and the others. When 100 yards stood between Shifeng and the Moloch's ring, 5 massive black demonic bears surrounded him just in time. Shifeng smiled faintly. He then used silent steps on one of the demonic bears. Shifeng crossed a distance of 20 yards instantly. He then activated the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, his speed abruptly increasing by 220%. Transforming into a fierce gale, he easily shook off the 5 black demonic bears and continued his way towards the Moloch's ring. Not bad for a little ant. Nettle frowned. He stretched out his left hand. A ball of black flame bloomed in Nettle's black-scaled palm. Although this ball of black flame did not radiate any scorching heat, Shifeng could clearly feel how formidable it was. If the flames so much as touched him, he would instantly lose his life. You should feel honored to die by the great demon Nettle's hand. Nettle then lightly waved his hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a tidal wave of black flame washed down from the sky. Agonizing screams tore from the throats of any monster that encountered these black flames. The raging fire turned them into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng soared into the sky, avoiding the black flames by the skin of his teeth. Despicable ant, you actually to dare dodge my attack? Nettle bellowed. In the next moment, countless black arcs of lightning appeared in his hand. Each arc was as thick as a person's thigh. The great demon then pointed at Shifeng, shouting, "Turn to ash." Immediately, the arcs of lightning formed a giant web that flew towards Shifeng faster than when he had Wind Rider activated. This was the tier 4 skill the great demon Nettle was most proficient with, Dark Vortex. Not even a tier 4 NPC could dodge this skill. They could only attempt to block it. As for players, they would die instantly. Is there a need to be this serious? Shifeng was rendered speechless as he saw the black electric net that had already surrounded him. I have to use my trump card. Shifeng no longer tried to dodge the black lightning, opting to charge towards it, instead trying to kill yourself now that you know escape is impossible. Nettle smiled with satisfaction as he watched Shifeng's suicidal action. Boom. A thundering explosion occurred as Shifeng collided with the black electric net. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not even a level 40 chieftain could survive such a frightening attack. Just as the great demon was about to turn away, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. A golden figure flew towards him. How is he still alive? Nettle stared at the unscathed Shifeng while the great demon was surprised. Shifeng arrived at Discipline Paradise's ashes. His hand snatched Moloch's ring swiftly and placed the item in his bag. Despicable thief. You have truly angered me this time. A cold glint flashed in Nettle's crimson eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red battle axe with a thorn-covered handle appeared in Nettle's hands. With a flap of his wings, the great demon instantly appeared in front of Shifeng, swinging his battle axe down at the swordsman. Explosions shook the air as the axe descended. It was as if Nettle's powerful attack shattered space itself, and not even Shifeng could dodge or defend against the attack in time. Boom. When the blood-red axe struck Shifeng's body, he suddenly felt disembodied. After a fraction of a pause, the attack sent him crashing into a 4-story building over 30 yards away. What strength and speed! Shifeng exclaimed as he climbed out of the rubble. The great demon Nettle's strength was definitely at upper rank tier 4. If he had not switched the Aura of Wind to the Aura of Earth and activated absolute defense in time, even if he were a level 60 tier 2 sword master, that single hit would have obliterated him. Currently, although Shifeng had not received any damage, his entire body was numb. Even moving was difficult for him. The strength of a tier 4 great demon was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Nettle's strength wasn't just limited to his attributes. His techniques were similarly frightening. Nettle's simple swing had not contained any excess movements at all. The demon was operating at the same level as a top-tier expert against an opponent who possessed the attributes of a Tier 4 class and the skills of a top-tier expert. Even in his prime, Shifeng could only turn tail and run. Nettle could not help his surprise when he discovered that Shifeng was actually still alive. A tiny little ant had actually survived 3 of his moves. He had never encountered this in the past. Before the great demon could recover from his shock, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill. Suddenly, he turned and fled at maximum speed. You want to escape? Do you really think you can run from me, the great demon Nettle? Nettle revealed a malevolent smile. To the prideful great demon, the fact that Shifeng had provoked it repeatedly was humiliating. If others heard of this, he, the great demon Nettle, would watch his reputation in the dark den wither. Spreading his wings, Nettle transformed into a black streak of light as he chased after Shifeng so fast. As expected of a winged Tier 4 great demon. Glancing at the rapidly approaching great demon, Shifeng inwardly prayed that it would not discover his plan. Wind Rider only had a duration of 24 seconds. From the time he had activated Wind Rider until now, nearly 7 seconds had passed. He had also used up absolute defense already. If he wished to escape from the Tier 4 great demon, his could only rely on diversions at this moment. Shifeng's doppelganger hurriedly activated Blade Liberation and Windwalk. The doppelganger then dashed in the opposite direction of Shifeng. None of the surrounding level 40 chieftains could keep up with the doppelganger's speed. In just a short moment, the doppelganger had shaken off all its pursuers. Roughly 5 seconds later, Nettle also caught up with Shifeng. Despicable human, I admit that you are very skilled. A little Tier 1 swordsman like you has actually forced me, the great demon Nettle, to expend so much effort to deal with you. As a reward, I will grant you endless torture. You will become my puppet for the rest of eternity. Nettle shouted, a ferocious grin appearing on his face as he watched the currently motionless Shifeng. Oh, really? You'll have to catch me first, Shifeng replied disdainfully. Catch you? The great demon Nettle's expression sank as he suddenly discovered that the Shifeng before him had changed. Although the Shifeng before him had become stronger, his eyes were that of a puppet's. There was not the slightest sign of anger within those eyes. Damn! It's a doppelganger. Saying so, Nettle abruptly jumped into the air and returned to District 5. However, roughly 4 seconds after the great demon Nettle turned to fly back to the shelter, the originally emotionless Shifeng suddenly wore an angry expression. Shifeng had swapped positions with his doppelganger once more. The Abyssal Blade's phantom skill could be an extremely powerful life-saving skill. As long as his doppelganger was still alive, Shifeng could swap positions with it indefinitely. With this move, even a Tier 4 great demon should not think of killing him easily. Shifeng then changed directions and flew towards District 1. Even after Wind Rider's duration ended, the great demon could not find any trace of Shifeng. Finally safe. Shifeng, who currently hid in a forest, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great demon does not know my trump card. Otherwise, I really would have died. Hopefully, this Moloch's ring is worth all I went through to get it. Shifeng carefully retrieved the pitch-black ring, which was engraved with innumerable inscriptions, from his bag. Omniscient eyes. Shifeng examined Moloch's ring. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Impossible. At this moment, even Shifeng did not dare believe his own eyes. Moloch's ring was actually a legendary item. Chapter 601, Legendary Quest. Even after a long look, Shifeng still did not dare believe that what he was seeing was real. Legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and not even Tier 5 players would necessarily possess one. Any player who owned a legendary item had the power to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Take Shifeng's fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath for example. When he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could contend with a lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class. For a short time, if he possessed a legendary item, he could definitely contend with a high lord. A lord-ranked monster was merely the boss of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Meanwhile, a high lord was the boss of a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. The difference in power was immense. If he could equip a legendary item now, not to mention a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. He could even lead a team in a 50-man hell mode team dungeon. He could even give a 100-man hard mode team dungeon a try. Team dungeon tested the overall strength of a team, while a legendary item was capable of increasing the overall strength of a team significantly. This was the why legendary items were so frightening. They could break the limits of conventional strength. Unfortunately, although the information Shi Feng had obtained regarding the Moloch's ring stated that it was a legendary item, it turned out that the ring was sealed Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's, legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the great demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the great demon Nettle's mark, allowing the great demon to sense its location periodically. System, legendary quest, Lord of Balrog's fall, activated quest details, lift the seal on Moloch's ring. Quest rewards, unknown, a legendary quest. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. No wonder the penalty Discipline Paradise received was so severe. Just the penalty for failing an epic quest could half cripple a player's character, not to mention a legendary quest. However, I've never heard of this legendary quest before. The clues the quest provides are so limited, too. It says that I need to lift the seal on the ring, but it doesn't tell me how to do that. The ring doesn't provide any clues, either. It is no wonder Discipline Paradise failed the quest. Shi Feng knew very well just how frightening a legendary quest was. A single epic quest had already given Shi Feng such a huge headache, not to mention a legendary quest. However, God's domain was fair in all regards. If he could complete this legendary quest, the reward he could obtain would definitely be incredible. In God's domain, if a player wished to obtain a legendary item, they would have to do so by completing a legendary quest. However, a majority of the players that took this path normally ended up plunging themselves into a dark abyss. This was also why legendary items were so rare. If possible, Shi Feng would rather not accept a legendary quest right now after going through so much to get this ring. In the end, it still doesn't help me get to the Dark Denver. Shi Feng sighed. Currently, as long as he held on to this ring, a great demon would hunt him. Moreover, there was no definite time as to when the great demon Nettle would make his appearance again. This was far more dangerous than his epic quest, which provided a clear time limit. Shi Feng stored Moloch's ring in his bag. Right now, completing the Darkness Descends quest was of the utmost priority. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave his hiding spot, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, Moloch's ring has detected the presence of the power of darkness. Do you want Moloch's ring to devour the power of darkness? Devour the power of darkness. Shi Feng was stunned. Giving it some thought, he could not recall there being anything important in his bag. He then clicked agree. In the next moment, the dozen or so soul crystals inside his bag disappeared. Meanwhile, due to having devoured the soul crystals, the inscriptions on Moloch's ring glowed slightly. System, first seal on Moloch's ring lifted. It's lifted, just like that. The sudden development rendered Shi Feng speechless. He then examined Moloch's ring again. Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's, legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the great demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the great demon Nettle's mark, allowing the great demon to sense its location periodically. First seal lifted. A fragment of its power has been released. Power of darkness required to lift the second seal, 6/100. All attributes plus 10%. Fire resistance plus 30. Additional skill dash. Gate of Darkness, opens a teleportation gate to the central area of the Dark Den. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Sure enough, the Dark Den and this ring are related, Shi Feng stated, laughing. With this, I can head to the central area of the Dark Denver. After Shi Feng equipped Moloch's ring, he activated Gate of Darkness. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled as dark smoke slowly emerged from the forest floor. After a moment, the black smoke formed a pair of gates that was over 5 meters tall. There were countless golden runes engraved on the gates, radiating a frightening pressure so powerful. This pressure can rival even that of a Tier 5 NPC. At this moment, Shifeng even found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if he were only an ant in front of these gates. However, when Shifeng tried to push apart open the gates, he suddenly discovered that they were locked. Rather, he noticed a small groove in the center of the gates. It seemed like a keyhole. So, that's the case. Originally, Shifeng had thought Discipline Paradise had been trying to trick him. Now, however, it would seem that he really did need the Chapter of Darkness to enter the Dark Denver. He then placed the Chapter of Darkness into the groove. When Shifeng placed the black slate tablet into the groove, the golden runes on the gates suddenly linked with each other, releasing a golden brilliance. The gates began to open slowly. The instant the gates opened, Shifeng felt as if something were emerging from within the gates. His body suddenly felt incredibly heavy, and even taking a step forward was an extremely difficult task. Just what kind of place is this dark den? The pressure from behind these gates alone is enough to suppress my combat power to 1/10. Shifeng had not felt such fear when he was in the god's grave. Is there a god on the other side? However, Shifeng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he gradually pushed his body forward, advancing to the other side of the Gate of Darkness. He did not have much time left. If he did not complete his quest soon, only a dead end awaited him. After Shifeng entered the Gate of Darkness, it seemed as if he had entered an entirely different space. A mountain, so tall that he could not even see its peak, loomed before him. He could also see many magnificent temples on the mountainside. These temples grew larger as one approached the top of the mountain. The temples at the foot of the mountain were merely 10 meters in height. The largest temple that Shifeng could see was over 100 meters in height. Other than their massive sizes, these temples also radiated a powerful divine might. While Shifeng was still overwhelmed by the sight before him, a figure suddenly flew down from the peak of the mountain. The figure descended with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Shifeng. My luck can't be that rotten, right? It's actually a Tier 5 fallen angel. Dread gripped Shifeng's heart as looked up at the enchanting woman, who had 3 pairs of pitch-black wings on her back, hovering above his head. Chapter 602, Time Limit. Fallen angels were considered higher beings in God's domain, and they were born far stronger than ordinary beings. They were also known to be invincible against ordinary beings of the same tier. Even a Tier 5 expert with a Tier 5 taboo skill could only run when facing a Tier 5 fallen angel. I'm dead for sure this time. Shifeng could only reveal a bitter smile as he looked at the fallen angel hovering in the sky. He might have been able to escape a Tier 4 great demon, but against a Tier 5 fallen angel, he had no hope of resistance. Within a domain established by a Tier 5 being, even the 7 luminaries ring space movement would be useless, not to mention his other skills. As for competing in terms of speed, if he was not even a match for a Tier 4 great demon, how was he supposed to outmatch a Tier 5 fallen angel? In front of a Tier 5 fallen angel, even the Tier 4 great demon Nettle was an insignificant speck of dust. Human, it seems that you are quite courageous. Despite being only a Tier 1 swordsman, you have actually dared to steal Moloch's ring from Nettle, the fallen angel said, wearing a mischievous expression. She looked like a child who had just gained a new toy to play with. Before Shifeng could react, the fallen angel disappeared from the sky. By the time Shifeng realized what had happened, the charming fallen angel stood before him, her flawless white hand piercing Shifeng's heart instantly. Shifeng's HP, which was over 10,000, fell to 0. Is this the power of a Tier 5 fallen angel? Shifeng stared at his rapidly decreasing HP, shock filling his heart regarding both speed and power. The fallen angel was far more powerful than any Tier 5 players Shifeng had ever encountered. However, the fallen angel's combat standards were by far the most frightening. They were impeccable. There was not the slightest excess movement. Her actions. It was no wonder many experts in the past had paled whenever they spoke about fallen angels. Although Shi Feng had already reached the flowing water realm, the second stage of the refinement realm, he was still far from reaching a state of perfection with his physical control. Only when he achieved a domain could he strive for such perfection. However, just how many players could achieve a domain in God's domain? At this moment, Shi Feng felt quite fortunate, as the fallen angel had not used any special moves to kill him. Rather, she had only needed an ordinary attack to finish him off. With this, he would only lose one level and some skill proficiency at most. Moreover, other than some items that would drop upon death, players would not drop any of their equipment when killed by monsters. What's going on here? When Shi Feng opened his eyes, he discovered that he was still in the dark den after coming back to life. However, he had revived much further away from the towering mountain. If he wanted to head towards the mountain, he would have to run for more than half an hour. Normally, when a player died in a special map, they would revive back in a city. Since the Tier 5 fallen angel had killed him, logically, that should have been where he revived, in a city, yet he had revived out in the field. Shi Feng then hurriedly called up his attribute panel, checking his attributes and the contents of his bag. Good. I only lost a level and some skill proficiency. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief. Regardless if he were level 33 or level 32, it did not matter too much to Shi Feng. Just what is going on? Looking around, Shi Feng suddenly discovered a golden avenue paved through the endless plains. There were also countless monsters moving along this avenue towards the towering mountain. The monsters' levels varied greatly, with the lowest being level 10 and the highest being over level 100. A single glance told Shi Feng that there were tens of thousands of monsters moving along the Golden Avenue. Moreover, these monsters consisted of a wide variety of races. The majority were not linked to the forces of darkness. Shi Feng even spotted human NPCs. These NPCs also did not belong to the dark forces, and they looked more like adventurers. Like the monsters, the NPCs' levels ranged from level 10 to over level 100. Why are there so many human NPCs here? Shi Feng was shocked. However, his shock did not stop him from quietly approaching the Golden Avenue. As a precaution, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger ahead of him. Surprisingly, however, even after these monsters and NPCs noticed Shi Feng's doppelganger, they showed no signs of aggression. When the doppelganger stepped onto the Golden Avenue, Shi Feng received a system notification stating that he could not attack anyone while inside this region. There was no danger. With this, Shi Feng relaxed. He then advanced towards the towering mountain along the Golden Avenue. As well, he had only arrived at the Dark Den Central region after much difficulty. There was more than an 80% possibility of the Bible of Darkness being somewhere on the mountain. Shi Feng had completed quite a few epic quests before the Tier 5 fallen angel had only killed him with a normal attack. This proved that he had yet to fail the quest. It was possible that he had only incurred a punishment because he had used an incorrect method to enter the Dark Den. Otherwise, he would have truly been finished if a Tier 5 fallen angel were guarding the Bible of Darkness. Unless he were a Tier 6 God rank player, completing this epic quest would be impossible. Moreover, the fact that Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to complete this quest in the past proved that there was definitely some other way to scale the mountain and steal the Bible of Darkness. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Shi Feng discovered that the Golden Avenue led towards a massive altar. Above the altar, countless monsters fought viciously, tearing each other apart. Occasionally, victors would emerge from the ceaseless battles, holding a golden key. These victors would then scale the mountain, reaching Shi Feng's original arrival point. Sure enough, my entry was flawed. After watching the situation for a while, Shi Feng did not discover any high-tiered monsters guarding the mountain. There were also no Tier 5 fallen angels patrolling the sky. Very quickly, Shi Feng arrived before the altar. The instant he set foot onto the altar, a system notification sounded out by his ear system. Defeat all enemies before you, and you will be given entry into the World Summit system. You will gain 1 minute for every common monster killed, 10 minutes for every elite monster killed, 30 minutes for special elites, 100 minutes for chieftains, and 500 minutes for Lord system. You may choose 10 monsters to serve as your opponent. If you fail to defeat all of your opponents, you will die. System, you have 19 minutes to decide. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeiture. You will die if you forfeit. I see. There is a restriction for entering the World Summit. It seems that I'll have to choose who my opponents carefully. Shi Feng finally understood the gameplay here. However, if I only kill 10 common monsters, 10 minutes won't be long enough to explore all of the World Summit. I will most likely run out of time after traveling a short distance. No matter how he looked at it, an item like the Bible of Darkness would not be easy to find. It might even be at the very top of the mountain. He would not reach the top of the mountain even if he spent 10 hours traveling. However, if he chose monsters that were too powerful, he'd be at a disadvantage. On the off chance that he could not kill the opponents he selected, he would have truly dug his own grave. A lord was equivalent to 50 special elites or 5 chieftains. However, although a lord provided the most time, it was also the most difficult monster to take down. Moreover, if he had to face more than one lord simultaneously, the difficulty of the challenge would increase manifold. Yet, if he did not challenge high-ranking monsters, he would not have enough time to explore the World Summit while standing on the massive altar. Shi Feng pondered for a very long time. System, you have 1 minute to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. Chapter 603, S Rank. Time passed quickly, and Shi Feng's head was spinning. This was a test meant to determine a player's understanding of themselves and their abilities. If a player overestimated their strength and skills, they might bring about their own deaths due to choosing monsters that were too strong. On the other hand, if they chose monsters that were overly weak, they might fail their quest due to having insufficient time. In other words, the more a player understood of their own strength, the more benefits they could obtain through this test. With berserk skills such as Heavenly Dragon's Power and Blade Liberation, although it was possible for Shi Feng to kill a lord of the same level, the same did not true for a group of lords. Hence, Shi Feng could not make this decision lightly. System, you have 30 seconds to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. I choose 1 lord and 9 chieftains, Shi Feng said, finally deciding. System, opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Dark gold rank. Shi Feng immediately felt that something was amiss. Hurriedly, he said, I wish to change my selection to 2 lords and 8 chieftains. His quest was epic rank. It was clear that he would not be able to obtain the Bible of Darkness if he could only visit dark gold shrines. He needed to be able to enter epic shrines. Otherwise, even if he won this battle, he would still fail his quest. System, opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Crap. Even with 2 lords, it still hasn't reached S rank. Shi Feng inwardly cursed. Change my selection to 3 lords and 7 chieftains. Shi Feng should be at his limit with 2 lords. There was only a 50% chance that he would emerge victorious from such a battle. If he faced 3 lords, based on his estimations, his success rate would be less than 20%. System, opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is S rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are epic rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Confirm. Shi Feng shouted, gritting his teeth. Hopefully, the lineup of these lords won't be too powerful. A moment later, 10 monsters appeared before Shi Feng on the altar. 3 of them were lords, and 7 were chieftains. All 10 monsters were combat puppets of the same shape and size as an average player. In terms of attributes, however, they were leaps and bounds above Shi Feng Golden Puppet, Lord rank. Level 32. HP 1 600 000/1 600 000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain rank. Level 32. HP 550,000/550,000. Good, my luck isn't that rotten after all. These puppets are all melees, and their HPs are quite low as well. I shouldn't have too many issues if I fight them from a distance. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when the battle started. The 10 puppets began moving. Step by step, they slowly approached Shi Feng, lacking the dexterity of a living creature. However, Shi Feng did not dare to be careless. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100% and defense and HP by 300%. Instantly, Shi Feng's HP broke through the 30,000 threshold. Sure enough, lords were not that easy to deal with. The instant Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, the combat puppets dashed towards him, much faster than an ordinary chieftain and lord. The 10 combat puppets crossed the distance of 50 yards in the blink of an eye. The first to attack were the silver puppets, who thrust their spears at Shi Feng. Following closely, the golden puppets unsheathed the twin swords slung over their backs without hesitation. Shi Feng activated the ice blue devil flame and black emperor, holding nothing back. Deep blue flames covered Shi Feng's entire body, raising his fire and ice damage by 40%. Shi Feng then used Skywill Sword, sealing the movements of all 10 combat puppets within a fixed perimeter. He followed up with a firestorm. Ice blue flames devoured the 10 combat puppets, dealing over -20,000 damage, or -40,000 damage with a critical hit, to all 10 puppets every second for 5 seconds. When the spell's duration ended, the 10 combat puppets had received over -100,000 damage each. Shi Feng fully displayed the devastating might of the large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Shi Feng collected 30 stacks of death aura from this single attack. I'll get rid of one of you first. Shi Feng then took out a bottle of 100-berry wine from his bag, drinking it. Instantly, his compatibility rate with his sword soared. Moving towards a silver puppet with less than 300,000 HP remaining, he used Phantom Kill, followed by Flame Burst. 24 consecutive strikes. 24 swords of light illuminated the altar. The silver puppet faded out of existence. Although Shi Feng killed one silver puppet, the remaining 6 silver puppets and 3 golden puppets caught him in a pincer attack with his most powerful burst skill. Exhausted, Shi Feng used Thunder Flame Explosion to slow the remaining combat puppets, as well as deal over -10,000 damage to each. Due to his compatibility rate rising, he managed to achieve a 95% completion rate on Thunder Flame Explosion, reducing the movement speed of these combat puppets for over 10 seconds. Following which, he switched to the Aura of Wind, turning around and fleeing with his doppelganger. Facing 2 lords at the same time was already enough to overwhelm Shi Feng, not to mention 3 lords and 6 chieftains simultaneously. With the Aura of Wind's movement speed increase and Thunder Flame Explosion's movement speed reduction, the silver puppets were unable to catch up with Shi Feng. As for the golden puppets, although their speed allowed them to keep up with Shi Feng, their occasional attacks caused their speed to drop sharply as well. As a result, it became impossible for them to surround Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng activated 9 Dragon Slash, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms constantly assaulting the distant silver puppets. From time to time, Shi Feng would also attack with the Blazing Meteor. Although damage from his ranged attacks caused was not as high as the Abyssal Blade, each attack still dealt around -2,000 to -3,000 damage. Occasionally, Shi Feng would also use Thundering Flash to inflict the damage amplification effect on the remaining 9 combat puppets. Shi Feng also constantly expended the death auras he accumulated to reduce the cooldown of Thunder Flame Explosion, Thundering Flash, and other skills. Among them, he reduced the cooldown of Flame Burst the Most in such a way. Shi Feng reduced the movement speed of all combat puppets while exterminating the silver puppets. From time to time, he would use Flame Burst to instant kill a silver puppet in less than 2 minutes. Shi Feng had annihilated all of the silver puppets. Only 3 golden puppets remained. However, these 3 golden puppets were inseparable. Shi Feng could not find a chance to take them on one-on-one. Moreover, even though so much time had passed since the battle began, the three golden puppets were still at full HP thanks to their battle recovery even when Shifeng activated Wind Rider and managed to single out one of the golden puppets with his overwhelming speed. The remaining two would quickly catch up. As a result, Shifeng could only land a few hits before he was forced to retreat. This is troublesome. Although the golden puppets do not have any skills, the three of them are like a single entity, attacking and defending as one. Shifeng, who hovered in the air, frowned at the three golden puppets. The golden puppets were too powerful when working together. Moreover, the heavenly dragon's power's duration would end soon. At that time, even a battle of attrition would be difficult against the three golden puppets. Do I have no other choice? Shifeng muttered as he reluctantly retrieved an aqua blue magic scroll from his bag. This was his greatest trump card, one that he never thought of using. Watching the remaining seconds of the heavenly dragon's power's duration tick by, Shifeng had no choice but to unfurl the aqua blue magic scroll. Chapter 604, Time is Money. Shifeng had prepared extensively to obtain the Bible of Darkness. His preparations included this aqua blue magic scroll. Although lords were powerful, in the end, they were only tier 2 monsters. It was only their high HP and damage, which were far superior to ordinary players, that made them so difficult to deal with. When Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attributes were no longer below that of a lord of the same level. With his superior dodging techniques and powerful skills, he could easily defeat a lord of the same level. However, with three golden puppets working seamlessly together, all Shifeng could do was dodge. As Shifeng unfurled the aqua blue magic scroll, the surrounding water mana surged towards the paper. In a moment, the mana formed a massive, 6-star magic array. Go! Shifeng pointed at the three golden puppets. Suddenly, water surged from the 6-star magic array and swept over the bodies of the three golden puppets. In the blink of an eye, a small lake formed within an area of 50 yards. Although the water only reached the golden puppets' knees, the lake itself seemed to possess life as it formed dozens of water whips to bind the three lords. The three golden puppets desperately struggled to break free of these water whips. Facing a lord's power, these water whips snapped easily. However, the whips were seemingly endless. The moment one broke, another would immediately rise from the lake to take its place. As a result, it became extremely difficult for these golden puppets to move. Give it up. You guys are only lords. Against a tier 2 domain skill, Binding Current, you don't stand a chance, Shifeng growled, annoyed at the loss of the tier 2 magic scroll. Zero Wing possessed quite a few tier 2 magic scrolls. Yet, even among them, Binding Current was somewhat special. Binding Current was a domain skill, far rarer than even large-scale destruction spells. Although this skill did not have any attack power, it was capable of restricting enemies. Shifeng only possessed one such magic scroll. Once it was used, it would be very difficult to obtain another. Binding Current had a duration of 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, all enemies within the domain would be bound by water currents, their movements greatly affected. Even Lord strength would be significantly restricted while inside this domain. Die. Shifeng immediately struck a golden puppet with the endless currents. The three golden puppets could no longer work in sync. This allowed Shifeng to focus his attacks on a single golden puppet. Safely. Chop. Thunder Flame Explosion. Thundering Flash. Shifeng used one skill after another on the golden puppet. Due to Black Emperor, Shifeng could decrease his skill's cooldown significantly. Shifeng's chop was practically without a cooldown. In addition, Shifeng the bottle of 100 berry wine allowed his skill completion rates to remain above 95%. Every time Shifeng used chop, he obliterated nearly 30,000 HP from the golden puppet. As a result, the golden puppet's 1,600,000 HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. When the golden puppet's HP fell to 30%, Shifeng suddenly sensed danger. Hurriedly, he retreated by several steps. Boom. After backing up, a powerful impact slammed into Shifeng, sending him flying over a dozen yards backward. This is Absolute Domain. Shifeng was shocked at this moment. A faint gray membrane surrounded the golden puppet with only 30% of its HP remaining. When the countless water whips collided with his gray membrane, they were immediately repelled. Unable to enter the domain without the currents binding it, the golden puppet recovered its speed fully. In the blink of an eye, the golden puppet arrived before Shi Feng and brandished its twin swords. The puppet's swords were like whips as they viciously assailed Shi Feng just in time. Shi Feng involuntarily smiled. As if he had long since seen through the golden puppet's intentions, he nimbly bent his body, allowing the whip-like swords to move over his body unhindered. The puppet's swords slid against Shi Feng's body as they passed. However, they did not truly connect with Shi Feng flowing water realm. Shi Feng was like flowing water as he received the golden puppet's barrage, evading the countless sword lights smoothly. He would also occasionally strike back at the golden puppet, his attacks targeting the monster's joints. If the puppet were capable of using any other skills, Shi Feng might really be in a predicament. However, since it could only use Absolute Domain, a skill that dispelled all control skills targeting its user, the golden puppet was no threat at all in terms of power. He was not one bit inferior to a lord. As for speed, although he was slower than the golden puppet, he could make up for the gap with his dodging techniques. Moreover, even in the event that dodging was not possible, he could confront the puppet directly. He was not afraid of facing the Lord in melee combat. After roughly a dozen seconds, Shi Feng finally defeated one of the golden puppets. With the death of one golden puppet, Shi Feng's concerns had gone out the window. His chances of victory instantly increased to more than 50%. He then proceeded to deal with the second golden puppet. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration finally ended, Shi Feng used the Tier 2 magic scroll, Scorching Saber, to finish off the second golden puppet. Shi Feng glanced at Flame Burst's cooldown before shifting his gaze towards the final golden puppet. Smiling faintly, he muttered, "I can finally end this." After roughly 2 minutes of exhausting battle, Shi Feng finally managed to wear down the golden puppet's HP to 1,000,000. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shi Feng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility attributes by 90%. He then proceeded to torture the last golden puppet to death. Compared to when he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attacks dealt slightly less damage. However, due to his increased attack speed, his total damage was higher than before. When the golden puppet was about to activate its Absolute Domain, Shi Feng activated his ultimate skills, Flame Burst and Dragon Breath, killing the golden puppet, which only had 30% HP remaining. Instantly when the battle ended, the sound of a system notification rang out by Shi Feng's ear system. "You have completed the S-rank difficulty test. Rewarding Epic Shrine Key. You have received 2,200 minutes." After the test ended, Shi Feng did not rush towards the mountain. Instead, he chose to rest for a moment. When Blade Liberation ended, he would enter a weakened state for 3 minutes. Moreover, he had no idea of what to expect on the mountain. Since he had already qualified to enter the World Summit and was not in a hurry, he could take the chance to recover his mental state. After all, high-intensity battles were very taxing on the mind. He could also take this opportunity to wait for the Heavenly Dragon's power's cooldown to end. This test alone has forced me to use so many of my hidden cards. Just what awaits me on the mountain? Shi Feng could not help but shudder whenever he recalled the Tier 5 fallen angel that had appeared before him. 3 hours passed quickly. Holding the purple gold key, Shi Feng arrived before the gates to the World Summit. The moment Shi Feng set foot on the World Summit, the time he had obtained through the test began to count down. No monsters. Shi Feng muttered, confused. He was not in a hurry. Examining his surroundings, other than the 10-meter tall shrines, nothing hindered his path. Shi Feng then activated Windwalk and ran towards the nearest 10-meter tall shrine. The stone doors in front of the dazzling golden shrine were shut tightly. When Shi Feng touched the stone doors, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Epic Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of this bronze shrine. Do you wish to spend 50 minutes to open them? Crap. Opening the shrines requires time. Originally, Shi Feng thought he would have sufficient time to search for the Bible of Darkness. With this new development, however, that notion had changed. However, Shi Feng had no idea as to what was inside these shrines. He needed a better understanding so that he could face any future developments. Open the doors. Shi Feng said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 605, Player's Paradise. After Shi Feng confirmed his decision, the heavy stone doors slowly parted. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's remaining time in the world's summit instantly decreased by 50 minutes. When he entered the shrine, he was greeted by a staircase that led to the top of the shrine. Engraved runes and pictures decorated the staircase's walls. Among them, there were even images of gods before the Great Destruction. Shi Feng ascended the shrine staircase, step by step. In the beginning, Shi Feng had not felt anything out of the ordinary. However, by the time he was halfway to the top, he felt something off. Why has the gravity here increased? Shi Feng's physical control was quite strong. As he took another step up, he felt the gravity increase by 10%. Although the gravity had only increased from 1 to 1g, this small change would affect his skill completion rates, resulting in a decrease in his combat power. However, since Shi Feng had already entered the shrine, he had no intentions of leaving. If he could not even overcome a single bronze shrine, obtaining the Bible of Darkness would be a pipe dream. Shi Feng continued to ascend, step by step. However, he was no longer as fast as before, as with every 10 steps, the gravity increased. And with each change, Shi Feng needed some time to adapt. By the time Shi Feng reached the top of the shrine, the gravity had shifted to 2.4g. Exposed to such an intense shift, even Shi Feng was significantly affected. The room at the top of the shrine was not large. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from a black stone coffin in the room's center, the area was empty. Shi Feng approached the center of the room. When he was 10 yards away from the stone coffin, golden runes suddenly emerged on its black surface. A moment later, a golden magic array began to expand from the stone coffin, enveloping Shi Feng with a barrier. Shi Feng glanced at his surroundings. Golden, translucent walls enclosed the area around him, trapping him with the stone coffin. Just as Shi Feng considered his escape options, a semi-transparent figure materialized inside the barrier. This figure was actually Shi Feng himself. Both the figure's appearance and apparel were exactly like his own shrine guard. Level 32. HP 20,000/20,000. Am I supposed to defeat him? Shi Feng frowned at the shrine guard, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Shi Feng only required one critical hit to finish off the shrine guard's 20,000 HP. However, he did not dare to casually approach the shrine guard because, currently, his intuition warned him that, should he approach the guard, only death awaited him. Shi Feng was a player that was capable of defeating a lord by himself, yet, against this shrine guard, who only had 20,000 HP, he was utterly helpless. Are you too scared to approach me? The shrine guard asked, laughing. Shi Feng could not help his shock when he heard the shrine guard's human-like speech and behavior. In his memories, only high-tiered NPCs were capable of such performances. He had never heard of a common monster behaving like this. It was obvious that the shrine guard was an extraordinary existence. I don't have a death wish. Shi Feng shook his head, growing more certain of his intuition's warning. Not bad. You have actually discerned the gap in strength between us. However, rest assured, since you have already made it here, there is no danger. On the contrary, I have a reward for you, the shrine guard said, laughing. Reward? What kind of reward? Shi Feng did not think that an NPC would trick him, and there was no need to do so. This NPC was certainly far stronger than himself. The shrine guard could simply kill him if he wanted. Toy will help you become stronger. The shrine guard then explained, I can offer you guidance on one swordsman skill. How much you learn depends on you, of course. However, you don't have much time left. You only have 49 minutes remaining. Guidance on a swordsman skill. Shi Feng was surprised. When he thought back to the price required to enter the bronze shrine, he immediately understood. Hurriedly, he said, I would like you to give me pointers on chop. Shi Feng had plenty of swordsman skills. However, there were some he used frequently and some he only used occasionally. Among them, he used chop most often. Although his magic weapon had allowed his skill completion rate to rise significantly, he was still far from achieving a 100% skill completion rate. UV made a wise decision. Watch me carefully, then. The shrine guard nodded. He then began to flow through the motions of chop. The shrine guard's body leaned forward and swung the abyssal blade in his hand. The abyssal blade then began to blur. In the next moment, it was as if the space in front of the shrine guard broke as a faint spatial crack appeared. The shrine guard's chop was completely different than Shifeng's. How is this possible? Shifeng was at a loss for words. His skill completion rate with chop was over 95%, and he was extremely close to reaching perfection. However, whenever he used chop, it always appeared in the form of 3 sword lights resembling full moons that gathered at a single point. However, these 3 sword lights did not appear when the shrine guard used chop. From the beginning, there had only been a single sword light. Moreover, the shrine guard's swing had not been particularly fast, so Shifeng could see the skill being executed very clearly. However, the most frightening aspect was the power the shrine guard's chop had displayed. Shifeng could sense that the shrine guard's strength and constitution and his own were exactly the same. The only difference was that the shrine guard had slightly more HP. Yet, the shrine guard's chop could tear apart space itself. Although the spatial crack that had formed seemed very small, the might it contained was sufficient to kill him instantly. Despite the shrine guard's speed and power being ordinary, he was actually able to display such frightening power. Confused, the shrine guard asked, smiling. Emichim. Shifeng nodded and admitted shamelessly no matter what was said or done, he was a top-tier expert in God's domain who had reached the flowing water realm. Although he still could not compete with those apex experts in the past, he was not that far away from reaching their level. Yet, the chop the shrine guard had executed shattered his conception of the skill known as chop. If you don't understand, I will display the skill a few more times. You can also experience it for yourself. Rest assured, while inside this barrier, you will not receive any damage. The shrine guard spoke like a teacher who guided his student carefully. Hearing this, Shifeng quickly sought the shrine guard's guidance. If one wished to improve on their techniques, the fastest way to do so was through actual combat. Previously, he had kept a distance between himself and the shrine guard, worried that the NPC would kill him. Now that he knew the NPC intended to help him improve his ability with the skill, he would not hold back. Immediately, he displayed his best chop and began battling the shrine guard. Since Shifeng attacked him, the shrine guard replied with a chop of his own. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew into the air around them. Bang! In one moment, Shifeng sent a chop at the shrine guard, and in the next moment, his body left an imprint on the barrier's wall. There was even a faint spatial crack lingering in Shifeng's original position. Is this a super perfect skill? Shifeng stared at the shrine guard with a stupefied expression. His mind replayed the shrine guard's sword swing. Regarding speed, Shifeng was definitely the victor. Moreover, he had prepared to dodge the NPC's attack beforehand. However, before he had any chance to dodge, the shrine guard's sword had collided with his own. He instantly felt a tremendous power flow into his hand. In the next moment, he had been thrown backward. Shifeng was still badly shaken by the shrine guard's attack. Fortunately, this was only a lecture. Otherwise, the NPC's attack might have really killed him. He and the shrine guard were worlds apart from each other. Perfect. The shrine guard laughed. Nothing is perfect in this world. It is only because your vision is limited, and you are confined to your own world. Nothing is perfect. Shifeng thought about the skill completion rate's limit of 100%. Yet, the shrine guard had said that nothing was perfect. Could the skill completion rate possibly exceed 100%? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would his chop, which neared a 100% completion rate, be so inferior to the shrine guard's? Following which, Shifeng faced off against the shrine guard again and again. Although every exchange ended in Shifeng's utter defeat, the more Shifeng fought, the more his excitement grew. He felt as if he had caught onto something that he had never noticed before. He had placed too much importance on his body, trying too hard to replicate a skill's template motions that had been provided by the system. He had forgotten to think outside of the box. As Shifeng traded blows with the shrine guard, his skill completion rate continued to rise. 96%. 97%. 98%. It should feel like. Shifeng leaned forward. He no longer pursued ultimate speed as he swung his sword along the air's resistance. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared before him. Chop's skill completion rate reached 101%. Chapter 606, Epic Shrine. This is a really wonderful feeling. When Shifeng looked at the black fissure before him, he could not help but recall the sensation he felt when he drew his sword before. Unfortunately, he had only achieved this super-perfect completion rate accidentally. Trying to grasp this feeling was akin to trying to catch a dream. Just as Shifeng was about to commence another bout with the shrine guard, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ear. System, active duration of the shrine has ended. Player will be sent out of the shrine in 3 seconds. Time's up already. Shifeng could not help his surprise. He felt as if he had fought against the shrine guard for only a short while. He still had many questions he wished to gain answers to. Yet, before he realized it, 50 minutes had already elapsed. By the time Shifeng snapped out of his daze, he was already back outside the gates of the bronze shrine. Shifeng still wanted to enter the shrine again. However, the system notified him that he had already opened this shrine once before and that he would have to wait another 7 days before he could open it again. Truly a pity. If I were to practice there for a few more hours, I might be able to grab a hold of that feeling, Shifeng silently lamented. In God's domain, whether it be a player's combat techniques or skill usage, both were learned through self-experimentation. There was no teacher to guide players on these topics. The system only provided a holographic video of the template motions of a skill. The rest was up to the players themselves to experiment and practice. Having someone specially teaching them how to use their skills was definitely a heaven-sent opportunity. After all, having a guide was far more efficient than groping for answers in the dark. The learning speed would definitely be more than 10 times faster. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players who couldn't achieve a 100% skill completion rate. I wonder what kind of rewards the other shrines have. Expectations welled up inside Shifeng. Just a single bronze shrine had provided him with such a guidance reward. What would the mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic ranked shrines have in store for him? Thinking up to this point, Shifeng no longer wasted any more time. He immediately activated Windwalk and dashed towards the peak of the world's summit. Shifeng could determine the rank of a shrine based on its location on the world's summit. The higher the rank of a shrine, the closer to the pinnacle it lay. However, the world's summit was simply too massive. It was many times larger than White River City. Despite continually alternating between Windwalk, Wind Rider, and Speed Scrolls, Shifeng had reached only the middle section of the world's summit after running for 3 full hours. He still couldn't see the peak of the mountain from where he stood. On the other hand, the shrines at the foot of the mountain were no more than little dots in his eyes. Now I have managed to reach the area of the fine gold shrines only after 3 hours, that's 6 special elite kills gone. Even if an expert player were to come here, they would not be able to obtain the reward of the fine gold shrines. Shifeng had tried checking one of the fine gold shrines earlier, and it required him to spend 200 minutes just to open it. It should be known that the current elite players of God's domain were only capable of contending against an elite monster of the same level, while ordinary experts were capable of opposing up to a special elite of the same level. Only first-rate experts could fight a chieftain of the same level. As for top-tier experts, they were capable of contending against a lord of the same level. In order to arrive at this place and open the doors of a fine gold shrine, a player would need to defeat 2 chieftains and 8 special elites, obtaining 440 minutes, at the very least. In other words, an extremely powerful first-rate expert would barely be able to open the doors of a fine gold shrine and obtain the rewards stored within it. I have only reached the middle section of the mountain. Just how long do I have to continue running to reach the epic rank section? Shifeng grew somewhat worried. Shifeng discovered that the distance between shrines also grew wider the further up he went. He had only reached the edge of the fine gold shrine area right now. He still had to traverse the dark gold area to arrive at the epic area. He also had to spend time searching for the right epic shrine. Moreover, he had obtained the epic shrine key by the skin of his teeth. He had no idea how much time was required to open the doors of an epic shrine. In the off chance that he did not have enough. This place really is damnable. I can't use the aura of space's spatial movement here. Only the aura of wind speed increase and wind rider are of some help. The rules of the World's Summit were thoroughly exasperating. If Shifeng could use spatial movement here, he could travel a distance of 400,000 yards in just 1 second, saving him hours in travel time. Time passed by quickly. After running for another 5 hours, Shifeng finally arrived before a shrine that was over 300 meters in height. The shrines around this area were completely different from the ones he had seen before. This is an epic shrine. Shifeng muttered as he looked at the mountain-like shrine. The shrines he encountered before were all inanimate objects. On the other hand, the epic shrines here had frightening auras. Shifeng even began to wonder whether terrifying monsters lived in these shrines. Done admiring the shrine before him, Shifeng walked up and touched its door system. Epic shrine key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? 1,000 minutes. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. I still have slightly more than 1,600 minutes right now. I will have plenty of time remaining even after I open an epic shrine. I should be able to locate the shrine storing the Bible of Darkness within 600 minutes. The World Summit had a large number of shrines, and the same held true even for epic shrines. Shifeng counted 9 epic shrines just within his range of vision. There were also plenty more up above. He guessed that the total number of epic shrines on the World Summit exceeded 100. These shrines were different from each other. There was a huge difference just in terms of the elemental mana surrounding these shrines. Some shrines released bright and dazzling elemental mana, and others released flaming elemental mana. Even shrines that released the same type of mana would have different images engraved on their doors, images of angels, demons, and many other races. Some shrine doors even depicted gods. Hence, Shifeng would not have difficulty looking for the shrine that contained the Bible of Darkness, so long as he had sufficient time. The Bible of Darkness is a treasure of the demon race. It should be stored in one of the demonic shrines of the darkness element. Although Shifeng had little understanding of the World Summit, he knew quite a lot regarding mana. A curse was categorized as a darkness skill. Since it was a great demon who had cursed him, the great demon knew how to cast darkness spells. This meant that the Bible of Darkness had to be related to a shrine of the darkness element with a target in mind. Shifeng quickly began his search. Very easily, he had managed to locate 5 darkness shrines. Among them, only 2 belonged to the demon race. Meanwhile, of these 2 shrines, one belonged to the Lord of Destruction, while the other belonged to the Lord of Nightmares. The Bible of Darkness was a descriptive record of all demons written by the Lord of Destruction. Rumor had it that as long as one managed to control the Bible of Darkness, they would become the Lord of Demons, with all demons obedient to their commands without hesitation. Shifeng opened the Lord of Destruction's shrine when the black stone doors parted, an ancient aura washed over him. Shifeng could feel the origin of destruction contained within this aura. The pressure he felt coming from within the shrine was far more powerful than what he had felt from the Tier 5 fallen angel he encountered before. Amazing. It is only a shrine. There is clearly no living being inside, yet it gives off such an overwhelming pressure. As expected of the Lord of Destruction's shrine, Shifeng exclaimed. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. The immense pressure made even walking a difficult task for Shifeng. However, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the weight pressing down on him lessened significantly. He was then able to enter the shrine with relative ease. Chapter 607, Magic Device. The moment Shifeng stepped into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another world. He could hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. Verdant trees and grass filled his vision. Instead of a shrine, this place looked more like a garden fallen angel. Inside the garden, Shifeng immediately discovered the fallen angel that had killed him previously. 3 pairs of pitch-black wings, a perfect, enchanting body, long and slender legs, as well as that jade-white skin and flawless face. Of all the women Shifeng knew, only the great divine official Charlene was a match for this fallen angel. Any other woman standing before her would simply pale in comparison. Human, you sure are fast, the Tier 5 fallen angel giggled as she looked at Shifeng with her aquamarine eyes. You adventurers are truly blessed by the heavens, being born with an immortal soul. Even we would find it difficult to thoroughly kill you adventurers. Even until now, Shifeng still got chills whenever he thought back to how the fallen angel had killed him instantly. Most likely, only a few players throughout the entire God's domain could rival that near-perfect combat technique. If he had not known that only rewards, and no punishments, awaited him inside these shrines, he would have long since fled this shrine. My name is Serena. Come over. You entered the World Summit normally this time, so I won't kill you. Serena laughed as she beckoned Shifeng with her hand. Since you've managed to make it to this place, it shows that you indeed possess some ability. I can give you 2 options. 2 options? Shifeng asked curiously. Though I say options, in reality, they are just 2 reward methods. Serena nodded lightly. The first option is obtaining the Bible of Darkness that is stored in this place directly. The second option is undertaking a small test. Through the second option, you will not only obtain the Bible of Darkness but also have a chance to win these items. Serena waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 rainbow treasure chests appeared in midair. The first rainbow treasure chest contained a large number of soul crystals. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were over 100 crystals at the very minimum in the dark den. The soul crystal was the foundation of all development. A sudden infusion of more than 100 soul crystals would definitely increase a shelter's strength significantly. The second rainbow treasure chest contained a black stone tablet that looked similar to the Chapter of Darkness. However, the name displayed was Chapter of Shelter. It could be used to immediately promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. There is such a good item available as well. Sure enough, the rewards of an epic shrine are astonishing. Shifeng grew very excited when he saw these 2 rewards. Promoting the shelters found inside the dark den was extremely difficult. Besides the astronomical number of soul crystals required, players also needed to complete a series of quests in order to promote a shelter. The manpower and resources necessary to do so were extremely daunting. Even the shelter at District 1 had yet to be promoted to a large shelter until now. One could just imagine how difficult a feat it was. Only a shelter supported by a large guild was capable of becoming a large shelter after amassing all the resources collected by the multiple shelters controlled by said guild. Once he obtained the Chapter of Shelter, he could immediately upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. This would be of immense help for District 1's shelter, which was under Zero Wing's control. However, when Serena opened the 3rd rainbow treasure chest, Shifeng was thoroughly stupefied. Magic device forging design. Shifeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the dilapidated design inside the treasure chest. He could not help but wish he could snatch it up right away. Oh. I did not think that a human like you would know about this item. Since you know about magic devices, then you must know what a magic device forging design represents. Its value is only slightly lower than the Bible of Darknesses. You humans, however, would probably appraise the design more highly. The fallen angel Serena smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Shifeng's reaction. Say it, then. Which reward do you choose? At these words, Shifeng fell silent. A product of God's domain's magical civilization when it was at its peak, the magic device represented the pinnacle of alchemy, forging, and engineering combined, as well as the end of the era of the gods. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device boosted a player's strength to a whole new level, not to mention a magic device forging design. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device forging design could provoke a war between guilds in the past, when a mysterious iron magic device forging design had appeared. Over a dozen countries and more than 100 guilds had fought over it. Multiple super guilds had also participated. The death toll for that war was innumerable. A rough estimation had pegged it at 5 million. In the end, a super guild had emerged victorious. As for Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild back then, it had not dared to even participate in the war. It could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Now that a magic device forging design appeared right in front of him, how could Shifeng not grow excited? Magic devices were similar to the mana armor kits. In the magic device's case, however, it did not increase any basic attributes. Instead, it was mounted on a weapon to increase the weapon's strength. Every weapon could only mount one magic device after God's domain underwent its third evolution. Whether it was a battle against players or against monsters, an injury would reduce a player's combat power. And while players could rely on heals to recover from their injuries, the deterioration of their weapons was inevitable. It was especially true when players fought against high-ranking monsters. Unless one's weapon was of high quality, players would have great difficulty injuring a lord and reducing its combat power, since lords had skin that was as hard as steel. Meanwhile, a magic device could be used to strengthen a weapon. Not only could it make a weapon sharper, but it could also bestow special effects such as reduced weight, increased weight, hardness, mirage, paralysis, and other effects that could improve a player's combat power significantly. Most importantly, magic devices were not consumable items. Like inlaid gemstones, they could be taken off the weapons they were mounted on. Whether it was a level 1 common weapon or a level 200 epic weapon, players could freely transfer their magic devices between them. This was the reason why players were so attracted to magic devices. However, magic devices were extremely difficult to produce, hence, production volumes were very low. Even after reaching level 100, most players still did not have their own magic devices. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, Shifeng owned only a mysterious iron magic device, even after he was over level 100. As for other independent experts, they possessed only bronze magic devices. If he could obtain a magic device forging design right now, it would definitely become one of Zero Wing's trump cards. Have you come to a decision? Serena asked, smiling as she flourished the magic device forging design in her hand. Time waits for no one. You only have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not give me an answer, I will take it as you picking the first option, and you may leave once you obtain the Bible of Darkness. To hell with it. Shifeng looked at the fallen angel, a passionate flame burning in his heart. I choose the second option. Both the chapter of shelter and the magic device forging design were items that were not easily acquired. The difficulty of obtaining the magic device forging design was even above that for an epic item. Otherwise, magic devices wouldn't have been so rare in the past. Good. I knew you were a smart man. Let's begin, then. Serena smiled in satisfaction. She then waved her hand. The entire garden promptly vanished, and replacing it was a volcanic hell. Molten magma surrounded a 40-yard area of solid ground. The ambient temperature was scorching hot. Any ordinary player would most likely broil to death slowly. Only someone like Shifeng, who possessed high fire resistance, could stay in this place for long periods of time. Meanwhile, the gravity here had also increased to 3G, which would greatly affect a player's mobility. Come, then. If you can defeat me, you win, Serena said, smiling as she looked down at Shifeng from midair. Chapter 608, Tier 2 Taboo Skill. Originally, Serena had anticipated seeing a look of horror on Shifeng's face. However, even after she had revealed the contents of the test, Shifeng did not evince any shock. On the contrary, it seemed as if he felt that the test was totally reasonable. Don't you feel surprised that the final test actually requires you to defeat me? Serena asked, a perplexed expression on her face as she looked at Shifeng. A Tier 1 human against a Tier 5 fallen angel. With such a massive gap, even a person with a stable mentality would feel despair. And if not despair, then at the very least, anger, as this was obviously not a fair contest yet. Shifeng remained unfazed by this revelation, so how could she not be surprised? Since the rewards are so bountiful, I naturally prepared for the worst. Not to mention, I really don't have a choice, do I? Shi Feng laughed, a helpless smile on his face. There were no free lunches in God's domain. Not to mention, the rewards of the test were of such a frightening caliber. It seems that you understand the rules of the world quite well, so it wasn't just luck that prompted you to pick the second option. Serena squinted her aquamarine eyes slightly as she looked at Shi Feng. At this moment, she no longer looked down at the human before her. Curling her blood-red lips into a seductive smile, she continued, if you had chosen the first option, then the Bible of Darkness you would have received would have been a replica. As for the second option, while you may fail the test, you will still obtain the real Bible of Darkness regardless. Although Shi Feng had guessed that this was the case, he inwardly felt relieved to hear these words directly from the fallen angel herself. When all was said and done, the Bible of Darkness was a treasure left behind by the Lord of Destruction. How could it possibly be that easy for players to acquire it? Since you are already clear on the situation, I will explain the rules of the test. Serena raised her brows slightly and continued in a low tone, the rules are very simple. You will not die while inside this area. Both our strengths will also be suppressed to Tier 1. It will be your win as long as you are able to defeat me in the remaining time you possess. Both suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1. Shi Feng frowned. Although both their strengths would be suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1 class in the upcoming test, fallen angels were higher beings. Not only were they born much stronger than other beings, but they also wielded many more skills even at Tier 1. Serena's combat power would most likely be at the peak of an ordinary Tier 2 class or above. She was stronger than even a High Lord of the same level. There was actually a possibility that her combat power approached that of a Great Lord. If there are no problems, you may begin attacking as much as you want. Serena smiled faintly as she sent Shi Feng a teasing look. Rest assured, I'll make sure to hold back plenty. I also won't use any Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills. Despite Serena's reassurance, Shi Feng had no intention of attacking her just yet. Even without using Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, a Tier 1 fallen angel can still kill me easily using Tier 2 skills. He smiled bitterly as he took in Serena's leisurely attitude. Shi Feng had a very clear understanding of his own strength. Although he had grasped plenty of powerful skills, they were all Tier 1 skills. As for Tier 2 magic scrolls, while he had quite a few on him right now, his opponent had Tier 2 skills, which she could use indefinitely. The only trump card he had was twofold Berserk. If he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation simultaneously, he would gain the ability to contend against a High Lord for a short period of time. However, engaging a Tier 1 fallen angel in melee combat was simply suicidal. I have close to 10 hours left. It would be pointless to charge into battle right now. My only option is to wait for the cooldown of Dragon's power to end. Shi Feng was in no hurry. He then sat on the ground, resting as he quietly observed the fallen angel before him. Earlier, when he was entering the shrine, he was forced to use Heavenly Dragon's power to resist the intense pressure. If he fought Serena, a fallen angel who had the attributes of a High Lord, without twofold Berserk, he would just be seeking his own death. Fortunately, the condition to clear the test was only to defeat Serena, not to kill her. There was a massive difference between these two conditions. Defeat meant that he was only required to cause a certain amount of damage to Serena. After all, even if Serena simply stood still and allowed him to attack her freely, he would not be able to kill her within 20 seconds. Currently, although Serena was only level 32, she had a total of 5 million HP. Tier 1 skills are definitely useless against Serena. In terms of combat techniques, she is also far superior to me. If I wish to defeat her, my only option is to rely on Tier 2 magic scrolls. Although Shi Feng had his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, this skill was meaningless if his weapon could not connect with his opponent. Not to mention, in a direct clash of power, Serena would trounce him. Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng suddenly stood up. He then replaced the aura of wind with the aura of fire and cast Firestorm at Serena. The platform he currently stood on only had an area of 40 yards. Firestorm certainly covered most of it. At level 7, Firestorm's might could easily rival a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. A tsunami of flames descended from the sky. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Serena, her fingers suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she had finished writing the runes required to cast Frost Storm, a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. In the next moment, fire and ice clashed, filling the space around the platform with steam. Meanwhile, Shifeng's firestorm did not even manage to touch the fallen angel. Fallen angels with high intelligence are really difficult to handle. Shifeng was not surprised. In the virtual reality games of the past, there would only be two possible outcomes when a player used a skill: either the skill hit or missed. There was no third possibility. In God's domain, however, one would encounter various scenarios when attacking using a skill. Aside from hitting or missing, it was also possible for the skill to be blocked, offset, or unraveled. Blocking a skill would result in one taking a small amount of damage, and normally, this was an action that most lords were capable of. However, offsetting or unraveling a skill was a feat that was doable only for high-tiered monsters and NPCs. Meanwhile, the method Serena had used to deal with Shifeng's firestorm was to offset it using a skill of her own. When one successfully offset a skill, they would not receive any damage whatsoever. If even firestorm is useless against her, my Tier 2 magic scrolls would most likely yield similar results. Shifeng felt a huge headache when he looked at Serena, who was currently hovering in midair. It would be great if Kite were here right now. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. With his strength as a Tier 2 sword master, he could not overcome a great lord, which was equivalent to a Tier 3 class, but he could still pin it down for some time. His strength should not be below that of the Tier 1 fallen angel. Serena invincible within the same tier. A sudden inspiration came to Shifeng as he looked at Serena's smiling face. Taboo skill. Taboo's skills possessed the power to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, although Serena's strength was currently suppressed to Tier 1, her frightening basic attributes and arsenal of Tier 2 skills made her invincible even against ordinary Tier 2 classes. However, if a Tier 2 player managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill, they would similarly become an invincible existence among other Tier 2 classes. Thank goodness I did not store Instant Strike inside my warehouse. As long as I manage to learn it, even if I cannot kill Serena, I still have a chance to defeat her. Shifeng's eyes glowed. Immediately, he retrieved the skill book of the Tier 2 taboo skill from his bag and began poring over it carefully. After half an hour passed, Shifeng felt that he was ready if he wanted to learn the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. The first way to do so was to collect 100 thunder crystals, which was obviously impossible. The second option was to achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Previously, it had indeed been impossible for him to achieve a 100% completion rate for Instant Strike. However, after the Abyssal Blade was upgraded, his compatibility with the magic weapon had increased significantly. With the help of the 100-berry wine, which he had obtained from Blue Frost, he definitely had a chance to achieve a 100% skill completion rate right now. Hence, Shifeng drank a bottle of 100-berry wine and began rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. Trying to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill. Serena revealed a faint smile. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the time you have left isn't enough for you to do so. Taboo skills required long periods of bitter training. There were no shortcuts available. Even a gifted person would require several days or over a dozen days to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill. Shifeng did not have much time left. It was simply impossible for him to succeed in learning the taboo skill in such a short period of time. Chapter 609, Instant Strike. While Shifeng was continuously rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, a great upheaval rocked the evil ghost domain. The entire District 5 was destroyed overnight, and over half of the district's players had disappeared to the players in the evil ghost domain. This was an inconceivable situation. Just what could actually wipe out the evil ghost domain's 5th-ranking shelter? Not a single shelter in the evil ghost domain would be capable of going up against such a frightening power. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis filled the air of the entire evil ghost domain. District 1's shelter leader Frost, what are we supposed to do now? Best Reincarnation, the leader of the second party, asked worriedly. Based on the information we discovered, it seems that the assault on District 5 comprised of a large number of powerful monsters, all level 40 and above. There were actually numerous lords participating in the monster assault as well. However, this is still not the scariest part. When our players went to investigate the situation at District 5, they encountered some survivors from the shelter. According to the survivors, the ones responsible for annihilating their District 5 were not actually those lords. Instead, it was the doing of a much more powerful monster. However, as they had been too far from the monster at the time, they did not get a clear look at what that monster was. They only know that that monster had annihilated hundreds of players with just a wave of its hand using black flames. It instantly killed even District 5's strongest player. Punishment Day. If we remain in this area, it is quite likely that we will encounter that monster as well. Although District 1 is a lot stronger than District 5, against that rank of monster, we simply stand no chance at all. Everyone present fell silent at Best Reincarnation's words. The enemy that obliterated District 5 was just too terrifying. It had not been easy for them to raise their shelter to the rank it had today. If it was destroyed, then their shelter's rank would also fall by 1, dropping from a medium shelter to a small shelter. If that happened, the advantage of the 100-berry wine they had possessed all this time would vanish as well. There was also no telling whether they would be able to obtain the 100-berry wine again the next time they upgraded their shelter to a medium shelter. Yet, if they moved their shelter to a low-level area, the distance they had to travel every day would be extremely long and time-consuming. They would most likely have to spend the entire day running just to commute between their leveling spots and the shelter. This would greatly impact the development of the shelter. Everyone, listen to me. This is an opportunity for our District 1, Blue Frost said after pondering for some time, an excited smile on his face. Opportunity? What opportunity? Everyone could not understand what was going through Blue Frost's mind. Believe that you guys have heard of this as well. After the incident with District 5, many shelters that previously refused to join a guild force began changing their minds one after another. They are all trying to gain the protection of shelters run by guild forces. In the worst-case scenario, they can also migrate directly to the large shelters of the guild forces and develop themselves there, Blue Frost said. Meanwhile, our District 1 has also joined Zero Wing. However, unlike the other shelters, the guild we joined is very strong. You guys must have seen the teleportation magic array design for yourselves. Brother Yifeng has also stated that, so long as we manage to gather the necessary materials, he will construct a teleportation magic array for our shelter. If we manage to annex the other shelters right now, our position in Zero Wing will also rise. I believe that nobody present wishes to remain as just the party leader of a shelter, right? All the party leaders expressed their agreement with Blue Frost's words. The things Zero Wing had revealed so far were already enough to show just how powerful the guild was, particularly the frightening combat power Feng had displayed as well as the funds that he had transferred to them. Zero Wing had even provided them with a training facility. As long as they made contributions to Zero Wing and raised their positions within the guild, they would be able to head to Jianghu City's Big Dipper Training Center and undergo special training for their combat techniques. Every city had their own martial arts dojos and training centers. If one wanted to improve their combat techniques, it was definitely better to have someone guiding them. They had previously conducted some investigations in the real world regarding the Big Dipper Training Center. The moment they checked, however, they were shocked. The Big Dipper Training Center actually had a martial arts master overseeing it. Currently, the Big Dipper was already a famous training center, and many professional fighters from the surrounding cities had gone there to train. It was no longer a place that ordinary people could enter. Moreover, the amount one had to pay in order to become a member there was also not something ordinary people could afford. Although their knowledge regarding first-rate guilds was lacking, they knew full well just how precious a martial arts master was. A martial arts master was the ultimate force of humans. If they could receive pointers from a martial arts master, their combat techniques in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would allow them to undergo special training directly at the Big Dipper. The guild's financial prowess and influence had thoroughly shattered their perception of ordinary gaming guilds. Although they had earned quite a lot of money from playing God's domain, they were still far from being able to afford establishments like the Big Dipper Training Center. If they could climb their way up to Zero Wing's upper management, they would not have to worry about earning enough to support themselves in the future. I'm sure everyone clearly understands what a teleportation magic array represents. What we need to do now is annex the other shelters and obtain the materials required for the teleportation magic array as soon as possible. Even if we retreat from this area, we can simply rely on the teleportation array to return here in the future. After listening to Blue Frost's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. One after another. Previously, they had found it simply too difficult to gain control over the other shelters in the evil ghost domain. However, that changed after the incident with District 5. If they had a teleportation array, the amount of money and resources they could earn would be endless. Hence, the various party leaders began arranging workforces to collect the materials required for the teleportation magic array. At the same time, they also tried persuading the other shelters to subordinate themselves to District 1's shelter. That way, the members of these shelters would get to use the teleportation array of District 1. Inside the Darkness Shrine, Shifeng had already been rehearsing Instant Strike for 5 hours continuously. Now, after just 5 hours of practice, it was as if Shifeng was a veteran who had been practicing Instant Strike for many years. His movements when executing the taboo skill were practically the same as the holographic video provided by the skill book. I'm still off by a little. Sure enough, a Tier 2 taboo skill is not that easy to master. Although Shifeng had already given his all to trying to raise his completion rate, his best record was 95%. Right now, he could not increase it by even an additional percent. Moreover, he had only managed to achieve this result because of the Abyssal Blade and the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, he would have taken several days to reach a 95% skill completion rate with Instant Strike. He did not have much time left to practice. Each bottle of 100-berry wine lasted only 1 hour, and he had just 3 more bottles on hand. They would not last him till the very end. Human, you should give up. The might of a Tier 2 taboo skill is simply too immense. It is not that I am trying to look down on you. However, if you wish to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill, you will need another 10 days of hard work at the very least. Serena could discern Shifeng's current progress in a single glance. Presently, you have already grasped the motions of the taboo skill completely. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the skill is lacking. With the remaining 5 hours you have, you would be fortunate to raise your completion rate by even just another 1%. Lacking comprehension. Shifeng thought so as well. It was just like when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. That feeling had gone by in a flash, and he could not grab hold of it even if he wanted to. Comprehension. Compatibility. Does the comprehension Serena is speaking of refer to compatibility? Shifeng did not give it too much thought. He did not have much time left, not enough to wait out the 10-day cooldown to challenge the World Summit again. He then took out all the 100-berry wine in his bag and consumed all 3 bottles in rapid succession. Even with Shifeng's willpower and mental power, he still grew dizzy. The 100-berry wine was just like the black steel beer. The more one drank, the better the effect. Correspondingly, however, the side effects also grew stronger. It was best if players drank just 1 bottle at a time to maintain a clear mind, as players could steadily improve their completion rates and look for any shortcomings in their movements throughout the beverage's effective duration. Consuming too many bottles at once could result in players losing themselves to the alcohol. Now, Shifeng downed 3 bottles in one go. His compatibility rate instantly soared. This feeling is really great at this moment. Shifeng felt as if he had become one with his sword. When he drew the Abyssal Blade and executed Instant Strike, each and every one of his movements felt light and natural. There was no excess power in any of his actions at all. Then, Shifeng's initially smooth movements suddenly changed. The afterimages of the Abyssal Blade, which were originally created due to Shifeng's overly fast speed, suddenly vanished. The Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand also became clear and visible. In the next moment, faint blue electric arcs manifested around Shifeng's body, filling the air with crackling sounds. The places these electric arcs touched also charred system, instant strike skill completion rate 100%. Chapter 610, Higher Realm. Arcs of electricity continuously sparked around Shifeng. Although the electric arcs were tiny, the destructive power they contained was practically equivalent to a Tier 2 lightning spell. He actually succeeded. A shocked expression appeared on Serena's beautiful face. Learning a taboo skill was an enormous challenge. It was the same for both players and NPCs with high intelligence. In order to learn a taboo skill, one had to go through long periods of arduous training as well as achieve a certain degree of comprehension regarding the taboo skill. Serena wasn't the only one who was shocked by this result. Even Shifeng himself was quite shocked. It was extremely difficult for a Tier 1 class to learn a Tier 1 taboo skill, not to mention a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, instant strike's requirements were exceedingly high even for a Tier 2 taboo skill. Achieving 100% completion rate on a taboo skill was a feat Shifeng had never managed, despite having been a Tier 3 Sword King in the past. In this life, however, he had actually done so while he was still a Tier 1 class. This was simply a dream. 99 more times to go. I need to hurry up. Although Shifeng was currently somewhat drunk, he was still able to maintain a relatively clear consciousness. To make sure he did not forget the feeling from before, he hurriedly continued with his rehearsal. Unfortunately, none of his next 3 tries managed to achieve a 100% completion rate at all. The highest he reached was 97%. He had only managed to achieve the 100% completion rate before due to luck. On this point, Shifeng was very certain. However, now that there was a first, achieving 100% again would become much easier, following which, Shifeng continuously tried to recall the feeling he had felt before. His skill completion rate gradually increased as well, and soon after, he managed to maintain a stable 99%. He was only a thread away from 100%. Not only do I have to control my own body, but I also have to learn how to adapt to the external environment around me and constantly adjust to the environment. As Shifeng reviewed his memories, he did not only think about when he achieved a 100% completion rate with Instant Strike but also when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. Whether it was the Refinement Realm or the Flowing Water Realm, both pursued internal control before. The Tier 5 Fallen Angel Serena had stated that he had already done very well in terms of movement and that he was only missing a little comprehension. If it was said that comprehension was compatibility, and that compatibility was adaptation, then what he needed to do was adapt to the environment. If he used the same methods to execute a skill in different environments, the results would naturally be different. This was just like how going from an ordinary environment to a high-gravity one would greatly affect a player's skill completion rate. However, what if this change to the environment was extremely subtle? It was highly possible that ignoring this minor change was the reason why players would never able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate, regardless of how perfect their movements were. Just as Shifeng continued drawing his sword and adapting to the surrounding air flow, the friction between his sword and the air suddenly generated a small spark. This small spark immediately attracted countless arcs of electricity to circle around Shifeng's body system. Instant Strike skill completion rate 100%. Sure enough, the progression in control goes from internal to external. Is this what the higher realm feels like? Shifeng finally discovered the direction he needed to take to advance with a clear direction in mind. Shifeng no longer focused his concentration on his own body but instead shifted it towards his environment. As Shifeng grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, the 100% skill completion rate of Instant Strike grew more frequent as well. Currently, Shifeng was achieving a 100% skill completion rate about once every 4 times he executed Instant Strike. Moreover, during the process of swinging his sword, Shifeng was also constantly making minor adjustments to better adapt his movements to the external environment. After training for another half an hour, Shifeng's improvement was undeniable. He was able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate practically every other time he executed Instant Strike. Before an hour had even passed since drinking the 3 bottles of 100-berry wine, he had already executed 100 Instant Strikes with a 100% completion rate. After Shifeng completed an Instant Strike that achieved a 100% completion rate for the 100th time, electricity purified his entire body, his skin becoming glossier and the muscles all over his body growing denser and more powerful. System, you have learned Instant Strike. Obtained basic lightning physique. Why does my body feel a lot lighter? Shi Feng was greatly shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs coursing around his body. Carefully feeling out the changes to his own body, he exclaimed, "This lightning physique really is mysterious. The gravity my body is under should still be 3G. Yet, the effect the increased gravity has on my body has clearly decreased significantly even though none of my attributes have changed. Right now, the effect feels like the equivalent to a gravity of 1.5G. After the third evolution of God's domain, the gravitational system had impacted the combat power of players significantly. Meanwhile, now that Shi Feng's body had undergone such changes, it would become much easier for him to adapt to his environment. The current state he was in was similar to being under the effects of the 100-berry wine. Although the lightning physique's effects were very much inferior to the 100-berry wines, the fact that it was always active was a huge advantage. This instant strike is simply fantastic. It is actually able to improve a player's physique as well. No wonder it was so difficult to learn. In the past, Shi Feng had heard of some taboo skills in God's domain that when successfully learned, would provide players with additional rewards. However, these taboo skills were usually high-tiered ones. He never expected that the Tier 2 Instant Strike was one such taboo skill. Physique was a kind of hidden attribute in God's domain. If a player's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger an extraordinary physique, allowing them to carry out feats that were definitely impossible in the real world. This kind of hidden attribute could not be viewed by players, so it was extremely difficult to alter or improve it. However, this kind of hidden attribute would have a significant impact on a player's combat power. After resting for a while and recovering his mental state, Shi Feng walked up to Serena, smiling as he said, "Miss Serena, sorry for the long wait. Let us begin now." Currently, not only had he mastered the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, but he had also obtained the basic lightning physique. Not only did his body feel lighter right now, but its flexibility had also increased significantly. Shi Feng even felt that his reflexes had sped up. However, his reaction speed was still a far cry from that of a gifted talent like Soaring Snake. Not bad. Despite being a mere mortal, you have actually managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill while still being at Tier 1. Come, give me your best shot. Hopefully, you are able to entertain me for a little while, Serena said, licking her lips as she looked at Shi Feng. The moment Serena was done speaking, the surrounding magma started roiling. The ground also began trembling as the fallen angel released a frightening aura. Is this the power of a Tier 1 fallen angel? Shi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Serena had finally gotten serious. Just her aura alone was enough to render him breathless. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. Blade Liberation, activate. Shi Feng was unwilling to lag behind. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, his strength attribute was now equivalent to a High Lord of the same level. The instant Shi Feng activated Twofold Berserk, he tilted his body forward slightly. He then activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger get ready as well. Shi Feng's sudden increase in strength surprised Serena somewhat. She had not thought the little human before her was capable of reaching such a level. She then stretched out her right hand. Instantly, a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. Countless wind blades wrapped around her weapon. She cast a Tier 2 skill, Storm Blade, at Shi Feng right away. Countless swords of light instantly surged towards Shi Feng and his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and his doppelganger also simultaneously activated the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike Schwa. Both Shi Feng and his doppelganger disappeared from where they stood to instantly appear beside Serena. Both swordsmen then began brandishing their swords at the fallen angel. Instant Strike, when activated, increased its user's attack speed by 500% for a short period of time. Originally, Shi Feng's attack speed was already terrifying. Now, Shi Feng and his doppelganger sent out dozens of sword lights in the time it took to take a single breath. Moreover, these sword lights had appeared practically simultaneously, with none ahead or behind the other. Such a fast attack. Serena's gaze sharpened as another golden holy sword appeared in her other hand. She then parried the barrage of attacks sent at her. Bing. Fang. Fang. Serena's sword technique was flawless. Every movement of hers was utterly efficient as she blocked dozens of attacks continuously. However, even if Serena's defense were more perfect, there was still a limit to her attack speed. In the end, Shifeng managed to cut Serena's arm with the abyssal blade, causing -1 damage to the fallen angel. When Shifeng saw the compulsory -1 damage he dealt, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Such a powerful Tier 2 taboo skill. You were actually able to break through my defense. Serena looked at the bloody cut on her arm. Gently moving her finger across the wound, she instantly returned her skin to its unblemished state. Then she looked at Shifeng, saying, "Although I don't want to admit it, since you were able to injure me, it is your win. You may take these items and leave." Chapter 6:11, Shrine Rewards. After Serena was done speaking, the fallen angel suddenly vanished. At the same time, the volcanic hell that surrounded Shifeng transformed into a golden shrine with an altar before him. 3 rainbow treasure chests were stacked up one upon another on the altar, and placed on top of these treasure chests was a thick and heavy black leather book. Victory at last. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. Serena was just too powerful. Whether it was in terms of techniques or basic attributes, he was far inferior to the fallen angel. Shifeng and his doppelganger had sent out over 100 attacks within the 3 seconds of instant strike's duration. Yet, Shifeng had only managed to land a hit on Serena at the very last second. The fallen angel's strength was simply terrifying. Most likely, even Kite would not be a match for Serena, who had suppressed her strength to Tier 1. If Serena had suppressed her strength to Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, he would not have stood a chance against her at all. Although Shifeng had only managed to get through the test after immense difficulty, his harvest was similarly huge. During his 3 seconds of frantic attacking, Shifeng had thoroughly experienced Serena's perfect sword defense technique firsthand. He had seen for himself the sword technique of an NPC standing at the peak of God's domain. This was not something just any player would get to enjoy, as normally, they would have killed with a single hit. After Shifeng reviewed his memories of the previous battle a few times, he walked up to the altar and carefully picked up the black leather book. As soon as he did so, he felt a hard stare. Moreover, this feeling was not just limited to one person staring at him. Instead, he felt the gazes of a vast number of people. Every one of these gazes felt cold and violent. It was as if his body had submerged in a chilling, icy hell. Sure enough, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and appraised the black leather book. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. It's actually a fragmented legendary item. I heard that the Bible of Darkness Fantasy Extinguisher was an epic item. Was the one he obtained a replica? Shifeng muttered, feeling rather surprised as he looked at the quality of the Bible of Darkness in his hands. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng felt it was possible. With how powerful Serena was, Fantasy Extinguisher should not have been able to injure the fallen angel at all with the strength he had at that time. It was highly possible that he had chosen the first option instead. Meanwhile, Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to become a peerless expert in the Black Dragon Empire thanks to the Bible of Darkness. With the help of the Bible of Darkness, Fantasy Extinguisher managed not only to become exceedingly powerful himself but also to increase the strength of his guild significantly. Only afterward did Blue Frost and the others from District 1 shine brightly. Back then, countless guilds had looked at Fantasy Extinguisher enviously. There was nothing remarkable about owning a single epic item. However, the Bible of Darkness was no ordinary epic item, as it held the power to increase the overall strength of a guild. The Bible of Darkness was capable of strengthening players with the power of darkness. Not only could players receive a huge boost in attributes, but they could also obtain an enhanced skill corresponding to their classes. This was the reason why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to form the invincible Black Demon Legion in the past, allowing the guild to become one of the tyrants of the Black Dragon Empire. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Black Demon Legion. If Fantasy Extinguisher had gained such achievements by relying on a replica, what would have happened if he had obtained the real Bible of Darkness? Most likely, the entire Black Dragon Empire would have fallen into the Fantasy Shrine's hands. Shi Feng inwardly grew excited as he looked at the Bible of Darkness in his hands. He had finally completed one of the steps required to become an overlord in God's domain, whether it was the magic weapon Abyssal Blade or the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Both were items that focused on increasing his personal strength. They were of little use in raising the overall strength of his guild. However, the Bible of Darkness was different. It was an item focused on increasing the overall strength of many players. With the Bible of Darkness in hand, he would be able to form a group of Black Demon Guards. With his special training plan, he would be able to quickly establish a Black Demon Legion that surpassed even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. At that time, who, in Starmoon Kingdom, would be able to compete with him? After some fantasizing, Shi Feng then stored the Bible of Darkness and shifted his gaze towards the 3 rainbow treasure chests. I have really made a killing from the epic quest this time. Not only did I get a fragmented legendary item, but I also obtained a chapter of shelter and a magic device forging design. Shi Feng laughed. He quickly tucked the contents of all 3 rainbow treasure chests into his bag. The first rainbow treasure chest contained 188 soul crystals. Though Shi Feng himself had no use for these things, he would be able to upgrade the Lion's Bar to a 2-star bar with this many soul crystals. At that time, the production volume of the 100-berry wine would increase to a level barely enough to supply the upper echelons of both District 1 and 0 Wing. The second rainbow treasure chest contained the chapter of shelter. Before coming to the World Summit, Shi Feng had asked Blue Frost about large shelters in detail. If a small shelter was akin to a small village, then a medium shelter was a small town, while a large shelter was a large town. Why were so many guild forces madly accumulating resources and were adamant in upgrading a shelter to a large shelter? It was because larger shelters possessed a certain degree of self-defense. The number of players a shelter could hold was not unlimited. If players wished to become a resident of a shelter, they had to register themselves with said shelter. Meanwhile, the number of players a shelter could register was limited. If there was no cap to registration, players within the Dark Den would have long since migrated to the best shelters available to develop themselves. It was also precisely this limitation that severely restricted the development speed of a shelter. A small shelter could register a maximum of 10,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the member count of a small guild. Medium shelters could register up to 30,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the player population of a small town. Aside from having a larger population, players could also construct some specialty buildings such as the Lion's Bar in a medium shelter. The overall strength of a medium shelter was significantly higher than a small shelter's. Meanwhile, when a medium shelter was upgraded to a large shelter, the number of players the shelter could register would undergo a qualitative change, directly increasing to 100,000. That number could practically rival the member count of a second-rate guild. Moreover, the functions of the shelter would also increase notably. The increase was not limited to just the skill books and specialty supplied. Players of the shelter would also be able to tame mounts. Mounts could be said to be the lifeblood of players residing within the Dark Den. With no teleportation magic arrays in the Dark Den, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel to their desired destinations. With a mount, the mobility of players would improve significantly, and as a result, their strength would also rise much faster than before. Hence, the various guild forces were desperately accumulating resources in order to create a large shelter of their own. This was also why plenty of independent shelters subordinated themselves to guild forces. As long as they joined a guild force, they could head to the large shelter controlled by said guild force and purchase mounts. Otherwise, they would have to wait until their own shelters were promoted into large shelters or try their luck in large-scale team dungeons. Now that Shi Feng had the chapter of shelter, he could directly promote the shelter of District 1 to a large shelter. The players inside the shelter could then begin to accumulate funds and resources. As soon as they reached a sufficient level, they would be able to purchase a mount of their own. Compared to the players of other shelters, the players of District 1 would be able to save up on plenty of time. Although I've obtained the chapter of shelter, I still don't have a way to return to the shelter right now. It seems that I can only wait until the cooldown of the position teleportation scroll ends before making another trip to District 1's shelter. Shifeng suddenly recalled that he had arrived at the central area of the dark den through a teleportation gate. As for the method of returning to the evil ghost domain, he had no idea whatsoever with the items he came for in hand. Shifeng did not continue idling around inside the Lord of Destruction's shrine. He took out a return scroll and began chanting the incantation required to teleport back to White River City. After 20 seconds passed, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the shrine. Chapter 6:12 Winds have changed. White River City Teleportation Hole. Due to Zero Wing's ever-growing fame and the candlelight trading firm's wide array of high-end products, many players were attracted to White River City. Currently, one could see plenty of players forming dungeon raiding parties in the wide and spacious teleportation hole. The prosperity and liveliness here were far more intense than in Starmoon City. The moment Shifeng stepped out of the teleportation hall, he could feel the hustle and bustle that filled the city. Other than a large number of independent players who filled the city streets, there were also plenty of guild players. These guild players' average levels were very high. Although they could not compare to the players in the Dark Den, most of these guild players were still level 27 or 28. That was still quite high in the current God's domain. These guild players also wore fine gold and secret silver equipment. They were the envy of ordinary players. That guild is amazing. Its members' equipment looks so amazing. They should be catching up to the powerful guilds in White River City. I've heard of that guild before. It's called Heaven's Burial, and it's one of the newly established White River City guilds. Although it is a new guild, it is very powerful. So far, Heaven's Burial has already raided many 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons and is in the midst of planning to raid 50-man team dungeons. I also heard that the guild has a very powerful backer. A strong backer isn't the only thing Heaven's Burial has. A few hours ago, one of Heaven's Burial's experts managed to break into the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. It is the 10th guild in White River City to set foot on the Divine Colosseum's 4th floor. I've been to the newly launched Divine Colosseum as well and paid 1 magic crystal to challenge it. The challenges are insanely difficult. I only managed to reach the 2nd floor after exhausting myself. And I died the moment I set foot on the 2nd floor. In the end, I only got 1 silver as a reward. It was a serious loss. Heaven's Burial is amazing. Even Zero Wing, the most powerful guild in White River City, has only advanced to the Colosseum's 5th floor. The Divine Colosseum, which had recently appeared in God's domain, drew the interest and attention of many players, and every conversation was related to it in one way or another. After God's domain had undergone its 3rd evolution, combat in the game had become more difficult for players. The Divine Colosseum was a very good place to train their combat techniques. Only, training there was too expensive. Moreover, the Colosseum only accepted magic crystals as currency. This had caused the price of magic crystals to skyrocket overnight. Since the 3rd system upgrade, the price of magic crystals had doubled. Sure enough, that which should arrive, will arrive. Shifeng was frustrated as he swept a glance over the members of Heaven's Burial. Before the 3rd evolution of God's domain, international corporations had only prepared to invest in God's domain. As for other smaller corporations, they had not paid much attention to this particular investment route. However, with the launch of the Divine Colosseum, God's domain's popularity began to show signs of overtaking the fighting competitions in the real world. This situation drove corporations, both big and small, around the world towards the game. With a potential gold mine in sight, these corporations began to increase their investments in the game. For a time, countless new guilds emerged throughout God's domain, all wishing to take a bite of the pie known as God's domain. Among these corporations, several major investors looked to Starmoon Kingdom. Some bought shares of long-standing guilds, while others chose to establish their own guilds. Among these newly established guilds, 3 stood out: Cloud9, Yin Yang Court, and Heaven's Burial. In the past, Heaven Burial had started developing itself in Starmoon City. The guild was clearly ambitious. While Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been busy fighting each other, Heaven's Burial had taken advantage of the situation and solidified its position in Starmoon City in one fell swoop. In the end, it had even forced the two first-rate guilds to suffer quite a few hardships. Shifeng had never expected that, after White River City began to show signs of becoming the #1 city in Starmoon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial would run to White River City to develop itself. Moreover, of the newly established guild Shifeng had seen so far, Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one of the top 3 newbies to establish itself in White River City. He also saw members of both Cloud9 and Yin Yang Court interesting. Everyone's has come to White River City trying to take a bite out of the fat piece of meat that I cooked up. Do they really think that Zero Wing is some kind of pushover? Shifeng could not help but smile. Zero Wing indeed possessed plenty of enemies. In the dark, Underworld lurked and spat like a viper. In the light, they had also provoked the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. As Shifeng made his way to White River City's library, he discovered that, despite having only been away from the city for a short time, many players had acquired their own NPC guards. NPC guards had become beacons of hope for many powerless players. At the same time, these NPC guards had also received attention from the various large guilds. As a result, these NPCs' development speeds were unusually fast. Players who were trying to become merchants were especially interested in these NPC guards. In God's domain, players' activities were not limited to killing monsters out in the fields. Players could also take on all sorts of quests. Many merchant players, who did not possess any combat power, could rely on NPC guards when carrying out special quests. However, the majority of the quests did not allow the assistance of ordinary guards, only personal guards. Just as Shifeng arrived before White River City's library, the sound of his system communicator rang by his ears, and the caller was none other than Everlasting War Brother Yifeng. You've finally come online. I've been trying to contact you for a while. How are preparations coming along? Everlasting War asked, slightly worried. Shifeng was the expert he had recommended. If Shifeng did not pass the selection test, it would stain his reputation. There are no issues. I can participate in the selection at any time. Seeing as Brother Everlasting is contacting me, has something happened? Shifeng asked. The selection held in Beast City was tomorrow morning. There was still quite some time before the selection began. Something must have happened for Everlasting War to contact him. It's nothing major. Only, the higher-ups have changed the requirements for the selection. Now, after you pass the selection, you are required to sign a contract and become a member of the company if you join the battle team. Of course, you will receive far more benefits as well. For example, you will be entitled to 5% of the wagers made on the matches you win, Everlasting War explained. If Brother Yifeng joins the battle team, with your strength, you will easily make more than a dozen times the credits the guild leader of a first-rate guild would normally earn. Once the battle team becomes famous, your status in the world will become even greater than any leader of a first-rate guild. What do you think, Brother Yifeng? Everlasting War and his group did not particularly care about signing the new contract as they had originally been employees of the company. However, Shifeng was different. He was affiliated with Zero Wing. Moreover, he was one of Zero Wing's core members. He had definitely signed a contract with the guild. If he joined the battle team, unless the company allowed it, he would not be able to be part of any guilds in the future. To put it bluntly, the company was restricting the freedom of the team members instead of cooperating with them. Of course, if Brother Yifeng is selected to become one of the members of the battle team, the company will take full responsibility of the breach of agreement with your guild. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this. Everlasting War was very confident in Shifeng's strength, and he desperately hoped that Shifeng would join their battle team. In his opinion, what did a guild in a virtual reality game amount to? How could it possibly hope to match up against an international corporation? Chapter 613, Peak of Starmoon. The benefits Everlasting War had mentioned were quite tempting. The Dark Arena was a place where the various international corporations around the world could secretly compete. The resources and funding involved were on an entirely different level than ordinary arenas. Even just 5% of the gambling rewards was sufficient to make someone a tycoon overnight. Moreover, as one's battle record in the Dark Arena grew, the bets on their matches also increased. The income one could potentially earn through the dark arena could even tempt international fighters. To virtual reality gaming experts, that was an astronomical number. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg based on what information Shifeng had. In the past, any players who signed a contract with a battle team held extraordinary positions in the corporation that owned the team. If it were a famous player such as Everlasting War, even the upper echelons of international corporations would treat them with respect. The guild leader of a second-rate guild did not even qualify to fawn over such players. They were from entirely different worlds. The third evolution of God's domain arrived too soon. I did not expect these international corporations to discover the importance of expert players so quickly. Shifeng frowned, feeling disappointed. It would have been great if these international corporations had only discovered this fact a few days after the selection tests. However, since these international corporations had discovered the truth, he could not do anything to change it. He was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Moreover, in this life, he had sworn that he would not be controlled by others ever again. Brother Everlasting, since the higher-ups have made this decision, you will have to forgive me for not participating in the selection. Shifeng directly refused. Although he could no doubt earn a lot of money, fame, and status in the dark arena, in the era of God's domain, a player could similarly obtain all of these things so long as they had the ability. Since he could not earn a large sum of credits through the dark arena, he just had to look for some other way. As a reincarnator, he did not believe that he could not earn credits from other avenues. Particularly, from his trip to the Dark Den, he had obtained the teleportation magic array design and magic device forging design. These two items were practically money printing machines. As long as he had enough raw materials, the money he could make would be astronomical. Everlasting War was slightly stunned by Shifeng's reply. He had not thought that Shifeng would refuse his offer so decisively. However, when he thought about Shifeng's skill, he hurriedly advised, "Brother Yifeng, won't you reconsider? At the end of the day, a gaming guild is only a gaming guild. It is nothing compared to a major corporation that can affect the world's economy. With your skills, I guarantee that you'll at least become vice leader of the battle team." The team's strength did not rely on a single person. After all, each battle team could include up to 10 members. Naturally, the more experts there were in a team, the higher the team's chances were of obtaining victory. In Everlasting War's opinion, Shifeng could most likely rank within the top 3 within their battle team. If they lost a top 3 expert, it would wound the battle team's overall strength. Brother Everlasting, don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Moreover, I have many matters that I need to attend to. Not being able to join is a good thing. Anyways, I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you another time. Shifeng disconnected the call. He then entered the library. Meanwhile, Everlasting War could not help but sigh as he said, "Truly disappointing." Disappointing? What's there to be disappointed about? Isn't he just a core member of a small guild? How strong could he be? He must have realized how weak he actually is. Do you know how many experts of God's domain and professional fighters are trying to join the glorious battle team? Even if he shows up, he will never be selected. A luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman standing across from Everlasting War disdainfully dismissed his concern. 4 bodyguards in black stood next to this woman. All 4 radiated intimidating auras that were capable of making Everlasting War, someone who had once been a professional bodyguard, anxious. Particularly, the rugged-looking man among these bodyguards was very famous in the bodyguard industry. He was known as the Steel Guard, and even some international fighters were no match for him. Director Hua, Yifeng is no ordinary expert. If you can restore the recruitment conditions to what they were before and allow him to join the glorious battle team, our chances of beating our next opponent, the Midday Wolves, will be much higher. This will also greatly benefit the company. Everlasting War carefully suggested the changes in the battle team's recruitment conditions were all due to this woman, Hua Qiushui, standing before him. Although he did not understand why Hua Qiushui had suddenly changed the conditions, this last-minute adjustment troubled him, the leader of the battle team. However, despite his annoyance, Hua Qiushui's position was extraordinary. A single word from her could easily leave him jobless. Hence, he did not dare speak too boldly in front of her naturally. I have considered these changes carefully. You only need to focus on how you're going to defeat your next opponent. He is merely a nameless expert. Do you think that, just because we are missing one nameless expert, you're going to lose against your next opponent? Hua Chuxue questioned, her voice low and dangerous. He is just one less nameless expert participating in the selection. There are plenty of God's domain experts coming to take the test. Among them, many are well known in the industry. These people's standards are far beyond his. I think that Vice Leader Journey Leave should administer the test this time around. You should take this time to think of a strategy to deal with the midday wolves. Everlasting War's words had clearly dissatisfied Hua Chuxue. Without hesitation, she had stripped him of his duties for a few days. Helpless, Everlasting War could only agree with the lady director. Inside White River City's library. After entering the library, Shifeng headed towards the building's top floor. 2 level 180 tier 2 white-robed knights stood by the doors. Normally, ordinary players would not dare approach the Star Moon Hole. However, Shifeng had long since become a frequent visitor of this place. Without hesitation, he walked past the knights and opened the doors to the hall. Charlene, who sat beside a table, looked at Shifeng, mildly stating, "You're here." Hearing Charlene's intimate greeting, Shifeng could not help but tense up. "Crap. I forgot to store the coins in my bag." Seeing Charlene's intimate smile, Shifeng suddenly thought of the precious coins he had in his bag. This reaction was practically instinctual now. Although Charlene was an NPC, she seemed more realistic than a real person. Though she always appeared friendly, her actions said otherwise. If not for a few tricks he hid up his sleeves, she would have bankrupted him long ago. Ha ha ha. "Come over here, let me see what you've brought this time." Charlene waved her hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Shifeng's body, sending him flying towards Charlene. Shifeng was shocked at this sudden development. After not meeting for some time, Charlene's strength had increased once more. Charlene, who had been a Tier 4 Great Divine official, had now become a level 200 Tier 5 Red official. At this point, Charlene was many times stronger than Weissman, White River City's magistrate. She stood at the peak of Starmoon Kingdom. Although Shifeng had long since known that Charlene was not an ordinary NPC and that her strength would increase significantly every time they met, her improvement speed was simply mind-blowing. Even he, someone who had played God's domain for more than a decade, found it astonishing. Just who is Charlene? Questions filled Shifeng's heart. Chapter 614, Demon Gate. Just as Shifeng pondered Charlene's identity, a hint of shock surfaced in the red official's golden eyes. "You have actually obtained it." Charlene could not help but reevaluate her opinion of Shifeng. "And here I thought you would bring me a replica to help you solve your problem." Hearing this, surprise appeared on Shifeng's face. He had only discovered the truth about the replica from the fallen angel Serena. He had not expected Charlene to know about it as well. Charlene could see the question floating in Shifeng's mind. Smiling, she explained, "The Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. The Lord of Destruction crafted this item, and it is a treasure used to gain dominance over all demonic creatures. Even though the Bible has been destroyed, it still holds boundless power. There are countless powerhouses who wish to obtain it. In the past, plenty of strong people tried going to the Dark Den to obtain the Bible of Darkness. In the end, however, they only managed to return with replicas. Even so, a replica of the Bible of Darkness still possesses a certain degree of power. There are no problems with using it to solve your great demon problem. Only, at the end of the day, a replica is still a replica. While it might be useful to a weak little adventurer like you, to high-tiered powerhouses, it is hardly worth anything. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher stopped using the Bible of Darkness after he became a Tier 4 class. Shifeng came to a realization after listening to Charlene's explanation. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had made a name for himself by relying on the Bible of Darkness and had even enabled the Fantasy Shrine to overwhelm the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild branch. However, after Fantasy Extinguisher became a Tier 4 Spirit Emperor, he stopped using the Bible of Darkness. Back then, everyone had thought that Fantasy Extinguisher had dropped the Bible of Darkness and lost it after someone had killed him. Epic items, particularly special epic items like the Bible of Darkness, an item that would take effect even when inside a player's bag, would not lose its worth with the passing of time. Even a Tier 5 expert could continue to use it. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even Tier 6 God-ranked players would not necessarily own such items. Owning a unique epic item was still quite impressive. As Shifeng re-examined the situation, he realized that it was highly possible that the replica of the Bible of Darkness could only display its worth up until Tier 3. If it were not helpful to Tier 4 classes, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have continued to use it. Take it out, then, Charlene said softly, her eyes smiling. Shifeng carefully retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and placed it on the table beside him. Sure enough, it's the real deal. You really are quite the capable fellow. Do you know just how many powerhouses are trying to retrieve the Bible of Darkness? In the end, everyone only returns with a replica. If they knew that a little fellow like you had the real thing, they would most likely go crazy from anger. Charlene nodded, smiling as she scrutinized the Bible of Darkness. She then continued, since you brought me the genuine article, I'll give you two options. The first option is free of charge. For this option, you'll be able to solve the problem of the Great Demon descending on you. The second option will cost you 1,500 gold and 100 soul crystals. For this option, you can be done once and for all, destroying the Great Demon that targets you. Sure enough. Shifeng could not help but send Charlene a contemptuous gaze. Currently, he had a little over 1,600 gold in his bag. This was the money the candlelight trading firm had made while he had been absent. If he gave it all to Charlene, he would become a pauper once more. However, even so, Shifeng gritted his teeth and handed over the money. If he had chosen the first option, although it might seem like he had dealt with the Great Demon, in reality, Charlene would only weaken the descended Great Demon to a level that he could cope with. He would still have to deal with the Great Demons while descending on him every so often until he could defeat and kill it. In the past, the Darkness's descent plagued Fantasy Extinguisher, requiring him to deal with a weakened Great Demon every so often and throwing his guild, Fantasy Shrine, into chaos. The fact that he had a second option was considerably lucky. This might be the difference between a replica and the genuine product. Charlene received the coins and soul crystals with a saintly smile. Nodding with satisfaction, she said, "All right, step back." Following Charlene's request, Shifeng moved more than 30 yards away from her. Meanwhile, Charlene held up the Bible of Darkness. After flipping through a few pages, she began chanting a series of incantations, her hand continuously tracing out a line of runes in the air. As the line of runes grew longer, the power of darkness filling the Star Moon Hall grew denser and denser, to the point where Shifeng could even see faint black mist appear. This black mist desperately gathered in front of Charlene, forming a fourfold magic array. The surrounding space began to blur as well. The powerful mana was even capable of suppressing the space within the hall. This mana is simply too powerful. I can't move at all. Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the fourfold magic array suspended in midair. A magic array was actually capable of forming its own space. Chances were that only Tier 5 existences like Charlene were capable of forming such an array. After Charlene finished writing the runes, she casually scattered the 100 soul crystals before her. Immediately, all 100 soul crystals transformed into gray smoke. This gray smoke then formed a pair of silvery gray gates. There were countless images of demons engraved on these ancient gates, and every one of these demons was quite famous throughout God's domain. These were existences that even ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses would not dare provoke. Are you trying to summon a demon? Shifeng frowned at the gray gates. He could clearly feel how frightening their power was. If the gates opened, horrific creatures would most likely crawl out. You've guessed correctly. I am trying to summon a demon. Moreover, I am summoning the Great Demon that targets you. Otherwise, how you going to get rid of it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her golden eyes then shifted back to the gray gates. In the name of darkness, I summon thee. Emerge, great demon Kildred. The moment Charlene finished speaking, the gray gates abruptly opened. Who dares to summon me? A cold, dark voice boomed through the gray gates, following which, a figure pushed through the gray gates. This figure sported a large pair of black bat wings and 2 pitch-black goat horns on his head. Pitch-black scaled covered his entire body, and killing intent filled his blood-red eyes. The moment Kildred appeared, he surveyed his surroundings with his blood-red eyes, and he could not help but sneer at what he saw. And here I wondered who had summoned me. It turns out that it's just you, little divine official, and that foolish adventurer, Kildred said disdainfully as he flapped his wings. I did not expect that little ants like you could actually obtain the real Bible of Darkness. As your reward for summoning me, I'll collect your souls and the Bible. Is this great demon stupid? Shifeng frowned at Kildred. Confused. Kildred was a level 180 tier 4 great demon. On the other hand, Charlene was a level 200 tier 5 red official. No matter how he looked at it, they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, the great demon had actually called Charlene a little divine official. Did Kildred believe that he was a tier 6 demon god? Ha! Wait a minute, Shifeng immediately discovered the problem. For some reason, the Charlene before him had somehow fallen from being a tier 5 red official to a tier 3 divine official. Little brother, stop daydreaming. Right now, your task is to kill him, Charlene instructed as she looked at Shifeng. She paid no attention to the great demon Kildred's provocation. You wish to kill me, the great demon Kildred? You too must be insane. I'll show you what the consequences are for summoning a great demon. Kildred revealed a malicious grin upon hearing Charlene's words. Suddenly, black flames appeared in his hand. Chapter 6:15, Tier 5 Curse. The raging black flames quickly transformed into a ferocious beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on Charlene. Boom. At the sound of an explosion, the black flames in the air suddenly began to collapse, dissipating into nothingness. The great demon Kildred's malicious expression suddenly changed, and he no longer looked down on Charlene. Rather, he gazed at the tier 3 divine official with solemn eyes. Even tier 4 classes would find it difficult to deal with soul fire, yet, Charlene managed to disperse it without moving in the slightest. One could just imagine what kind of power she contained. No. It wasn't the soul fire that was defeated. My mana. Kildred was horrified as he quickly discovered the true problem. His mana rapidly leaked from his body. Due to the lack of mana, he had lost control of the soul fire he had summoned, causing it to disappear. Standing at a distance, Shifeng was also shocked by Charlene's counterattack. The great demon Kildred's level plummeted, as did his tier. Level 180. Level 170. Level 160. In a short moment, the great demon Kildred had become a level 35 tier 2 evil spirit. He was no longer a level 180 tier 4 great demon. What have you done? Kildred asked, gaping at Charlene in abject horror. Oh, it's nothing. I just used God's Twilight, a tier 5 curse, Charlene said, smiling. While inside God's Twilight's effective area, all beings above tier 2 will be forcefully suppressed by 2 tiers. Naturally, their levels will lower as well. Upon hearing these words, Kildred instantly paled. Shifeng was similarly astonished. A tier 5 curse. This was a spell that could rival the power of a tier 6 god-ranked spell. Kildred, you can only escape this situation by defeating the adventurer before you. Otherwise, you will die here. Although Charlene's voice sounded pleasing to the ears, her words caused even a great demon like Kildred to shudder in fear. Realizing that was his cue, Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade in Purgatory's shadow. This should be the final test. Shifeng licked his lips as he stared at the great demon Kildred, who hovered in the air. He had always known that it would not be so easy to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked Bible of Darkness in God's domain. There was an abundance of epic items. However, fragmented legendary and legendary items that were above epic rank, were extraordinarily rare. If players wanted to obtain one, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. The fact that he had grasped a special fragmented legendary item such as the Bible of Darkness with so little trouble could already be considered a miracle in the past. To obtain a single fragmented legendary item, the various large guilds throughout God's domain would have to be busy for at least 1 to 2 months, possibly 3 to 4 months. Unless one were extremely lucky and encountered special locations such as the Star River Valley, they would have to rely on quests to obtain a fragmented legendary item. Little ant, a tier 1 swordsman like you dares to draw your sword against me, the great demon Kildred. You are indeed courageous. However, just because I have been suppressed to tier 2, you think you have a chance of defeating me? Kildred laughed angrily as he felt the sting of a deep wound to his pride. How will I know if I don't try? Shifeng laughed. He then approached the great demon one step at a time. Kildred, evil spirit great demon. Level 35. HP 1000000/1000000. A tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a lord-ranked monster. However, due to Kildred's intelligence, his combat power was definitely much higher than an ordinary lord. His HP, though lower than an ordinary lord, was also much higher than a player's. As Shifeng approached Kildred gradually, he suddenly discovered something fortunate. While he was under the effects of God's twilight, all of his skills' cooldowns had not only been refreshed, but they had also been reduced by half. It seems my test this time is to defeat a tier 2 evil spirit. While at my peak, Shifeng had initially been worried that he would not be able to use Blade Liberation. Now, however, it seemed that his worries were for naught. Die, the great demon Kildred roared. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He then swooped down and jabbed the spear towards Shifeng in rapid succession. In the next moment, streaks of black light rained down on the swordsman tier 2 skill, Black Rain Annihilation. Shifeng did not dare to hold back. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He then used the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, and leaped into the air with a 280% increase to his movement speed. Shifeng's speed could rival that of a great lord. Very easily, he escaped the effective area of Black Rain Annihilation. Moreover, due to his ability to fly, he had no need to fear the great demon Kildred's ranged attacks from the air. After avoiding Kildred's Black Rain Annihilation, Shifeng proceeded to activate the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, Black Emperor, and Purgatory Power, instantly pushing his combat power to its peak. Immediately, both sides began a fierce and deadly dance with Wind Rider active. Shifeng held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. As a result, he was able to dodge all the great demon's attacks easily. Kildred could not even make contact with Shifeng's body. On the other hand, sword lights bombarded on the scales covering Kildred's body, easily penetrating the great demon's armor. Chop. 25, 641 Thunder Flame Explosion. 47, 156 Thundering Flash. -14,527, -18,546, -24, 716. Every skill Shifeng executed had a completion rate of 95% or above, allowing his skill's effect to increase significantly. The great demon Kildred's 1 million HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a measly 5 seconds, the great demon only had 70% of his HP remaining. However, Shifeng suddenly discovered that, as he relentlessly attacked the great demon, his opponent's strength and speed began to rise. Originally, when he had activated twofold Berserk, his strength should have rivaled even a high lord of the same level and overwhelmed the great demon Kildred. After a short period of intense battle, however, Kildred's strength was already equal to his. The great demon's speed also quickly caught up. This can't continue. Although I don't know whether he is growing stronger due to the length of battle increasing or his HP decreasing, I need to finish him off as soon as possible. Shifeng used Flame Burst. Suddenly, 2 miniature suns appeared and illuminated the Star Moon Hall. 24 consecutive strikes. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst at the same time. 24 sword lights cut across the space of the hall, striking the great demon Kildred. Every sword light from Shifeng dealt over -20,000 damage to the great demon. His doppelganger caused over -10,000 damage with each attack as well. When critical hits were achieved, the damage of the attacks doubled. When the attacks ended, the great demon Kildred suffered a total damage of over 500,000. This, Shi Feng was stupefied when he saw the great demon that he had attacked at this moment. The great demon Kildred had only 40% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, a faint, black light radiated from Kildred's body. Tier 2 skill, Dark Shield. It was a spell that could absorb a relatively large amount of damage. Damn it. Shi Feng frowned. Flame Burst was his ultimate skill. Yet, the great demon had actually managed to negate a portion of its damage. Currently, the great demon Kildred had grown more formidable after the attack. Meanwhile, there were less than 10 seconds left on Blade Liberation's duration. Ha ha ha. My strength has completely surpassed yours now. Die, human. Kildred snorted. He then threw his spear at Shi Feng. Kildred's spear was extremely fast, and even Shi Feng only barely managed to block it with his swordsping. Shi Feng was immediately struck down from the air, his body colliding heavily with the floor and shattering it. A damage of close to -1,100 points appeared above his head. This was the damage he received after blocking the great demon's attack. If he had failed to block the attack, he would have lost far more than a little over 1,000 HP. However, the great demon Kildred was not finished. Suddenly, Kildred split into two copies of himself. These two Kildreds looked exactly the same, and their attributes were equally frightening. In the next moment, one Kildred charged at Shi Feng's doppelganger while the other charged at Shi Feng. Chapter 6:16, Promotion to Count. Two identical great demon Kildreds attacked Shi Feng, and his doppelganger Shi Feng, who had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, had no choice but to dodge the great demon's attacks. Although Shi Feng had entered the flowing water realm and could predict the trajectories of Kildred's attacks, the great demon's spear was like a venomous snake that consistently sent fatal blows towards his blind spots if any other player stood in his place, not to mention dodging, even blocking the attacks. Would be difficult. Facing the unavoidable attacks, Shi Feng had no choice but to block with his swords. However, the great demon Kildred's strength was simply too intense. Each of his attacks managed to push Shi Feng back by several steps and inflict slightly more than -1,000 damage. Fortunately, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased Shi Feng's defense and HP by 300%. With over 30,000 HP, Shi Feng could endure the great demon's assault for quite some time. Only, Shi Feng's twofold berserk state could only last for 20 seconds. Once these 20 seconds were over, he would enter a weakened state and would lose all power to resist the great demon. A short moment later, the other great demon Kildred defeated Shi Feng's doppelganger. Ha ha ha. Human, you are quite amazing. A mere tier 1 swordsman like yourself has actually managed to damage me, the great demon Kildred, to such an extent. As a reward, I'll let you become my puppet, and you can follow my orders for the rest of your life. Kildred sneered at Shi Feng, who desperately tried to defend against his attack. Standing at a distance, Charlene frowned slightly as she watched the battle. Sighing, she muttered, was it still too soon? Now, Shi Feng no longer had his doppelganger. His ultimate skill, Flame Burst, was also on cooldown. Even though he was under the effects of God's Twilight, reducing his cooldowns by half, Flame Burst still had a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. Most importantly, he had to face two great demon Kildreds who had the same attributes and 40% HP remaining. Shi Feng had no chance of winning. It would be Shi Feng's end once the two great demon Kildreds launched a pincer attack. Human, be at ease and become my slave. In the blink of an eye, the two great demon Kildreds appeared in front of and behind Shi Feng, both great demons revealing a ferocious expression. This is just the twin life technique. Do you really think that I have no way of unraveling it? At this moment, Shi Feng's previously stern expression suddenly vanished. On the contrary, he revealed a disdainful and victorious smile. Hearing Shi Feng mention the words, twin life technique, Kildred's expression turned grim. Twin life technique was a special skill that did not possess any tiers. It was a skill that utilized the aid of a treasure to produce a doppelganger with the same capabilities as the original, though both the doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. However, unlike the original, the damage the doppelganger received would be increased by 300%. While Twin Life technique boosted its users' combat power, it also increased the damage they took. The skill was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it could display boundless power. If used badly, one would cut their own lifeline with this skill. So what if you know about the Twin Life technique? Can you tell which one is real and which is fake? Kildred did not believe that Shifeng could differentiate the true Kildred from his doppelganger. The doppelganger the Twin Life technique had created was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to tell the difference by sight alone. Even if you identify the doppelganger, will you be able to block the attacks from both of us? Shifeng did not reply to the great demon. Instead, he pointed the abyssal blade towards the hall's ceiling. Suddenly, countless golden divine swords appeared above them. When these golden swords descended, two different damages appeared above the two great demons' heads. The great demon in front of Shifeng received over -5,000 damage, while the one behind Shifeng received over -15,000 damage. At this point, it was obvious which was real and which was fake. However, Shifeng was not finished with his attacks. Tightening his grip around the abyssal blade, he swung the magic weapon downwards. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, the space within 30 yards around Shifeng took on the effects of a quagmire. The two great demon Kildreds were unable to move. Although Kildred was immune to fainted effects and other control conditions, the abyssal blade was as powerful as an epic weapon. Even if Abyssal Curse could not restrict the great demon for a full 5 seconds, to Shifeng, 2 or 3 seconds were more than enough. I've been waiting for this moment. Shifeng activated silent steps and appeared behind Kildred's doppelganger. Suddenly, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand released a dazzling flame. How is this possible? How can you still use that skill? Kildred's originally calm expression abruptly changed. The skill Shifeng currently used was none other than Flame Burst, the skill that had previously inflicted massive amounts of damage. However, Shifeng had used that skill recently. Now, the swordsman used it against his doppelganger once more. Die! Shifeng did not bother explaining anything to the great demon. In truth, while Kildred's doppelganger faced off against his doppelganger, he had used up the 30 stacks of Death Aura on Flame Burst. Each stack of Death Aura could reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds, and 30 stacks just happened to grant him 90 seconds. Once his doppelganger died, he pretended to struggle against one of the great demon's attacks, allowing the two great demon Kildreds to launch a pincer attack and giving him a good opportunity to deal with the great demon's doppelganger. 12 consecutive strikes bit into the great demon's immobile doppelganger. Even when Shifeng had used Flame Burst on the real great demon Kildred, each of his attacks had dealt over -20,000 damage. Now that the damage was amplified by 300%, each strike dealt over -60,000 damage against Kildred's doppelganger, or -120,000 damage with a critical hit. Against such frightening damages, Kildred's doppelganger died instantly. No. Kildred released a frustrated scream. Unfortunately, Twin Life technique made it so that both doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. The doppelganger's death meant the original's death. The great demon Kildred would never have guessed that Shifeng was a reincarnator. Not only was Shifeng extremely familiar with many of the skills in God's domain, but he also knew the weaknesses of the various skills. After Shifeng killed the great demon Kildred, a golden glow appeared around his body. Moreover, this golden glow appeared twice in a row. Shifeng's level immediately jumped from level 32 to level 34. Such an abundant amount of EXP. Shifeng said in shock, as the class he possessed was the hidden class Blade Saint. The EXP he required to level up was double of what other players required. Now that he had leveled up twice in a row, not only had he earned back the level he had lost at the World Summit, but he also gained a level beyond that system. Epic Quest, Darkness Descends, Completed Quest Rewards, Demon Slayer, Title, Starmoon Kingdom Reputation plus 50, White River City Reputation plus 500, automatically promoted to the status of Count in White River City system. Congratulations on becoming a Count of White River City. You can now employ 100 guards, including 4 personal guards. You can also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures in White River City as expected of an epic quest. I've been promoted to a count after completing a single quest. I can lessen my costs significantly when I head to the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng said, smiling. If a viscount was considered a major noble, then a count was a top figure among major nobles in God's domain. The highest social status a player could attain in a city like White River City was marquis. Only in a capital city like Starmoon City could players become dukes. Thus, becoming a count of White River City was quite impressive to players. The largest difference between a count and a viscount, aside from the difference in status and the number of guards they could employ, was the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum was a location where players could raise their combat power. Meanwhile, the Colosseum required magic crystals as currency. However, viscounts or below would not receive any discounts at the Divine Colosseum. Only counts or above would enjoy that benefit. This was also one of the reasons why many players had strived to increase their reputation and become counts. That way, one could lessen the burden on their wallet compared to ordinary players. A count's title held far more importance to players who owned private lands because counts possessed much greater authority. This authority was also the capital that a player required if they wished to rise and succeed in a city. Chapter 617, Book of Legends. After the great demon Kildred died, Shifeng discovered a particularly interesting item. A design had dropped from the demon. However, this was no ordinary design. The design Kildred had dropped was nearly 4 times larger than ordinary design. Stable design. Shifeng could not help his shock after examining the item in God's domain. After players reached level 40, they could use mounts rather than relying on their own 2 feet to travel. Players could purchase common mounts from the various large cities. Of course, players were also required to have a certain amount of reputation before they could make this purchase. As for higher-ranking mounts, players could only obtain them through quests, raiding team dungeons, and killing high-ranking field bosses. Guild players had one other avenue to obtain a mount: the guild mount. Guild mounts were different from the generalized mounts that one could purchase from cities. They were mounts unique to guilds. They could also be considered the symbol of a guild. Not only did guild mounts possess higher movement speeds than common mounts, but they could also be upgraded. Only, upgrading a mount was very difficult. However, high-quality mounts were an ordinary player's dream. How could a guild obtain guild mounts? They could do so with the stable. In order to obtain a guild mount, a guild had to construct a stable in its residence and recruit NPCs to nurture the mount. Guild members could only purchase these mounts with guild contribution points. In the past, to obtain a guild mount, many independent players had desperately tried to join a guild. As for why they were so desperate to obtain a guild mount, aside from guild mounts having higher movement speed and being upgradable, the key benefit was that the mounts had unique appearances. Guild mounts had different appearances from the common mounts one could purchase from cities, so if one rode a guild mount while roaming a city's streets, they would attract a lot of attention. Not only could a guild mount serve to raise the reputation of its rider, but they were great icebreakers. The mounts one could purchase from cities only consisted of horses. The only difference between them was their coloring. However, guild mounts were not limited to horses, there were many other rideable species. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there were several thousand mount species in God's domain. Hence, most guilds would have their own unique mounts. Why were there so many species of guild mounts? It was because guild mounts were either wild beasts or demonic beasts that had been captured, tamed, cultivated, and propagated until they were finally rideable. This was why there were so many species available. Similarly, it was not easy for a guild to obtain a guild mount. This required a large amount of resources and manpower. Now that I have the stable design, I can push ahead with the plan to develop Zero Wings mount. Shifeng had considered a few locations where he could capture rare mounts in the past. The various large guilds throughout God's domain had headaches over the acquisition of their guild mounts. After all, depending on the beast they caught and the method they used to nurture said beast, the mount's attributes would be different. If a beast were nurtured properly, it could start with a rank close to bronze. The mount could also increase movement speed up to 115%. One could just imagine how beneficial this would be to a guild. While everyone used common mounts, they could obtain a mount that was close to bronze rank. With some additional nurturing, the guild would have a batch of bronze mounts. At bronze rank, mounts could assist players in battle. This alone would allow them to widen the gap between themselves and other players. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds would nurture the beasts they captured with extreme care to avoid a late start against other guilds. The sooner a guild possessed the stable design, the sooner they could start preparing their guild mounts. However, the stable design was extremely rare. The easiest method to obtain it was through raiding level 20 to level 60, 100-man team dungeons. Only, the drop rate for the design was abysmally low. In the past, even when guilds had offered to purchase a stable design for 5,000 or 6,000 gold, nobody was willing to sell theirs. Initially, Shifeng had planned to wait for everyone in the guild to grow stronger before raiding 100-man team dungeons. Now that the great demon Kildred had dropped this design, it had saved him plenty of time. After Shifeng stored the stable design excitedly, Charlene closed the Bible of Darkness and turned to Shifeng, saying softly, "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat the great demon Kildred. However, even though Kildred is dead, why is there still such a dense power of darkness lingering around you?" Seeing Charlene's confused expression, Shifeng quickly came to an understanding. He then retrieved Moloch's ring from his bag, saying, "This should be why." Moloch's ring. Charlene instantly recognized the ring. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get your hands on this ring?" "I stole it from a great demon called Nettle," Shifeng responded honestly. "Stole it?" Charlene's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She obviously did not believe Shifeng's claim. A Tier 4 great demon at full power only needed to swing his hand to wipe Shifeng out of existence. Shifeng would simply not survive an attempt to steal the ring from the great demon. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you just that ignorant? You actually had the guts to remove the seal on the ring. Fortunately, you only obtained Moloch's ring now. I guess you are somewhat lucky. Legend has it that Moloch's ring is related to the fall of the Lord of Balrogs. Moreover, this ring is a complete legendary item. With your strength, this ring will devour you very quickly. Devour? Shifeng thought back to when the great demon Nettle had chased after him. If not for his good luck, he would have certainly died. When I say devour, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you really think a legendary item is easily controlled? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Based on what I know, several hundred years ago, the demon that guarded this ring was a Tier 5 great demon king. After that great demon king was devoured, it became the current great demon Nettle's turn to guard it. Shifeng broke out in cold sweat upon hearing these words. At this moment, Shifeng understood what Charlene was trying to say. The so-called guardian of Moloch's ring was nothing but a sacrifice for the ring to devour. Meanwhile, those demons had been unaware of the fact that they were sacrifices. To make matters worse, he had foolishly stolen the ring without knowing this fact. If even a Tier 5 great demon king had not been able to avoid its fate, with Shifeng's current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Moloch's ring. In the past, in order to seal this ring, 10 Tier 5 powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Now that you have removed one of the seals, if you wish to seal it again, you will need the help of at least 3 Tier 5 classes. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will not be able to hide from your fate. Seeing Shifeng's grim expression, Charlene could not help but laugh as she said, "However, I have also said that you are somewhat lucky." Lucky? Shifeng grew curious. That's ring. Your luck is quite good. You were able to obtain the real Bible of Darkness. If you had returned with a replica, even I would have no way to save your little life. Charlene rubbed her forehead lightly, saying seriously, "The Bible of Darkness is a treasure made by the Lord of Destruction. If one wields the Bible of Darkness, they can rule over every demon in existence. The Lord of Balrogs is no exception. As for why the Bible of Darkness is capable of ruling over demons, it is because the Bible is the origin of all demons. All demons have evolved from the Bible. With the Bible of Darkness, one possessed the power to restrain all demons. Of course, in its current state, it won't be able to suppress Moloch's ring. Only the complete Bible of Darkness has the power to do so. What you need to do now is repair the Bible of Darkness. Do you understand? Chapter 6:18, Target, Tier 2. Repair the Bible of Darkness. Shi Feng laughed bitterly. In God's domain, some fragmented legendary items could be repaired to their peak conditions, which was legendary rank. However, very few fragmented legendary items could actually be repaired. Otherwise, legendary items wouldn't have been so rare in the past. In the case of the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, the ring's description clearly expressed how it could be repaired. In the case of the Bible of Darkness, however, the description only provided a vague clue. How was he supposed to repair it? Of course, it won't be easy to repair the Bible of Darkness. With your current strength, you can't repair it at all. Fortunately, you have only removed one seal on Moloch's ring thus far. You still have enough time to prepare, Charlene said slowly after perceiving the current state of Moloch's ring with her magic. Lady Charlene, how long do I have? Shi Feng asked rather anxiously. That depends on you. Charlene smiled as she glanced at Shi Feng. Shi Feng was stunned. That's right. The stronger you are, the more time Moloch's ring will need to accumulate enough power to devour you. Based on your current level, you have roughly 50 to 60 days. It would be the best if you reach Tier 2 within 50 days. If you can do so, Moloch's ring will require far more power to devour you. Of course, there is a catch. If you continue releasing the seals on the ring, the speed at which the ring accumulates power will grow. Hence, the deadline depends on you. Hearing Charlene's explanation, Shi Feng immediately came to a realization. In the past, the first top-tier expert to have been promoted to a Tier 2 class appeared 3 months after God's domain launched. However, Shi Feng was a Blade Saint. He required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes to level up. Although he was a reincarnator, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to become a Tier 2 class within 50 days. The issue wasn't leveling speed, but that the advancement quest was too challenging and time-consuming. Hence, in the past, even top-tier experts had only obtained their Tier 2 classes 3 months after the game launched. The advancement quest for hidden classes were far more difficult, and the time required to complete them was much longer. If he had to complete his advancement quest within 50 days, he really didn't have much confidence of succeeding. If he had 60 days instead, then he would have significantly more confidence. Yet, the deadline Charlene had given him ranged between 50 and 60 days. Who knew how much time he actually had? Because of how specific Charlene was, Shi Feng even began to wonder if the main god system set such a deadline purposefully. You are already very lucky. If you had not acquired the Bible of Darkness, Moloch's ring would not have required so much time to devour you. However, with your current strength, you have no chance of repairing the Bible of Darkness. Look for me again once you are promoted to Tier 2. Charlene waved her hand lightly. The Bible of Darkness then floated to and hovered before Shi Feng. Oh, right. Don't forget about the task I gave you. Finished speaking, Charlene vanished. There was no trace of her throughout the Star Moon Hall. This is will projection. Shi Feng stated, shocked when he saw Charlene disappear. Will projection was not a profound skill or something similar. It was an ordinary Tier 4 skill. In the past, many Tier 4 magical class players had known how to use the skill. However, the doppelgangers summoned through will projection only possessed a small portion of the original strength. The doppelganger could not be used as a fighting force. It was a skill normally used for probing and reconnaissance. Yet, it had not been Charlene who had summoned a demon gate and suppressed a Tier 4 great demon with a Tier 5 curse, but her doppelganger. Charlene had easily completed these feats by relying on a weakened copy. In terms of strength, she definitely stood at the very top among Tier 5 NPCs. When Shi Feng recovered from his shock, he discovered that the Bible of Darkness had undergone some changes. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 10 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. The holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 5 hours cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness, allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 5 people at a single time cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness, strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 600 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness, fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 60%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to the number of source of darkness * 1 second. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Fantasy Extinguisher had stopped using the Bible of Darkness replica after reaching tier 4. Sherphone was overjoyed after seeing the Bible of Darkness's attributes in the past. There had been 2 reasons why Fantasy Extinguisher was able to become a tyrant among tier 3 classes. One was his reliance on the demon he summoned, and the other was the power of darkness. However, the demons Fantasy Extinguisher could summon had only been as strong as their summoner, possessing the same tier. Moreover, he could only summon a maximum of 1 demon at a time. Even so, it had been quite impressive. After all, a demon of the same tier was a lot more powerful than a monster of the same tier. Although it still could not compare to a fine gold-ranked personal guard, demons that died could be resummoned. On the other hand, if a player's personal guard died, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to resurrect said guard. However, the Bible of Darkness replica Fantasy Extinguisher had obtained most likely could only be used up to tier 3. On the other hand, the real article in Sherfang's hand could be used up to tier 5. The gap between the real and the fake was massive. The most frightening aspect of the real Bible of Darkness was the fact that it was capable of summoning a demon that was 1 rank higher than the summoner. Sherphone was currently tier 1, so he could summon a tier 2 demon. When he reached tier 2, he would be able to summon a tier 3 demon. With this, who could possibly challenge him? The only unfortunate thing was that the skill summoned a random demon. There was no guarantee that he would summon a demon of a higher tier. Meanwhile, Power of Darkness was a berserk skill that was famous throughout God's domain. Although the skill did not increase one's attributes much, its duration was extremely long. It was at least 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary berserker skills. Moreover, there were no side effects. Fantasy Extinguisher's Power of Darkness lasted 6 minutes, while mine can last up to 10 minutes. Even the number of people I can buff has increased to 600. Sherfang's heart burned with passion when he thought of forming his own Black Demon Legion, a Black Demon Legion with a total of 600 members. As long as the members of the Black Demon Legion were around the same level, they could definitely go on a crusade against a town controlled by the forces of darkness, capturing it and constructing their own guild town. Sherfang then stored the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was not equipment. It could take effect even from inside a bag. Hence, it was extremely difficult for others to plunder it. Now that Sherfang had the Bible of Darkness, he would not waste any more time. He immediately departed from the library and headed towards Zero Wing's residence by way of horse carriage. On his way, Sherfang contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, have the members of the main force gather at the residence. Sherfang said, guild leader, the main force is currently raiding a dungeon. Our efforts will go down the drain if we recall them now. Many guilds in White River City have already reached the final boss. Aqua Rose did not understand Sherfang's intentions. Currently, the various large guilds in White River City desperately vied for the first clear of the 50-man team dungeon, Ruins of the Crow God. If they recalled Zero Wing's main force right now, they would have wasted a lot of precious time. Relax, it won't be a problem. Shi Feng was very familiar with the final boss in the Ruins of the Crow God. It will not be that easy to raid. Smiling, he said, moreover, I'm calling them back to help them clear the dungeon. Guild leader, are you serious? Aqua Rose grew excited. To conquer the Ruins of the Crow God, the various large guilds had tried every hand and exhausted every ounce of brainpower they had. They have never encountered such a difficult dungeon boss before. They were truly helpless against it. Everyone could only try to force their way through the boss again and again. If they had a raiding strategy, then they would have a much easier time dominating the dungeon, of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shi Feng laughed. Okay. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose's eyes shone with renewed passion. After disconnecting her call with Shi Feng, she immediately notified Zero Wing's main force. Chapter 619, Generation of Talents. Inside the 50-man team dungeon, the Ruins of the Crow God, a black crow that stood over 30 meters high currently spewed endless blue flames, turning the surrounding landscape into a sea of fire. Any players that came into contact with these blue flames would die within 3 seconds. This black crow was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the Blue Fire Crow King. Blue Fire Crow King, High Lord, Level 28. HP 10,000/10,000,000. Although a High Lord ranked dungeon boss was slightly weaker than a field boss of the same level and rank, its HP was several times higher. In addition, dungeon bosses also possessed some special skills, making them much harder to take down than field bosses. It was especially true for the final boss of a dungeon. These bosses usually possessed very high intelligence, so they knew how to strike at a team's weak points. Because of this, survival demanded significantly more cooperation between players. To put it simply, the final boss of a dungeon was a test of sorts of a team's ability to work with each other. If one wished to emerge victorious against such a boss, there were only 2 ways to do so. The first was to rely on the composite strength of teamwork, the second was to rely on overwhelming power. However, to the current players in God's domains, both were extremely hard to achieve. Careful. Dodge the flames. Anyone who has touched the flames, distance yourselves from the group immediately. Fire Dance shouted sternly. These blue flames were one of the Blue Fire Crow King's team wipe skills. It would have been fine if the Sea of Fire only prevented players from approaching the High Lord. However, these flames were like a plague. Players who had touched the fire would inflict -2,000 damage to other players within a radius of 10 yards once every 3 seconds. That amount of damage was more than half of a cloth armor class's HP. Moreover, this plague formed a chain reaction, jumping from player to player as they neared their teammates. If not dealt with properly, the debuff would make quick work of the entire team. Fortunately, none of the 50 players present were greenhorns. They had already fought the Blue Fire Crow King dozens of times, so every one of them was extremely familiar with the High Lord's attacks. The moment the Crow King began to spew the blue flames, everyone instantly moved to dodge the attack. However, the flames still struck a few unfortunate players, so they had no choice but to distance themselves from the rest of the team. After the Blue Fire Crow King stopped spewing its fire, it squinted as it focused on one of the healers standing at the rear line. Flapping its wings, it created a storm as it soared into the sky. The Crow King then spread its massive wings, blotting out the sun as it prepared to swoop down towards that healer. Damn! It's targeting Violet. Fire Dance frowned. Hurriedly, she shouted, Cola, use Iron Will. Ow! Cola, who was as robust as a bear, shouted. In the blink of an eye, his body began to emit a golden glow, making it impossible for others to ignore him. Cola instantly attracted the Crow King's attention. The crow wings steel-like wings then descended on Cola's head. Iron Will, Tier 1 skill, forces all nearby enemies to attack user and increases defense by 70% for 4 seconds. If enemy ignores user, strength increases by 70%, speed increases by 100%, and damage increases by 100% for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. A Guardian Knight's strength was already quite high. If Cola's strength increased by another 70% and his damage increased by another 100%, even a boss of the same level would find his attacks too much to bear. Hence, the Crow King had no choice but to attack Cola. Boom! The Crow King's black wings possessed a massive amount of attack power. Upon contact, the boss repelled Cola, the Guardian Knight having no choice but to retreat 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite having blocked the attack with his shield, Cola still received over -800 damage. Its battering dive really packs a punch. Cola hurriedly used his shield to block the High Lord's follow-up attacks. Every collision numbed his arms and forced him to retreat by multiple steps. If his defense had not been increased by 70%, he would have easily received over 1,000 damage. The Crow King would attack more than a dozen times in quick succession when using battering dive. If Cola received every single attack, he would die without question. While Cola's HP rapidly decreased, Violet Cloud, who stood at the rear of the team, waved her jade-like hand. Healing spells then landed on Cola, one after another, causing Cola's HP to yo-yo. Her heals were very timely. In the end, Violet Cloud managed to stabilize Cola's HP above a safe threshold, letting the Guardian Knight avoid the fate of instant death at the hands of the Blue Fire Crow King. Thanks to Violet Cloud's precise and powerful healing, the entire team had an easy time dealing with the Blue Fire Crow King. Violet Cloud was the only healer responsible for the lead MT. This situation freed the other healers to focus on keeping the other members of the team alive, allowing the team to avoid losing members to one of the boss's minor skills. Meanwhile, the other ranged classes took the opportunity to barrage the High Lord with a stream of attacks. When Cola's Iron Will ended, the Blue Fire Crow King shifted its focus back to Violet Cloud. However, just as the Crow King was about to deal with the Astromancer, the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, similarly activated Iron Will and forced the Crow King to attack her instead. Turtledove was a Guardian Knight Sherfong had encountered in White River City's teleportation hall during the incident with the Mechanical Slayer. Back then, she had only been at the standard of an elite player. Now, however, she had become a member of Zero Wing's main force. Of Zero Wing's Guardian Knights, she was only inferior to Cola and Yiwumian. Unfortunately, as her equipment was slightly inferior, she required 2 healers to maintain her HP above a safe threshold. While the MTs held the boss, Fire Dance and the other melee players of the team assaulted the Blue Fire Crow King with a continuous stream of attacks. The true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands transformed into countless streaks of light. Every one of her attacks dealt over -1,000 damage. The total damage Fire Dance dealt surpassed even Blackie, who wielded an epic staff. Meanwhile, among the melee players, one berserker stood out like a sore thumb. Although this berserker's weapon was only a level 25 fine gold greatsword, his total damage ranked 7th in the entire team. He was none other than Shadow Sword, the person who had accompanied Turtledove during the Mechanical Slayer incident. Shadow Sword was almost equally matched with Rampant Blade, one of the 5 demon generals, and the berserker ranked 6th in terms of total damage within the team. However, unlike Shadow Sword, the weapon Rampant Blade used was a level 25 dark gold two-handed saber. However, although Rampant Blade's weapon possessed significantly higher attack power than Shadow Sword's fine gold greatsword, the 2 berserkers were almost equal in terms of their total damage. One could see clearly just how high Shadow Sword's skill completion rate was. Shadow, you're improving too fast. Your skill completion rate was roughly 78% yesterday, yet, today, it's sitting at 80%. It seems that my position as number 1 berserker will soon be in danger, Rampant Blade said, depressed. That's because you're not working hard enough. Shadow Sword has either been raiding dungeons or visiting the Divine Colosseum to improve himself, Yi Wumian, who had been the workshop's past leader, said contemptuously. Alright, enough. Focus on the boss. Fire Dance reprimanded. In reality, other than Shadow Sword, many other powerful recruits had joined Zero Wing's main force. This allowed the strength of Zero Wing's current main force to improve significantly. At this point in the fight, the Blue Fire Crow King only had 50% of its HP remaining. Die, intruders, the Blue Fire Crow King bellowed. Cola, take care of the boss. The other MTs and melees will deal with the small mobs. Fire Dance shouted, her expression turning grim a moment later. Over a dozen 3-meter-tall blue fire crows descended from the sky. Every one of these blue fire crows was a level 28 special elite, each with 300,000 HP. It would be extremely difficult with them all. If players did not dispatch these blue fire crows swiftly, these monsters would grow using the only skill they possessed, growth. When the blue fire crows used this skill, they would instantly become chieftain-ranked monsters, their maximum HPs reaching 700,000. If the battle dragged on for too long, they could even become lords that possessed 1,500,000 HP. Even a more powerful team could not contend with a high lord in addition to over a dozen lords. A few minutes later, a group of players emerged from the ruins of the Crow God's resurrection point. Meanwhile, quite a few teams took this chance to relax around the resurrection point. Among them were the various large guilds of White River City. The Blue Fire Crow King had wiped them all out. When everyone saw this new group of players appear, they all could not help but gaze at these players with admiration. This group was none other than Zero Wing's main force. They were the team with the best equipment of all the teams in White River City. Those blue fire crows are too difficult to deal with. Our overall DPS is still too low, Blackie stated dispiritedly. It would be awesome if Guild Leader joined us. With his DPS, we can breeze through this boss. The other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Sherfone was no longer a human. He alone could serve as an entire team. Suddenly, Fire Dance received a call from Aqua Rose. After exchanging a few words, joy appeared on Fire Dance's face. Let's head back to the city and rest for a bit, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Return. Aren't we supposed to try 5 or 6 more times today? Blackie asked, surprised. Didn't you want Guild Leader to raid with us? Fire Dance grinned. Guild Leader has just returned, and he's telling us to head back to the residence immediately. He says that he has something to tell us and that it's related to the dungeon really. Everyone was suddenly excited. We'll know once we get back. Saying so, Fire Dance took out a return scroll and began chanting. Everyone else followed her example, one after another. Look! Zero Wing's main force is leaving. Are they giving up on the dungeon? Probably. The final boss of the ruins of the Crow God is really too powerful. They must have guessed that no team will clear it anytime soon, so why bother wasting their time here? Many teams that had watched Zero Wing carefully before chatting among themselves. Chapter 620, Frightening Power of Darkness. After Zero Wing's main force left the ruins of the Crow God, the news spread like wildfire. If one were to point out which guild in White River City had the highest chances of obtaining the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, it would undoubtedly be Zero Wing. Not only did Zero Wing's team possess excellent equipment, but it also had plenty of experts. Following Zero Wing would be Overwhelming Smile and the other guilds. It was especially true for the recently established guild, Heaven's Burial. The new guild's rating speed was only slightly slower than Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile leader. It seems that Zero Wing has left, a level 28 ranger in gray reported to a youth in white robes. Everyone's already at the point of clearing the dungeon, yet, Zero Wing has given up. The white-robed youth pondered the situation. He was greatly confused about Zero Wing's actions. Leader, Zero Wing must have determined that they aren't able to raid the final boss and gave up, a gorgeous woman wearing low-cut crimson robes commented, smirking. Everyone talks about how Zero Wing has so many experts. Now, however, it seems that they only amount to this. Despite our Heaven's Burial having such a late start, we still caught up to Zero Wing's raid progression of the ruins of the Crow God, reaching the third phase of the final boss. As long as we familiarize ourselves with the boss's third phase, today might be the day we surpass Zero Wing and become the first guild in White River City to reach the fourth phase of the final boss. Hearing this beautiful woman's words, pride appeared on every face in the team. Leader, just ignore Zero Wing. We are the experts the company has recruited. Zero Wing arrived in White River City only a few days before us. If we had arrived earlier, Zero Wing would not necessarily be White River City's overlord, a tall and robust level 28 berserker said, laughing. Although Heaven's Burial was a newly established guild, the power backing the guild was much stronger than even the power behind Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, their company had paid a huge price to recruit quite a few well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Among them, the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood, had been crowned as one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world during the previous year. He had once been an expert who had become an overlord in a large-scale virtual reality game. Now that Flame Blood and so many other experts have arrived in White River City, if they could not surpass Zero Wing, they would have wasted their many years of playing virtual reality games indeed. Regardless of what Zero Wing does, we will be the ones to obtain the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, Flame Blood said, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon, Ghost Shadow and the others will arrive. At that time, Heaven's Burial will claim the ruins of the Crow God in one fell swoop. Hearing the name Ghost Shadow, a hint of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. The Ghost Shadow Workshop was one of the industry's first-rate gaming workshop. It had came conflicted with super guilds in many virtual reality games before. The strength of the workshop's core members was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in terms of popularity, Ghost Shadow was even superior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, and the guild leader of Star Alliance, Galaxy Pass. 2 days ago, the company successfully purchased Ghost Shadow Workshop, rebranding the workshop's members as members of Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial's strength soared instantly and even showed signs of surpassing Zero Wing. Aside from Heaven's Burial, Overwhelming Smile had also made ample preparations in order to conquer the ruins of the Crow God. War Wolf, who had been based in Maple City, had come to White River City. In addition, he brought with him a group of experts with domineering auras. If Sure Feng were present, he would definitely be shocked, as a few of War Wolf's team actually consisted of Ouroboros's top combatants. Among them was the gifted Soaring Snake, who had undergone a massive change. Not only had he reached level 29, but he also carried 2 blue longswords whose quality could not be determined. The 2 longswords looked identical, and it was obvious that they were a set. Brother Wolf, now that Zero Wing has given up, the rest will be up to you. Feng Xianyang addressed War Wolf respectfully. After facing a series of failures, Feng Xuanyang's position in Underworld had fallen significantly. However, he had not given up. As long as Overwhelming Smile obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Hence, he had specifically invited War Wolf and the others to help him. Young Master Feng, you can rest assured. God's domain is not a one-man game. Even if Black Flame is more powerful, his capabilities inside a large-scale dungeon are limited. With Boss Wolf taking the lead with our expert support, the ruins of the Crow God's first clear will be ours for the taking, an elementalist said confidently. War Wolf only nodded silently. After the third evolution of God's domain, the powers backing the various large guilds had begun placing importance on the experts in God's domain. As War Wolf possessed extraordinary strength, his position in Underworld rose rapidly. Not only did Underworld supply him and his team with all sorts of resources, but the organization had also mobilized the guilds under their control in order to gear up Werewolf and the others. In terms of equipment, their team was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's main force right now. While Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial prepared to go all out in raiding the ruins of the Crow God, things were getting extraordinarily lively in Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Guild leader is finally willing to lead us in a dungeon. I want to see just what sort of reaction those bastards from Overwhelming Smile will have once we leave them in our dust. Cola laughed loudly. Guild leader said that he would lead us in a dungeon the last time. He's finally fulfilling his promise, Yi Wumian said, laughing as well. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the public many a time through the wars they've participated in. However, regardless of how capable a guild was in PvP, their ability to raid large-scale dungeons was far more important. Only when they obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God would they truly stabilize their position as White River City's overlords. Otherwise, other guilds would always try to rise up and overtake Zero Wing. However, compared to White River City's overlord position, what everyone truly anticipated was for Shifeng to lead them in a large-scale dungeon personally. That way, they could learn far more from him. It would be a huge help towards improving their own strength. A moment later, the doors of the meeting room abruptly opened. Shifeng slowly entered the room. He had already used the demon mask to recover Black Flame's appearance. Although there were no changes to Black Flame's character, his aura was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked by this change. Originally, Shifeng's aura had been contained, making him seem like only an ordinary passerby. However, after undergoing a series of challenges that pushed him to his very limits, his strength had improved vastly. At this moment, his previous strength could not compare. He would require some time before he could sheath his aura once more. Taking his seat on the guild leader's throne, Shifeng swept a glance over everyone present and said slowly, "The reason why I've called you guys back is to notify you of one thing. You could also say that this is a core secret of Zero Wing." Upon hearing the words, core secret, everyone immediately fell silent. "There's no point in just telling you. I'll give you a demonstration," Shifeng announced, smiling faintly. He then shifted his gaze to the Berserker's Shadow Sword, saying, "Shadow Sword, come over here for a moment." Shadow Sword revered Shifeng. Ever since watching Shifeng battle at the teleportation hall, Shadow Sword had been mesmerized by Shifeng's combat techniques. He had watched and learned from Shifeng's battle videos repeatedly, hoping to grasp even the tiniest fraction of Shifeng's techniques. Hearing Shifeng call for him, despite his normal calm, he involuntarily grew excited. Immediately, he walked up to his guild leader. Shifeng stretched out his hand, a black ball the size of a fist suddenly condensing in his palm. The center of the ball looked like a miniature universe. It was fascinating. Shifeng snapped his fingers. This black ball then melded into Shadow Sword's body. When this black ball vanished into Shadow Sword's body, the Berserker's aura changed. Suddenly, Shadow Sword released a frightening aura resembling that of a demonic beast. This is. Shadow Sword looked at himself in shock. He had never experienced such a strong force before. With Shadow Sword's astounded reaction, there was no need to mention everyone else's, who possessed acute five senses so strong. Fire Dance faintly felt a sense of danger when she looked at Shadow Sword. Chapter 621, Sensation. As the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had a very clear understanding of every member's strength. Although Shadow Sword had improved quite significantly during this period, his combat power only ranked slightly above average for the team. He was not capable of making her feel even the slightest hint of danger. However, the Shadow Sword standing before her was vastly different. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient beast, dangerous and threatening. In the blink of an eye, after receiving Lei Bao and Shifeng's continuous guidance, Fire Dance had mostly learned how to control her body's power. She had already taken half a step into the refinement realm. Her skill completion rates hovered around 85% as a result. She was considered a true top-tier expert after factoring in the powerful attributes of her Tier 1 set equipment, the Dark Melody set equipment. Very few players could triumph over her. Only monsters like Shifeng could possibly defeat her yet. Now, Fire Dance felt that Shadow Sword had a chance against her. One could just imagine how massive of a buff Shadow Sword had received. Guild leader, what is going on here? Aqua Rose fixed her gaze on Shifeng. She very much wanted to know what had just happened. Everyone present turned to Shifeng as well, all of them sharing the same thought as Aqua Rose. If a few more of their team members suddenly become as strong as Shadow Sword, they would no longer be stuck at the Blue Fire Crow King's third phase. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. To ordinary players, they were considered absolute experts. Not only did they possess incomparably acute senses, but their intuitions were also very sensitive. Only by sheathing one's aura perfectly could they fool these players. Shifeng during their previous encounter was an example. Before this, he could hide his aura completely and disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. Players only realized what a monster Shifeng actually was after he took action. Seeing the fervent gazes directed at him, Shifeng could not help but laugh as he said, "I obtained an item that can increase a player's strength. As for how much of an improvement it grants, you guys can see that for yourselves. The power of darkness could increase a player's basic attributes by 30%. An increase of 30% was the equivalent of a player's combat power reaching a whole new level. For example, if a player possessed Tier 1 intermediate combat power, after their attributes increased by 30%, their combat power would approach the peak of Tier 1. Shadow Sword was currently level 28, and his strength was near the top of Tier 1 intermediate. He was close to approaching Tier 1 advanced. After the power of darkness's enhancement, his combat power would rise to the peak of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, who was currently level 30, already possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1. Facing Shadow Sword, who similarly possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, it was only natural for Fire Dance to feel some danger from the Berserker. Of course, the power of darkness did not permanently increase a player's attributes. Rather, it gave players a berserk skill that they could activate freely. Only, this berserker skill had a slightly longer duration than ordinary berserk skills. The power of darkness lasted a full 10 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 hours. Shadow Sword's sudden strength boost was due to the fact that the power of darkness had just melded with the berserker, resulting in the berserk skill activating immediately. However, this effect only lasted several seconds. Once it was over, the berserk skill would become an active skill that players could use at any time. This had been the true power of the Black Demon Legion. Berserk skills were extremely rare in the entire God's domain. If every member of a legion possessed a berserk skill that lasted 10 full minutes, one could just imagine how frightening they would be. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion in the past. Guild leader, how many people can that tool strengthen? As the vice leader of the guild, Aqua Rose was particularly concerned about this. If they could enhance many players, they could definitely raise the main force's combat power to a whole new level. Everyone's hearts began to pound upon hearing Aqua Rose's question. They, too, wished to become stronger like Shadow Sword. However, they all knew that such a buff could only be used on a limited number of players. It would not be easy to obtain a spot for themselves. Relax. Every member of the main force can obtain this power. Shifeng did not reveal the exact numbers to his guildmates. There were a total of 100 members in Zero Wing's main force. In addition, there were 200 reserve members. The 600 slots he had on hand were more than enough to go around everyone. Guild leader, you're not joking, right? Aqua Rose was inwardly thunderstruck. She seriously doubted Shifeng's claim. If every member of Zero Wing's main force could possess this power, then they could display astonishing combat power. Not to mention the hard mode ruins of the Crow God, they could even try hell mode. I have not finished. I plan to choose some members from the second echelon to form the Black Demon Legion. This legion will focus on dealing with field bosses and 20-man hell mode team dungeons. I'll leave this matter to you, Aqua. Feng did not wish to waste his remaining power of darkness in the past. One of the duties of the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion was to grind and collect equipment through raiding various 10-man and 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons in a guild. Even the elite teams would struggle to raid 10-man and 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons. With the power of darkness, however, the difficulty of dungeons would fall sharply. It would be much easier to clear dungeons in the future. It was also this reason that had allowed the Fantasy Shrine to amass a ton of wealth. The greatest asset they could gain from raiding Hell Mode dungeons was magic crystals. Normal mode dungeons very rarely dropped magic crystals. However, it was a different story for Hell Mode dungeons. The drop rate in Hell Mode dungeons was more than 10 times that of normal mode. The magic crystals could then be used to train the guild's elites and experts. Hence, Fantasy Shrine's overall strength had steadily increased in the past. In the end, the guild had become the overlord of the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to give way to Fantasy Shrine in this life. Feng could use the power of darkness on far more players than Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to. Naturally, he had to utilize this benefit properly. A short moment later, every official member of Zero Wing's main force received the power of darkness. To Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, a 30% increase in attributes was colossal. Their combat power had already been at the peak of Tier 1. After using the power of darkness, they even qualified to contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class, by themselves. Although they still could not win against a Lord, they could hold one off for a relatively long time. They could almost rival a great expert such as Werewolf. Only, they still lacked techniques. After strengthening the main force, Feng led Fire Dance and the others towards the ruins of the Crow God. Although Feng still had many things he needed to attend to, such as the teleportation magic array and the stables, the construction of these two required materials. These materials could only be obtained from large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there was no point in focusing on those items for now. An hour or so later, ruins of the Crow God. An extremely tense atmosphere surrounded the 50-man team dungeon. Players crowded the vast plains around the ruins. The majority of these players consisted of guild players. The various large guilds in White River City knew that this was the juncture for the final sprint to claim the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God. It was highly possible that a lucky guild would obtain the first clear in the next second. Hence, many guilds members anxiously waited outside the dungeon's entrance. If their guild's team required any tasks or additional supplies, these idle members would rush to get it done or delivered. Look. It's Zero Wing. Ha! Why are they here again? I thought they gave up. I don't think so. Look, even Black Flame has shown up. They must plan to go all out. This is going to be interesting. Just before this, Heaven's Burial also received backup from a group of experts. I heard that those experts were members of the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Every one of them is incredibly strong. As for Overwhelming Smile, they, too, dispatched a lot of experts. I wonder which of the three will emerge wearing the crown. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. They have Ghost Shadow leading the team. Even super guilds are trying to annex the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Moreover, Heaven's Burial entered the dungeon a while ago. Zero Wing has only just arrived. Most likely, they are already too late. Upon noticing Zero Wing's arrival, everyone in front of the ruins of the Crow God began chatting among themselves. Guild leader, we have trouble. I've heard of Ghost Shadow before. He is definitely an expert among experts. Moreover, he has a group of reliable teammates with him. Now that they've been in the dungeon for quite some time, it will be difficult to compete over the first clear. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. She had heard plenty about Ghost Shadow. Feng shook his head. Laughing, he said, who says we're competing over the first clear of hard mode? Everyone turned to Feng in shock. However, before they could react, Feng selected the dungeon's hell mode difficulty. In the next moment, every member of the team was teleported into the dungeon. Chapter 622, Power that Causes Despair. Look! That's the teleportation gate for Hell mode. That's impossible, right? Is Zero Wing actually challenging the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God? Have they lost their minds? I heard that the ruins' final boss is a great lord. It's many times stronger than a high lord-ranked boss. There's no way any of these guilds can beat something so strong. Could Zero Wing's team leader have chosen the wrong difficulty? When everyone outside the ruins of the Crow God saw the pair of pitch-black teleportation gates and the flickering skull behind it, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The final boss of hard mode already made them feel powerless. None of them even humored the thought of raiding Hell mode. Shortly after Shi Feng and the others entered the dungeon, the news quickly spread throughout White River City. No one who heard it could bring themselves to believe that it was true. Meanwhile, if one had to point out who was most shocked by the news, then it would be White River City's various large guilds. Now that White River City's long period of development had come to an end, the city contained well over 100 guilds. Meanwhile, as White River City's overlord, Zero Wing constantly received attention from many of these guilds. They actually dared challenge Hell mode even though they still haven't cleared hard mode. I never thought that Black Flame would be so foolhardy. When Feng Xianyang received the latest news regarding Zero Wing, he could not contain his mocking smile. Underworld's information network covered over a dozen kingdoms and multiple empires. As part of Underworld's middle management, Feng Xianyang knew exactly what the Hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon represented. Despair. Of all these kingdoms and empires, there were several top-tier large guilds that had already conquered the hard mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, out of all of these guilds, not a single one had managed to defeat the first boss of Hell mode. They had not even managed to drop the boss's HP below 90%. No matter which MT they tried, everyone died from a single hit. It was useless, regardless of how many healers the team had. In the end, these top-tier large guilds had no choice but to give up on raiding the Hell mode of their respective 50-man team dungeons and had to shift their focus to 100-man team dungeons instead. Previously, Zero Wing had only reached the third phase of the Blue Fire Crow King, yet, now, they were actually trying to challenge Hell mode. Even with 3 or 4 Shi Fengs, they still had no chance. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Crow God. Regarding the environment, there were not many differences between the Hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Collapsed shrines and towering statues littered the ruins at this moment. However, Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily tensed. Every one of them wore somber expressions. Haven't you guys fought up to the final boss of this place already? Why are you all so nervous? Shi Feng could not help but laugh as he looked at his teammates. He was the only one who had not drawn his weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Team dungeons were different from 6-man party dungeons. Team dungeons only refreshed once every 3 days. It did not make a difference if one cleared normal, hard, or Hell mode. Moreover, in team dungeons, bosses and monsters would not respawn even if the team decided to change difficulties midway. Teams would not be able to kill bosses that they had already defeated. Depending on which boss a team fought up to, they would simply continue from the same boss after switching difficulties. Only, the strength of the remaining monsters and bosses would change according to the new difficulty. There was a difference between the team dungeons in God's domain and those in other virtual reality games. Unlike other virtual reality games, the difficulty setting of team dungeons could only be increased, not decreased. In other words, if a team raided hard mode and defeated the first boss, but failed to defeat the second boss, they were not allowed to lower the difficulty to normal mode to continue raiding the dungeon from there. If they wished to change the difficulty of the dungeon, they could only raise it to Hell mode. Previously, Fire Dance and the others had fought up to the final boss. Now that they had selected Hell mode difficulty, the path to the final boss was quite safe. Everyone felt a little embarrassed when they heard Shi Feng's questions. They had an instinctive fear of Hell mode. Alright, let's take a look at the Blue Fire Crow King, Shi Feng said, laughing. Fire Dance then led the way towards the final boss's nest. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng followed, he called up the system interface. He was currently level 34 and was already far above the maximum level limit, level 30, to obtain the dungeon's first clear. He needed to reduce his level. Moreover, the Hell Mode Bluefire Crow King was not a trivial opponent. Even if he had 4 additional levels of attributes, it would not make a huge difference. Converting those levels and attributes into combat power would be far more beneficial. Shi Feng selected his skill window and clicked on Flame Burst. He leveled up the skill without hesitation at level 9. Flame Burst was already an impressively domineering skill. After the Flame Burst icon flashed a few times, the skill upgraded to Tier 1, level 5. The skill's stats increased significantly as well. Flame Burst Tier 1, level 5, requires 480 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 level 6 skill. Channeling time, 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 900% damage to the target. Attack count, 15 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Originally, the level 9 Flame Burst had an attack count of 12, and every attack dealt 750% of Shi Feng's damage. Now, not only did the attack count increase by 3, but the damage each hit dealt also increased significantly. The Tier 1, level 5 Flame Burst's damage far surpassed the level 9 Flame Burst at the same time. However, Shi Feng's level fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dropped to level 30, which was in line with the requirement of obtaining first clear of the dungeon as expected of a super skill. If I want to upgrade Flame Burst further, I'll have to wait until I am level 40 at the very least. Shi Feng inwardly calculated Flame Burst required 480 million EXP just to reach the next level. With Shi Feng's current level, if he upgraded Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 6, he would most likely drop to level 25. Any other player would most likely lose many more levels. Shi Feng's saving grace was his class's high EXP requirement. However, upgrading Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 5 at the cost of 4 levels was still a worthwhile exchange. With this skill alone, Shi Feng was confident of heavily injuring even a full HP Lord in the future. He would have a much easier time killing Lord-ranked monsters. Half an hour later, Shi Feng and the others arrived before the Crow God's shrine, the Bluefire Crow King's nest. It's huge. Blackie gaped as he gazed at the Bluefire Crow King in the distance. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crow King was roughly 30 meters tall. That was already an intimidating size. Now, however, the Bluefire Crow King before them stood over 50 meters high. The hard mode Bluefire Crow King was a child compared to the hell mode Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 27,000,000/27,000,000. How are we supposed to fight that? Its HP alone is already more than double that of the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Kola gulped, his prior enthusiasm dissipating. Although they were now capable of activating the power of darkness and increasing their basic attributes by 30% for 10 minutes, the Bluefire Crow King's attributes had increased by more than 30%. The gap between them now was even wider than before. Fire Dance frowned. Even she was not confident of taking down such a powerful boss leader. Are we still going to fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she turned to Shi Feng. Initially, due to Shi Feng's leadership, everyone had possessed a shred of confidence of conquering the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, they had terribly underestimated the horrors of hell mode. Even with Shi Feng, it was impossible for them to defeat such a powerful boss fight. Why wouldn't we? What else do you think we came here to do? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at his team. This was not the first time Shi Feng had experienced the horrors of hell mode. Even if Shi Feng went all out, he would require a long time to finish off the Crow King's 27 million HP. Not to mention, the Crow King would also recover 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. The Great Lord's battle recovery alone made for a frightening weapon. This was why an individual's power was extremely limited inside a team dungeon. Even though Shi Feng was capable of withstanding the Crow King's attacks for a short period, he and his team could not deplete that much HP within such a short time. Of course, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence of emerging victorious. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to challenge hell mode. Time to put you to good use. Feng opened his bag and smiled at the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 623, Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Feng, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the great lord-ranked Blue Fire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy yet. In the next moment, Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within Emerge, Demon Gate. With Feng's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark gray gates. However, unlike the demon gate Charlene had summoned, Feng's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the demon gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the demon gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Feng did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the demon gate. As the demon gate slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the demon gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Feng waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, evil spirit. Level 35. HP 1, 200 000/1, 200 000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence, it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Feng would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Feng was satisfied with his luck. A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 Summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current Summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 Summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a lord-ranked monster. The summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Blue Fire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Feng immediately began to issue commands, not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Feng had raided the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow Gods so often that he found it tiresome. Only, at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the Hell Mode and Hard Mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer, support spells. Feng commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell, Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell, Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell, magic power increase. Tier 2 spell, Mad Cow's power. The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spell significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Cola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Cola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yi Wumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, his HP was also close to reaching 15,000 due to the significant increase in defense, HP, and strength. It was no longer possible for the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having Tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Shifeng wanted to challenge Hell Mode. With the assistance of these Tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Bluefire Crow King attack. Shifeng shouted as he unsheathed the abyssal blade. Cola and Yi Wumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord. When there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTs and the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord noticed Cola and Yi Wumian caw. The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTs. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTs like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Cola and Yi Wumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Cola stated, aghast in hard mode, the Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Cola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Cola and Yi Wumian were still 50 yards from the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Cola and the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian. Cola and Yi Wumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, they both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord's shield bash. -1042 Violent Strike. -895 Cola and Yi Wumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap. Why is its defense so strong? Cola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused. After being strengthened by Mad Cow's power, his strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King, his damage would have easily surpassed -1500 points. Yet, now, his attack had only dealt slightly over -1000 damage. While Cola was still in a daze, the Bluefire Crow King flapped its wings and slapped them at Cola. Reacting quickly, Cola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom. The impact drove Cola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord-ranked Crow King so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Cola had received the Crow King's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Shifeng was not surprised. Without the assistance of Tier 2 support spells, Cola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Shifeng commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Bluefire Crow King's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars. Immediately, the Bluefire Crow King released a pained cry. Chapter 624, Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Blue Fire Crow King. The Crow King struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply as a result. The Crow King's massive wings, which originally descended towards Kola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Kola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack as the team's lead MT. If Kola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much good. Everyone, attack! Shifeng nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord with the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars. Both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow as the high damage they dealt drew the Crow King's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Shifeng was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all, following which, Shifeng joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Blue Fire Crow King was a great lord. Although various spells buffed their team, everyone's total damage was still considerably low. Currently, the team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage to the Blue Fire Crow King, which had 27 million HP. That damage was practically negligible thanks to its battle recovery. The Blue Fire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds. It was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Blue Fire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the Aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash, Shifeng began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Shifeng's attacks. Every one of Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1,800 damage, over -3,600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Shi Feng's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Shi Feng's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2,400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5,000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Shi Feng's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Fire Dance's, not to mention his skill's double chop. -11,420-15 for 32 double thunder flame explosion. -14,266-20 164 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Blue Fire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Shi Feng's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even -30,000 hits. Shi Feng's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels originally. Everyone had already treated Fire Dance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Fire Dance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet, what about Shi Feng? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Fire Dance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Shi Feng had achieved such a feat. Guild Leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage? Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Shi Feng. Shi Feng's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Shi Feng was the center of attention. It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates, Shi Feng said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%, so he could increase his skill's effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. Guild Leader, how high is your skill completion rate? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Shi Feng's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%-95%. Shi Feng stated straightforwardly 95%. Everyone inhaled sharply. After the third evolution of God's Domain, all players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, they had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold. Yet, Shi Feng had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effect significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate originally. None of them had any idea of Shi Feng's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%. Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Shi Feng, she inwardly swore, I will reach 95% as well. Is this the guild leader's strength? Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing. For a time, everyone's reverence and admiration toward Shi Feng rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Shifang's standard time quickly passed. Due to Shifang's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Blue Fire Crow King's HP continuously decreased 98%, 96%, 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Blue Fire Crow King soared into the air. Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase. Shifeng warned. Chapter 625, Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Blue Fire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Shifeng would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames and... Until now, the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Blue Fire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Blue Fire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Blue Fire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard mode Blue Fire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared to their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Blue Fire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Blue Fire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the hell mode Blue Fire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Blue Fire Crows it summoned also started out at chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Blue Fire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows of hell mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Blue Fire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time, they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. Everyone, activate the power of darkness. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone did as he said, their basic attributes increasing by 30% as the lead MT, Cola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. Turtledove, pull the Blue Fire Crow's aggro. All mages, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command, Shifeng said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtledove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Blue Fire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Blue Fire Crows were caught within the skill's range and were forced to focus on Turtledove, following which, Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds. However, the chieftain-ranked Blue Fire Crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat, following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP. However, Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 Blue Fire Crows. Good. Shifeng smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Skywheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 blue fire crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area immediately. Damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Skywheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Shifeng's attack. However, Shifeng was far from satisfied. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Shifeng said Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Shifeng switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the blue fire crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the blue fire crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied watching the female Guardian Knight Turtledove fight the many blue fire crows amidst the raging inferno. It seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence. Everyone, use your AoE skills. Shifeng commanded. A moment later, the team's mages cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the blue fire crows. Among them, Blackie's Stars of Light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Shifeng also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the blue fire crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky blue fire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 blue fire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Shifeng's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these blue fire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 blue fire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the blue fire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the blue fire crow king. Moreover, now that Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled within 3 minutes. The Blue Fire Crow King only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Shifeng smiled calmly. The Blue Fire Crow King had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its 4th phase. The Blue Fire Crow King would only enter its 4th phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In hell mode, players received -1,600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Blue Fire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the fourth phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Blue Fire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Blue Fire Crow King, and both his body and the Abyssal Blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame burst. After struck the Blue Fire Crow King's back, 122-154. -61,846. -122,454. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Blue Fire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1 million a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626, Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God. A handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Blue Fire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression, his actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HP MT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood. Just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Blue Fire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS, though the effects were very weak. After the Blue Fire Crow King had entered its fourth phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly. Despite the Blue Fire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining, to the surviving members of the team, it felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling. Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Blue Fire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Warwolf dodged the Blue Fire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive. If not for a powerful lead MT like Warwolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks, it would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard mode Blue Fire Crow King's fourth phase. The Blue Fire Crow King's HP gradually decreased 3%, 2%, 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City Reputation Points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom Reputation Points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 Gemstone of Random Attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked, speechless. The hard mode ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches, yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only, they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King fell at Werewolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 Gemstones of Random Attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared Hell Mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear Hard Mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughing stock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on Werewolf's pale face. Before this, he had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer Hell Mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial side, the guild's main force also defeated the Bluefire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later, we will catch up to them. Fighting spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flame Blood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flame Blood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flame Blood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Bluefire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's Domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear Hell Mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly, the pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked, confused. We are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame. Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627, Divine Bluefire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Shifeng busied himself with arranging the Bluefire Crow King's loot system. Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Bluefire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Shifeng had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Bluefire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30, 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons only. The quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank. Very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment. After picking up all of the loot, Shifeng began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Shifeng. Every one of them prepared to go for broke today within Zero Wing's main force, aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yi Wumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others. None of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. This was because Shifeng had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Shifeng finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100. Beast wood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord-ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of Hell mode are impressive, Shi Feng stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Shi Feng's tastes. Items that could excite Shi Feng would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still liked seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here, look at this item first, then. Shi Feng took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Bluefire double-edged sword, two-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Attack power plus 702, currently level 30. Strength plus 54, agility plus 41, endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger blue fire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger blue fire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the blue fire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, it had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 abyssal blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the blue fire double-edged sword's attribute scrap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the blue fire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the true Fire Blade's fire dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to Fire Dance's. Moreover, the blue fire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40. Immediately, the berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the blue fire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team, Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The blue fire double-edged sword only ranks 3rd out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Shi Feng shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the 2nd best item." Hearing Shi Feng's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that dropped. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the blue fire crow king had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine blue fire shield, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Defense plus 1950, currently level 30. Equipment requirement, strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 42%. Strength plus 31, endurance plus 47. Evasion plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Blue fire shield, absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into blue fire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising fire. When activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform blue fire into the armor of flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628, Guild Mount. The moment the divine blue fire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team. Even Cola drooled the shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 dark gold shield. However, compared to the divine blue fire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine blue fire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine blue fire shield's attributes are better than even the current first-ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 dark gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine blue fire shield was a dark gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill Blue Fire Shield and active skill Rising Fire were excellent skills. The Blue Fire Shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine Blue Fire Shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Sherfone, expectation written all over their faces. All right, then. I'll unveil the first-ranking item. Sherfone laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Blue Fire Heart, necklace, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 200. Level 30, Level 40, currently level 30. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Endurance plus 10, Intelligence plus 40, Vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%, magic damage and healing effects increased by 20%, passive skill dash. Mana Heart, maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active skill 1 dash. Blue Fire Devour, burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of Blue Fire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Active skill 2 dash. Blue Fire Summon, summons 3 elite ranked Blue Fire Crows to battle for you for 30 minutes cooldown, 5 hours. The Blue Fire Heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the Blue Fire Heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the Blue Fire Heart, even a Tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the divine Blue Fire Shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Sherfone said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the Blue Fire Double-Edged Sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wing's contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them for a weapon of the Blue Fire Double-Edged Sword's caliber. This was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000. 24,000. 26,000. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points in the end. However, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Cola won the second item, the Divine Bluefire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Cola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Bluefire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Shifeng was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these 3 players. These 3 pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon, following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Shifeng said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet, and Aqua, stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Everyone could not help but grow interested. Shifeng was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it. None of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Shifeng would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him after everyone else returned to the city. Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, "Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy?" "Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try." Cola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Shifeng, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast. Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount?" Shifeng said, smiling. Upon hearing these words, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. "However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable," Aqua Rose stated. "Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one." Shifeng simply laughed without offering a reply. "Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design," Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Shifeng. Chapter 629, 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs. Everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Shifeng silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling. In the past, why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTs and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason: guild mounts. God's Domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless, of course, one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount, unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players, and wealthy players' guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Shifeng would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild. So quickly it seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what Father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing, first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts, or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon, they could accumulate power several times faster, following which, Shifeng wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study in the past. There had even been a specialized class for this task, the Tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run forging associations sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Shi Feng did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Shi Feng quickly hurried back to the candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Shi Feng planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Shi Feng was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Shi Feng managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the caller ID. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or, to put it in another way, she did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the hell mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Shi Feng laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked, since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Shi Feng was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now, Shi Feng agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Shi Feng could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her. Before, in order to purchase the necessary training facilities, he had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630, Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Shi Feng entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Shi Feng looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, while others had violent auras. However, they all shared a common aspect: they were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Shifeng, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs, a beautiful, young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Shifeng also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Shifeng simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Shifeng asked in response. Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Shifeng. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this, Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Shifeng's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of every battle team member's combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses have been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Shifeng was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. I've heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team, so I believe that Guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Shifeng. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Shifeng was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Shifeng did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 Apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully, much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor, yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared. Hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's Domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, Guild Leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than Everlasting Wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight the Dark Arena's battles were the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, after he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Colosseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Colosseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gained fewer benefits in the Divine Colosseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Sherfone was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30. Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If Guild Leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, this was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract, then. Sherfone grinned. Although he, too, doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Sherfone established a contract. Let's go, then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, the tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Sherfone. Even those several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras as expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Sherfone was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631, Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert in his experts. They all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Sherfone could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful, tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Sherfone, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Starmoon Kingdom who can match them, Sherfone replied truthfully. However, Sherfang's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Sherfone, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Starmoon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts, Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Starmoon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Starmoon Kingdom's top-tier experts. Shifeng did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong, in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was Warwolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Starmoon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Starmoon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance, enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily. Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills either, Shifeng declared, not wanting to waste too much time. It seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneers. Shifeng actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree initially. Shifeng had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild Leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks, then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry Restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city's center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wing's entrance exam. Recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon. Must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Coliseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. In the Divine Coliseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members. In the past, these players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Coliseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way, they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, ever since the Divine Coliseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the players' qualifications through their progress in the Divine Coliseum, and ordinary players' techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Coliseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player upon arriving at the Divine Coliseum. Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Shifeng and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. Miss Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself, Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Shifeng. Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is, Phoenix Raid said, smiling when Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon. She could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare. not to mention someone capable of killing the berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent now. However, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Shifeng, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes before anyone realized it. Shifeng's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632, Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Shifeng slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground next. Shifeng said calmly, the rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Although the berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the berserker that had served as Shifeng's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the berserker Shifeng had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, his combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Shifeng had defeated the berserker with a single attack, giving the berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable. As expected of someone chosen by the pavilion master, you indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you, then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle stepped out from the crowd. When the crowd saw the berserker named Grey Eagle step forward, the shock from Shifeng's one-sided victory immediately dissipated, their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us. The others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Shifeng. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Shifeng's prior battle miss. Even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation, other than Martial Dragon. How could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Shifeng's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Shifeng had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Shifeng's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point, dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Shifeng abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. We'll know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the hell-mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold, even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze. Before Shifeng could move, Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Shifeng's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Shifeng did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow at this moment. Those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Shifeng to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then, he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Shifeng to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle going all in. Shifeng laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Shifeng recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Shifeng's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Shifeng was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Shifeng believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm's strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack. Immediately after, Grey Eagle's saber passed through Shifeng's body. This is. Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Shifeng's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Shifeng. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the Berserker and Swordsman, the 1.3-meter-long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression, she said, treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm. Treating retreat as an advance. How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment. Treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality, their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine, following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Shifeng. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the Berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Shifeng attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Shifeng already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things. Chapter 633, Capturing a Demonic Beast. Shifeng suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored void steps? Grey Eagle was surprised. He had, more or less, watched the videos of Shifeng using his specialty move, void steps. Only, he had not imagined that a live human being could actually disappear right before his eyes. Not even his acute five senses could find any trace of Shifeng's presence. However, Void Step's weakness was also blatantly obvious, and that was the instant when Shifeng attacked. Facing a fatal strike, the brain would not ignore such vital information. However, it was also very difficult to block such an attack as the distance between them was simply too short. The most common method to counter Void Steps was to adapt to it gradually, allowing one's brain to stop ignoring the transmission of information. That way, Shifeng's void steps would be rendered useless. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It was like trying to remember the faces of the hundreds of pedestrians one walked by every day. Remembering the faces of a few people was already a difficult feat, as the brain would automatically ignore the majority of such information. Hence, it was extremely difficult to unravel Shifeng's void steps. However, you still underestimate me. Grey Eagle grinned as he shifted the trajectory of his saber, swinging the weapon towards a vacant location. Dang! Sparks scattered as the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the amphitheater. Suddenly, Shifeng appeared above the stone platform. Sure enough, he can grasp my general location. Shifeng was not at all surprised by Grey Eagle's performance. After all, the Berserker had already entered the refinement realm. Grey Eagle's observational skills should be exceptional. Even with a lack of information, Grey Eagle should be able to grasp his general location. It was like his fight with Martial Dragon. With his domain, Martial Dragon was capable of processing all information within his domain without missing even the tiniest of detail. If Martial Dragon concentrated on observing his surroundings, he could render Void Steps utterly useless. Unfortunately, you only have a single weapon, whereas I have two. Shifeng increased the force he exerted with the Abyssal Blade, pinning down Grey Eagle's two-handed saber. Meanwhile, Purgatory's Shadow, which he wielded with his other hand, completed a perfect arc as it slid through Grey Eagle's heart, leaving behind small and unnoticeable seam. Damn it. Grey Eagle clutched at his heart as he fell to the stone floor of the platform, reluctance filling his eyes as he died. Grey Eagle's defeat stunned the venue into silence. Although this match had appeared uneventful, most battles between experts were like this. Tiny differences usually decided the outcome of these battles. What a pity. If Grey Eagle could use two weapons as well, Black Flame would not have won so easily. Pure Fragrance sighed. No matter what anyone said or did, Grey Eagle was a part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The fact that Grey Eagle was defeated so easily was not a good thing for the pavilion's reputation. Would two weapons really solve the problem? Phoenix Rain wore a complex expression as she watched Shifeng. He really is a hateful person. Grey Eagle was a berserker, a class that was known for its strength. The class's strength growth was the highest of any class, yet Shifeng had suppressed Grey Eagle with a single hand. This was enough to show just how high Shifeng's strength attribute was. With such an advantage, Shifeng could easily decide the outcome the moment the battle began. Still, Shifeng had chosen to waste so much time with Grey Eagle. Why? There could only be one explanation. He wanted to determine Grey Eagle's strength. Originally, Phoenix Rain had thought to use Grey Eagle to uncover the depths of Shifeng's strength. However, not only had they failed to do so, but they had also allowed Shifeng to study them in turn, following which, Shifeng proceeded with testing the remaining 18 reserve members, and sure enough, not a single one passed. Shifeng finished off everyone with a single hit. Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry to say this, but none of these people passed. It seems that I can only recruit members on my own, Shifeng said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Hearing Shifeng's declaration, the reserve members instantly paled. Shifeng had extinguished their previous arrogance and confidence. They could not even bring themselves to muster a retort if none of them passed. It can't be helped. I still have to deal with some procedures regarding the participation rights. As for the battle team members, I'll leave it to guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain inwardly rolled her eyes at Shifeng. It was obvious that Shifeng had no intentions of letting her subordinates join the battle team. Finished speaking, Phoenix Rain left the Divine Colosseum with her group. Meanwhile, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried towards White River City's teleportation hall. Phoenix Rain can't be underestimated. She was actually able to recruit 3 refinement realm experts. It seems that I'll have to hasten Fire Dance and the others' training. Shifeng had a clear understanding of his companion's strength. If not for his intention to widen the guild's core members' horizons in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain's top 3 reserve members definitely qualified to become official members. After all, refinement realm experts were rare in God's domain. A battle team with 3 of such experts could definitely rank in the middle among all battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. This was also why Phoenix Rain believed that the battle team had the chance to rank within the top 100. Of course, that was not to say that Fire Dance and the others were weaker than Grey Eagle's Group A players' combat power could not be determined by combat techniques alone. Attributes and skills also made up a rather large ratio. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Shifeng quickly discovered Fire Dance and the others, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Guild leader, we brought what you asked for. However, haven't we bought a few too many? Aqua Rose asked, feeling a slight sting to her heart. Hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls were already very expensive. A single hunting scroll cost 3 gold, 50 silver, whereas a storage space scroll cost a full 5 gold. If they only needed to purchase a few, Aqua Rose would not have minded. After all, the guild's member count had increased significantly in recent days. The money a 2-star guild could earn through guild quests was quite significant as well. In addition, they also had the profits from the candlelight trading firm. Hence, spending 100 or 200 gold wouldn't be an issue. However, Shifeng had requested 100 hunting scrolls and 50 storage space scrolls. Furthermore, hunting required other items as well. In total, they had spent more than 800 gold to prepare for this hunting trip. Not even a bronze mount cost that much. You'll understand when the time comes. This amount is nothing considerable. Shifeng laughed. In the past, to obtain a slightly better guild mount, various large guilds had spent astronomical sums of money. In comparison, they had only spent around 800 gold. Aqua Rose grew frustrated by Shifeng's response. Fortunately, Zero Wing still had the candlelight trading firm to support it. Otherwise, this hunting trip would have punched a huge hole in the guild's finances. Let's head to the Great Forest of Soria. Saying so, Shifeng approached the teleportation magic array. Upon discovering their destination, everyone involuntarily trembled. The Great Forest of Soria. Anyone who researched high-level maps knew that the Great Forest of Soria was a level 50 map. To current players, it was a death trap. Furthermore, the Great Forest of Soria was different from ordinary leveling maps. It was a forbidden land for the human race. Chapter 634, Starfall City. Very quickly, Shifeng paid the party's teleportation fees. Each person cost 80 silver for a total of 4 gold, 80 silver for the whole party. An ordinary party could not afford to spend that much money even if they bankrupted themselves. The Great Forest of Soria was a neutral area situated between the Black Dragon Empire and the Star Moon Kingdom. Current players were not nearly strong enough to survive. The area players also knew the Great Forest of Soria as the Forest of Death. It was a level 50 to level 70 leveling map, and it was 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary leveling maps of the same level. However, the map's high level wasn't the greatest threat. The reason behind the Forest of Death nickname was the utter lack of fortresses or safe gathering locations for humans. Instead, the map was a haven for demonic beasts and half-orcs. The Great Forest of Soria was a kingdom of half-orcs, and it posed a great threat to players as the half-orc race was highly prejudiced against outsiders. Players could encounter the half-orc patrol squads at any time inside the Great Forest. Not only were these patrol squads extremely powerful, but they would also call for their other companions to ambush players. Hence, survival within the Great Forest was, to say the least, challenging. Through the teleportation array, Shi Feng's party quickly arrived at Starfall City, a city near Starmoon Kingdom's border. Starfall City was the second largest city in Starmoon Kingdom's northern region. Although the city was near the kingdom's border, it was the most prosperous of all the cities in the northern region. Starfall City was of similar rank to White River City. Only, the city had a few more Tier 4 NPCs guarding it than White River City. There were a total of 7 Tier 4 NPCs. The city's defensive power greatly surpassed White River City and was only weaker than Starmoon City. This place is impressive. Blackie could not help his shock when he saw the busy street. There were a lot of NPC guards patrolling the streets, at least twice that of White River City. Other than the NPC guards, there were also plenty of merchants roaming about. One could also see many horse carriages carrying cargo coming and going. Moreover, these merchants were not limited to NPCs. There were also plenty of player merchants. These player merchants similarly rode horse carriages around the city. There were also plenty of player merchants who had parked their carriages in one place and hawked and bought various items. What are they doing? Cola noticed that these player merchants were frantically purchasing various materials and equipment from other players. There were even some who purchased common items from NPC merchants. Moreover, these player merchants purchased these common items in large quantities, costing up to dozens, or even more than 100, gold. Such an amount would be enough to fund a small guild for a relatively long time. None of White River City's players would be so insane as to purchase so many common items from NPC merchants. Those people are reselling goods and making a profit through the price differences, Shi Feng explained. Making a profit through the price differences. Blackie was confused. But the NPC's prices are the same throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Only some unique items can be resold for a profit. Even so, there aren't usually many of those items available for sale, and normally, when the NPCs restock, large guilds usually buy everything, keeping them for their own use. Who are they planning to sell these common items to? To players, of course, Shi Feng said, laughing. Although NPCs' common items in Starmoon Kingdom have uniform prices, the prices may be different in other kingdoms and empires. Some items sold in Starmoon Kingdom might be more expensive in the Black Dragon Empire, while some items might be cheaper. Meanwhile, these people are trying to make a profit through the difference in prices. Then, aren't there teleportation arrays? Wouldn't it be easier just to deliver their products using teleportation arrays? Blackie asked curiously. Why must they use horse carriages? Very simple. The transportation fees would be too high if they used the teleportation arrays. Moreover, only the capital city has an array that enables teleportation between other kingdoms and empires, and each teleportation would cost more than 1 gold. Their profit margin is not high. Moreover, a player can't carry enough items. They might even incur losses if they use teleportation arrays to conduct their trades. Meanwhile, a horse carriage can carry more than a dozen times that of players. Some good horse carriages can even carry up to 20 or 30 times. Although one may waste some time and encounter some dangers if they travel to the Black Dragon Empire via a horse carriage, in general, they can earn a lot of money with a single trip. These player merchants earn even more money than our guild's elite players. Shi Feng had some knowledge regarding the merchant subclass. In the past, his guild had frequently organized caravans to conduct cross-border trade, earning significant funds for the guild. Meanwhile, Starfall City offered a natural advantage for cross-border trade. This was also why many merchants throughout Starmoon Kingdom specifically traveled all the way to Starfall City to develop themselves. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Shi Feng's explanation. They had never imagined that the cross-border trade was such a profitable business. The wages Zero Wing offered were among the highest of all guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. The money its elite members earned each day was several times more than the elite members of other guilds. The money they earned could even rival that of ordinary experts, yet these merchant players actually made more money than Zero Wing's elite members. In other words, these merchant players made more money than even the ordinary experts in God's domain. Alright, split up and look for any caravans that are about to depart. Shurfeng ordered. There was a great distance between Starfall City and the great forest of Soria. If a player relied on their own 2 feet to travel, it would take over 10 hours to reach the great forest. If Shurfeng were traveling alone, he could simply teleport to the great forest with the aid of the 7 luminaries ring, saving him a lot of hassle. Unfortunately, none of his other party members possessed the 7 luminaries ring. Hence, they would have no choice but to travel to the great forest on foot. Meanwhile, if a caravan were about to embark from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire, they would have to pass through the outermost region of the great forest of Soria. If one traveled via horse carriage, the journey to the great forest would only take 3 or 4 hours. It was much faster than even common mounts. However, the road to the Black Dragon Empire was not easy for a caravan. A caravan normally required an escort of guards. Meanwhile, powerful players would often accept such escort quests as they were extremely profitable. The money one could earn from these quests was several times higher than ordinary high-level quests. Only, one would have to invest a lot of time to complete the quest. A dozen minutes or so later, Aqua Rose located a caravan that was about to depart for the Black Dragon Empire. This caravan was not particularly large. In total, there were only a dozen or so horse carriages. Moreover, it was a caravan that consisted entirely of players. It was far less safe than NPC caravans. After leaving the city, caravans could encounter all sorts of trouble such as monster attacks and player robberies. In the past, Shurfeng had even tragically been mugged by a Tier 4 Sword Emperor NPC. Meanwhile, in an NPC organized caravan, there would usually be some NPC guards escorting the caravan. Ordinary players would not dare consider robbing such caravans. Monsters offered the greatest danger. These caravans. Player-organized caravans, on the other hand, were often the targets of players who had joined the dark forces. Of course, with risk comes opportunity. If player merchants joined an NPC-organized caravan, their profits would decrease sharply. The maximum amount of money they could earn from a single trade was only 1/3 of the money they could make if they joined a player-organized caravan. Of course, even this was still a significant amount of money to an ordinary player. In other words, a player-organized caravan's profits were 3 times that of an NPC-organized caravan. Naturally, courageous or strong players would take this risk. Our Red Rain caravan is not some weak caravan. We don't welcome weaklings here. Not to mention, you guys are only planning to join us to the great forest of Soria. You will occupy our guard slots for nothing. A female ranger with a charming and flirtatious look sneered. This female ranger had black, shoulder-length hair and wore a black and red tight-fitting leather jacket. Chapter 635, Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group. Guild leader, although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, will have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, that did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Cola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with the divine blue fire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain caravan had ignored him. Shi Feng swept a glance over the Red Rain caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Shi Feng's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Shi Feng's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild with Zero Wing's influence in Star Moon Kingdom. The Red Rain caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Shi Feng did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention, Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Shi Feng was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Shi Feng had everyone in his party hide their identities. I'll negotiate with them. Shi Feng shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip? The female ranger named Red Rain said we don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it? Shi Feng took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Shi Feng's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the great forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the great forest itself. As long as you get through the great forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the great forest. How about that? Shi Feng offered another suggestion. This, Red Rain was clearly tempted indeed. Just as Shi Feng had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man's swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path. When Shi Feng saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman in the past. Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Star Moon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Star Moon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the kingdom's swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first. Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Shifeng did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease afterward. Shifeng and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain Caravan. The contract required Shifeng's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain Caravan. In return, the Red Rain Caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain Caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain Caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters only. During transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads, they could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain Caravan entered the Great Forest of Soria, a thinly built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target boss. Another caravan has arrived, the ranger said through the team chat. Which caravan is it? A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side looking at the symbol. It seems to be the Red Rain Caravan, the thinly built ranger said, licking his lips. Red Rain Caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut, Red Rain, that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless Path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain Caravan for never paying tolls. The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain Caravan's coordinates to his boss. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain Caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless Path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers. The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain Caravan. Chapter 636, Dark Guild. The Red Rain Caravan did not have an easy journey through the Great Forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 wind leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Wind leopard, demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50,000/50,000. Although the wind leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a wind leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters before Shifeng's party even descended from their carriages. Rainless Path was already charging towards the 2 wind leopards. And before the 2 wind leopards could react, Rainless Path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1,000 points to one of the demonic beasts. The injured wind leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless Path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other wind leopard darted towards Rainless Path with its fangs bared. However, before the two wind leopards could touch Rainless Path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the two monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the wind leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3,000 damage and severely injured the two monsters. Rainless Path circled to the wind leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless Path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility, following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment, the two wind leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Shi Feng and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his long sword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat 2 level 50 wind leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat. As expected of Red Rain Caravan's Rainless Path, it seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money, many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Starmoon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Shi Feng was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Shi Feng when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Soria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest at such a distance, ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone. While they hid in the forest, the person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earthy yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain Caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted, "Go!" The members of 1,000-Mile Killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain Caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain Caravan's players by surprise. Before anyone could react, nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road. Normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan, one could not have too many players because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. 1,000-Mile Bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The 1,000-Mile Killers was a red name team that had already plundered countless caravans. 1,000-Mile Bear was their leader. However, the 1,000-Mile Killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, the various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the 1,000-Mile Killers. Red Rain had never thought that 1,000-Mile Bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. "Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I am afraid of you?" 1,000-Mile Bear grinned. Coldly, he said, hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. 1,000-Mile Bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his long sword and swiftly charged towards 1,000-Mile Bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If 1,000-Mile Bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 1,000-Mile Bear swung his great sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, all 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. "I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are." One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's 2 swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapons. Afterimages. Who are you? Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his longsword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang! Dang! 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. What is the Dark Guild, the Million Ghosts, doing here? Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this? The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637, Are the Million Ghosts Very Strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 Swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes, on the swordsman youth. 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. Bang! 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 After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again. After a series of exchanges, neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose 1 level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, the black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, these 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The dark guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, the trade route between Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghosts. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll. Otherwise, they will share your fate. 1,000-Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City, so that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker. Dark guilds would normally occupy some high-traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Shifeng had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight trading firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods, saving a lot on travel expenses. The Candlelight trading firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Shifeng had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet. Since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes, Shifeng could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghosts? A level 29 black-robed berserker charged towards Shifeng, sending a heavy strike at Shifeng's head. In response, Shifeng remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on him. Bang. Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10-yard system, Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 to 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone as the berserker slammed heavily into the ground. He dropped 3 pieces of equipment since the berserker was a member of a dark guild. Even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only, he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose 1 level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. "Who are you?" Thousand Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Sherfone. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Shifeng's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Shifeng's party in disbelief so strong. Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with at this moment. Sherfone waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them. Teach the Million Ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch." Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the Million Ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the Million Ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Cola charged at a level 29 black-robed assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Blue Fire Shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt -2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Cola's back and used Backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Cola easily blocked the attack with the Blue Fire Shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Cola followed up with a Hammer of Sanctions and Punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Cola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Shifeng's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death's Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. "You guys are digging your own graves." Thousand Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. "The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating." Saying so, Thousand Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Sherfone immediately appeared behind Thousand Mile Bear and sent a chop at the berserker. Shifeng's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, Thousand Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638, Forming a Caravan. Thousand Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Sherfone was simply too fast. They had only heard Thousand Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Sherfone stood beside Thousand Mile Bear like the god of death monster. This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Sherfone looked down on the Million Ghosts with such strength. Not even the big 3 in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Sherfone quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with Thousand Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. Thousand Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Shifeng only needed an instant to kill the berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Shifeng was, and here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Shifeng. Fortunately, she had not offended Shifeng with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, so that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Shifeng's attack, which had been as quick as lightning in Starfall City. He was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Shifeng's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After Thousand Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining The Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these Level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shifeng. Although Shifeng hid his name, from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Shifeng was not a child. Hence, she referred to Shifeng as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Shifeng waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the Million Ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, "A dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future." Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the Million Ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless Path could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god. Being questioned by Shifeng in such a way, Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly, Rainless Path noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless Path's logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested," Shifeng said, smiling. "Big Brother Expert, please, tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Shifeng had to say. The Candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future. Shi Feng finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain caravan, not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless Path, the candlelight trading firm. Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain caravan would no longer have to worry about robbery. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom. Red Rain repeatedly thanked Shi Feng, following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Shi Feng, Aqua Rose asked curiously, "Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. "I just decided it," Shi Feng laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Shi Feng, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Shi Feng as if saying, "I see." Half an hour later, the Red Rain caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Shi Feng and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Shi Feng's party arrived at a small lake in the forest. "Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here?" Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, this was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. "A great lord." Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639, Rare Mount. "Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that?" Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged Lion King before him was a bona fide great lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary great lord. It was a level 60 great lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters. It could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged Lion King, demonic beast, great lord. Level 60. HP 30,000/30,000,000. Capture it. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "You must be crazy." Although the golden-winged Lion King could be captured, it was a level 60 great lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the Great Lord. Shi Feng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one. "We'll head over once it leaves," Shi Feng said in the team chat. This golden-winged Lion King was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged Lion King a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged Lion King, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain back then. Even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the fantasy shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount. As for 3-star mounts, they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. A 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount, the latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%. Its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Shifeng had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the Golden-Winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the Golden-Winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "All right, everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Shifeng did not bother to explain much. Immediately, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Shifeng led his team and dove into the lake. Although the Golden-Winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Shifeng activated the 7 luminaries ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be opened like this. "I wish I had an item with space movement," I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors, Blackie said enviously. This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces. Shifeng wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement normally. In order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the golden-winged Lion King. Alright, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Shifeng no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest's heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, demonic beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 90000/90000000. Such a handsome wolf. Kola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf. In comparison, the horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. Quickly, everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Shifeng's command. Chapter 640, Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked open its eyes upon detecting Shifeng's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack. Kola, make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives. Shifeng hurriedly commanded his team. When he noticed the Thunder Wolf beginning to stand normally, it was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunder Wolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Kola was currently level 30 and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the Divine Blue Fire Shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord. Finished with his commands, Shifeng revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating demon summoning. Emerge, demon. When Shifeng finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gates slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer. Evil Blade Spirit, Evil Spirit. Level 36. HP 3000000/30000000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Shifeng smiled at the Evil Blade Spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunder Wolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the Evil Blade Spirit and attack the Thunder Wolf. Make sure you dodge the wolf's lightning attacks. Shi Feng then commanded the evil blade spirit to charge at the Thunder Wolf. The evil blade spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunder Wolf like a ghost. The blade spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunder Wolf's body. 17,519-16, 749. 2 damages that were over minus 10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Shi Feng was also surprised. We lucked out. This to me, a level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunder Wolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Shi Feng, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than minus 10,000 damage to the Thunder Wolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked Evil Blade Spirit could easily deal more than minus 10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a high Lord of the same level awoe. The Thunder Wolf howled. Countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the Evil Blade Spirit. The Tier 2 Evil Spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunder Wolf's claws easily sliced through the Evil Blade Spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The Evil Blade Spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. I sent its attack a little too powerful. If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Kola gulped when he saw the Thunder Wolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunder Wolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the Evil Blade Spirit. Everyone else, attack from a distance. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was a super attack-type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunder Wolf, following which, Shi Feng controlled the Evil Blade Spirit and began to lure the Thunder Wolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the Evil Blade Spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 Evil Spirit, they added up. As long as the Evil Blade Spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over minus 1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, he only dealt over minus 2,000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the Evil Blade Spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Shi Feng lured the Thunder Wolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the Evil Blade Spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Shi Feng observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunder Wolf. Hearing Shi Feng's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunder Wolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Shi Feng unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within. At this moment, the Evil Blade Spirit, which confronted the Thunder Wolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunder Wolf's attacks dealt over minus 40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over minus 70,000 damage. The Evil Blade Spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunder Wolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on the Blade Spirit. Shi Feng said sternly through the party chat after completing his preparations immediately. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the evil Blade Spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the evil Blade Spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the evil Blade Spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the evil Blade Spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised. The Thunder Wolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the evil Blade Spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet, now, its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Shi Feng activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hand. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunder Wolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunder Wolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Shi Feng smiled faintly. Watch the show. Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Shi Feng's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage in the next moment. However, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunder Wolf's head. This is when Fire Dance noticed the Thunder Wolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result. She immediately came to a realization. That's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power, Shi Feng explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunder Wolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type AoE spells, they would not utilize their Thunder Wolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good. For a time, the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP about to reach 10%, Shi Feng immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641, Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire, Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border and was the nearest town to the Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated. Impossible. We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thundermile Bear's defeat. Dark Guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man, who occupied the guild leader's seat, asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts Guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds in Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts Guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild. Due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts, the various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Starmoon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be, to think that even the people from Starmoon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered back. When the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. For days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the Great Forest of Soria. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunder Wolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Sherphone controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunder Wolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%. 11%. 10%. Start. Sherphone immediately lured the Thunder Wolf out of the flooded area, the Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10%. Upon reaching her position, Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll. Show. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunder Wolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted 1 short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all 4 of the Thunder Wolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving away. The Thunder Wolf howled in anger. Suddenly, dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Shifeng also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Shifeng found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air, jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not large. The Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angled jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Shifeng's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left as expected of a 5-star rare mount. It really is lively. This was the first time Shifeng had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Shifeng was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade's skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat suddenly. The Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Shifeng then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunder Flame Explosion on the demonic beast. 679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunder Flame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped further. Used the hunting scrolls quickly. Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shifeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time, 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter. One after another, Shifeng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position. They had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased. 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go. Shifeng roared. Immediately, a massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642, Formation of the Dark God's Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Shifeng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave, then. Shifeng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine. The golden-winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Although they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, the demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, there was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Shi Feng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour, following which, everyone used return scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City, Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Shi Feng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunder Wolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag and put them inside the Thunder Wolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Shi Feng looked at the ferocious Thunder Wolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunder Wolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunder Wolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunder Wolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. They need to speed things up a little bit. Shi Feng then thought about forming the Dark Gods Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the candlelight trading firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark Gods Legion right away. Shi Feng had already experienced the development process of God's domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future, following which, Shi Feng instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark Gods Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wing's main force. Shortly after Shi Feng began establishing the Dark Gods Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players at this point. Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell-mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing at this stage of the game. Large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark Gods Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing for a time. The number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Shi Feng spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark Gods Legion. After all, the number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, During this period, Shifeng produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark God's Legion during these 2 days. Many things happened throughout God's domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons and had moved their competition on to 100-man team dungeons. However, 100-man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster's strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool initially. Level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain-ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like. Aside from competing over 100-man dungeons, the next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list to experts. This was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 dark gold equipment available, but even level 30 dark gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, Divine Colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the Divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Shifeng was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643 – Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum, dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the 1st floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the 4th. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the 4th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look. Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possessed several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment. Aside from improving their combat techniques, that's killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the 4th floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the trial tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the trial tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver, yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the trial tower. Not even the wealthy Overwhelming Smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion. Currently, everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom did not know of One Hit Azura, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. Tuition with the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Shifeng said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the trial tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the trial tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold, daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the candlelight trading firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Right. I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts, Shifeng laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There, one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Shifeng was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit, and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Shifeng distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644, Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic crystals drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City. Even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Colosseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT. He was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's Domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's Domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's Domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Colosseum. God's Domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Shifeng were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Star Moon Kingdom, much less God's domain as far as Lone Tyrant knew. Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding in magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame on the surface. Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the trial tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the trial tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the trial tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly in total. Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the trial tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that Warwolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark God's Legion enter the trial tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance, he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, there were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. Among them, Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The guild only had 14 people at 5th place. Cloud9 had 12 people at 6th place. Yin Yang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include Warwolf and his team. In reality, the guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon, it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Shi Feng had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain after his 2-day absence. Shi Feng found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar. Now, the 100 berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day. According to Shi Feng's arrangements, 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shi Feng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shi Feng had also brought with him a huge stock of light stones for Blue Frost and the others. The nights in the dark den were longer than the days. Hence, light stones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the light stone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the dark den had anything like the light stones other than grinding and questing. The light stones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelter. Right. My main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you, Shi Feng said as he retrieved the chapter of shelter from his bag. The chapter of shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the chapter of shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved now. However, with the chapter of shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Den. Zero Wing was astonishing. Shi Feng's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Shi Feng had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a chapter of shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter, Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the chapter of shelter in Shi Feng's hand. Chapter 645, Administrator. The evil ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the evil ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100-berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. The 100-berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100-berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Otherwise, with no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Shi Feng and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter. In the next moment, the shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter's size had increased by tenfold. When the shelter stopped expanding, a system announcement reached out to every player inside the evil ghost domain. Evil ghost domain system announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the evil ghost domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1 stunned players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement. Currently, the shelter's players were nearing level 40. It wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone. However, upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one now. However, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the evil ghost domain were stupefied. Normally, to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the evil ghost domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter. Yet, after only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force, now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discussed currying favor with District 1 when a medium shelter became a large shelter. It could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's Heavenly Crystal Pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, they had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful. All along, the shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded. Only after a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Shifeng used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Shifeng had become the shelter's administrator, and administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Shifeng could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority. Of course, this was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now, they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, if the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it, so the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Shifeng also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. He could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress, following which, Shifeng left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Shifeng was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646, Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Shortly after Shifeng used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity. Now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically, many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of work. In addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the evil ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter in the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong. To guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the evil ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the evil ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter if they could take control of District 1. Not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand. Its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm. With this, they could kill two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the evil ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful, and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the evil ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher leveled than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Shifang's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals' prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least 1 soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bar's promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals. With 50,000 soul crystals, not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialties and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Shifeng had returned with a large stock of gemstones and 100-berry wine to White River City. Gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment. Currently, Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the Evil Ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Star Moon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the Evil Ghost domain, while prices in Star Moon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Star Moon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Shi Feng had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the Evil Ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Shi Feng had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones. After returning to White River City, Shi Feng first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Star Moon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Star Moon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players other than Star Moon Kingdom. Thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight Trading Firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager. Melancholic smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Shi Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tiered gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Shi Feng's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Shi Feng could not let this opportunity escape him. Only, Shi Feng's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wing's main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Shi Feng took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647, Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest-tiered gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only dropped from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, one would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power to the large guild's main forces. Upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference. Without rest, Shifeng spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Shifeng could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed initially. Shifeng would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC Alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Shifeng's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Shifeng had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Shifeng sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Shifeng could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be in the past. During God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Shifeng sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Shifeng was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, the situation at White River City's Divine Coliseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the 5th floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the 4th floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the 4th floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad either. Today, another 8 people have reached the 5th floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Coliseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Although one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential in the God's Domain of today, due to Shifeng repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers. The public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed then. How could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the fourth floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert. Very quickly, this matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was previously. Zero Wing had relied on Shifeng to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known, top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor for a time. Many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wing's. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Shifeng's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leaders summon us because of the Divine Colosseum? Probably. After all, this is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City, yet right now, we have fewer experts who have passed the 4th floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the Trial Tower's 4th floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the 4th floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the 4th floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the Trial Tower's 4th floor, they could not be considered as true experts despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile. For some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Shifeng entered the conference hall. Leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. The conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the black cloaked Shifeng. Chapter 648, Rapid Improvement. As Shifeng appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Shifeng's scolding. Shifeng took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle. Curiously, the wine bottle's information displayed the name, 100-berry wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader, you're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Shifeng instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100-berry wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Sher Feng whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward. Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100-berry wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, the food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100-berry wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100-berry wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time, you'll see what I mean. Sher Feng laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100-berry wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Sher Feng wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100-berry wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100-berry wine was truly capable of such a feat. The rest of the team similarly doubted Sher Feng's claim. Improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's trial tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Sher Feng smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum. In order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Zero Wing's members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark God's Legion, both had already challenged the trial tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the second floor, Feng Xianyang quickly noticed Shi Feng enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify Werewolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Xianyang had intended to keep Overwhelming Smile's strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Shi Feng personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Shi Feng directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Shi Feng. As long as Werewolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the fourth floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the trial tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the fourth floor. However, since Shi Feng had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands very quickly. The members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the fourth floor, everyone grew anxious. The trial tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the trial tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the fourth floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain. However, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves, very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. "Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time," Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly, his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. "This is amazing." The others were similarly shocked. After drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine, their perception of the world had undergone a complete change. When everyone casually used a skill, they immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others, who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate, could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate, their combat power soaring. After familiarizing themselves with this new sensation, everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649, The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these 3 guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos. Compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles, these battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the fourth floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widened, little by little. Meanwhile, the 3 great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the fourth floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the Trial Tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the Trial Tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Starmoon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts manage to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the Trial Tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet. He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the Trial Tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's #1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list quick. Look! Someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were two ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors. Meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor, it was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Werewolf. Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion in White River City. The players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor, and that was the famous Ghost Shadow 6th floor. Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The #1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Werewolf cleared the 5th floor, his name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smile's members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked #1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and 1 has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only 1 person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the 3 guilds. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only 1 person can surpass a real, large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Shi Feng resided in. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had 1 lonely name on it, suddenly had 2. Who is Werewolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with throughout White River City. There were only 2 experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame, while the second was Flame Blood. Now, 1 more had caught his interest, Werewolf. However, while everyone committed Werewolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list: Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, making a name for herself. Nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list: Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. The appearance of a 4th name on the trial list 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Colosseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared, slack-jawed. Having lost his previous calm, he could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory. Aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor, just the fact that there were 2 people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking. Yet the second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower, as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected when comparing top combat power. It was obvious, with a glance, which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the #1 guild. They actually have 2 top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone. It is clearly inferior to the other 2 guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other 2. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look, the person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the overlord seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the number 1 position on the trial list. Right, this should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Xianyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family after being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing. It had become an instinct of sorts to worry. However, after calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before Overwhelming Smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list. To ordinary players, reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things, right? Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent players succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admired the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor at this point. There were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing. None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the fourth floor this time. The numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people moreover. All 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening in the morning. Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the fourth floor. Yet, now, every single one of them past Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's fifth floor, far ahead of Heaven's burial and overwhelming smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Xianyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have, at most, been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the fourth floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the fourth floor, Feng Xianyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the fifth floor's list. He, too, felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore, claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of fifth-floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Starmoon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's seventh floor this time. However, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just one, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower's 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651, Sensational. Chapter 651, Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages for the trial tower's first 4 floors. The difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further in the Divine Colosseum. Only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor, arriving on the 7th floor. However, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of 1 skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required 1 perfect application, executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle. Yet, now, two little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable how they'd been holding back all this time. Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just one person, but it was impossible for two people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Shifeng nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Shifeng was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the two girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Shifeng at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guilds stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence. Just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flame Blood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flame Blood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence, he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flame Blood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog. Flame Blood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Starmoon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Starmoon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first. Its players, the two cities with the largest player population in the kingdom, were Starmoon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these two cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time. Of these two cities, Flame Blood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Starmoon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these two people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flame Blood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had in terms of strength. Daybreak Fog ranked third within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support, with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon after all. During this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now, all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Starmoon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Starmoon City is no match in this aspect. Hence, we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River Cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Shi Feng received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow. Chapter 652, Azura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Shi Feng said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising. It had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros's elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest. Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly, she envied Shi Feng, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Starmoon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Starmoon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Starmoon City. Cloud9 Yin Yang Court, Heaven's Burial, all 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residencies in Starmoon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Starmoon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Starmoon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although gentle snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud9 and the Yin-Yang court eyed Ouroboros like fresh meat. Ouroboros had already been unstable due to Chao Qinghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently, as Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng disliked playing with words. After their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Starmoon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, if there was another option, other than team dungeons, for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss. A hidden treasured land. When Shifeng heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains. In the past, when Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Starmoon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits that war had caused every guild in Starmoon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Yin-Yang Court, Cloud9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon, but an Azura mode dungeon. Ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, Azura, and God. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain Starfire ore that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained, regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this. Currently, several guilds from Starmoon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price to Gentle Snow. Offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Starmoon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Shifeng's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. Alright, but I have a condition, Shifeng responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Starmoon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains. Tell me. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Shifeng still had conditions of his own. It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value. Shifeng laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials, because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. Give me the list, then. Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Shifeng's condition. She had thought Shifeng intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. I'll send it to you now. Shifeng then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least. Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Shifeng had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Shifeng did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Shifeng's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Shifeng thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather the Stoneclaw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653, Overall Improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, the members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results during the challenge. Everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass this stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time, she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork in Shifeng's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Shifeng learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Shifeng's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent, Return to the residence. Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the trial tower. Inside the conference hall of Zero Wing's guild residence. Without wasting time, Shifeng retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Shifeng had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back if the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well. Although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attributes should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. Cause for Zero Wing's main force. Although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded Tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attributes should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main force's members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the Tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned speechless. She knew full well just how valuable Tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a Tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. We were in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Shifeng had already received a status report about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town. The nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Azura Mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure. Whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables, Stone Forest Town was the best option. Otherwise, they would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, they would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest Town. After a guild successfully captured Stone Forest Town, said guild would also receive an additional advantage. They could select a resurrection point when players died. They would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Shifeng had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing's greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now, though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly, following which, Shifeng led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa! That's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, march down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic. Although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Xianyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible.
Chapter 2968. Xingbo's posthumous work. Although the Long Yi battleship was old and worn, that was only its appearance. There was no problem with its performance. Of course, it was only a stellar-level battleship that was over 3,000 meters long. Even compared to an ordinary 5,000-meter-wide bastion, it was still slightly inferior. After all, it was old. The bastion could actually operate on its own. All it needed to do was to activate the autopilot, confirm the star chart, and enter the destination. When Yi Xian entered the Long Yi battleship, Hao Fangfang was the only one following behind him. Even he had a strange expression on his face. After all, Yi Xian's performance had been very disappointing. Hao Fangfang was the same. But he was even more annoyed with Zhuo Liqing's group. That was why he still followed Yi Xian. Although there were only 2 of them, once the autopilot was activated, there was no problem for them to drive the bastion away. Yi Xian immediately entered the password in the control room on the top floor of the Long Yi battleship. He quickly gained control of the Long Yi battleship and drove it out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock. He headed straight for the Black Mosquito tribe and into the boundless void outside. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honggu, as well as the thousands of demon kin who had survived the fierce mosquito, they had come to Demon Guard planet on Zhuo Hongwu's special stellar-level battleship. Naturally, they had no problem returning. Yi Xian didn't even bother to pay them any attention. After a long struggle, they finally left Demon Guard planet safely. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. At this moment, after Hao Fangfang entered the Long Yi ship, she immediately chose a cabin and walked in. She seemed to be too disappointed with Yi Xian's previous performance and didn't plan on paying attention to him. The latter just happened to be free, so he started to study this so-called Starry Sky Treasure Battlestar in the control room of the Long Yi ship. Yi Xian's devouring system had a special feature. When it came to certain treasures or objects, the devouring system's database would not have any relevant information before coming into contact with them. Even searching for their names would not yield any results. However, once it came into contact with the object, the system's database would automatically update and include the relevant information of the object. At this moment, Yi Xian was using the devouring system's database to search for all the detailed information about this Longye fortress. An existence that could be called a starry sky treasure by the devouring system naturally couldn't have a simple background. Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this, but even so, when he pulled out all the data and information regarding the Long Yi Hao and read through it, he was still stunned at the first possible moment. His face was blank and he was speechless for a long time. His background was not simple at all. It was simply frightening. This wild dragon ship was actually the posthumous work of the #1 human, Xingbo. Although the name Xingbo was a taboo in the first universe controlled by the Tianji clan, and no one dared to mention it, in the third universe, almost everyone in the human race knew his name. His status was equivalent to the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had long been deified. Of course, this was also because Xingbo was already dead. As for Yi Xian, the moment the devouring system automatically upgraded itself and officially entered the starry sky environment, He already knew about Xingbo and the origin of the devouring system. Xingbo was the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had created two super-intelligent robots, De and De. De killed his own creator, Xingbo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan to dominate the first universe. He even threatened to destroy the human race and unify the three universes. It could be said that he was actually a traitor to the human race. As a last resort, the human race established the Wan Luo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the Tianji clan. De was also a robot created by the number one human, Xingbo currently. His official identity was the imperial advisor of the human race's technological faction, the Immortal Dynasty. He was the one who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human geniuses with potential. Therefore, there were obviously other people who had devouring systems like Yi Xian. However, everyone's growth was different. Every devouring system was also relatively independent. As it grew with its host, its changes would also be different. This was a story for another time. Today, we are talking about the Wild Dragon Ship. The Wild Dragon Ship was the last work that Xingbo had completed before he was killed by the traitor, De. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it his posthumous work. Even the super-intelligent robot, De, which he had created, could invent something as crazy as the devouring system. De had even created the entire Tianji clan's glorious civilization. Some of the technologies that he had invented later on had even surpassed the current technological faction of the human race. From this, one could see Xingbo's crazy talent and strength in the field of technology. He was probably the only one who could create such a man-made starry sky treasure-level space fortress. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if the Tianji clan or the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction were to use all kinds of resources and technologies at all costs, they would only be able to create a peak epic-level space fortress at most. Starry sky treasures were usually born from nature. It was not so easy to create them manually. The reason why the Wild Dragon Ship ended up on the demonic Emperor planet was that before Xingbo was killed, he did not spread the news of this starry sky treasure-level space fortress. Therefore, after it fell into De's hands, it was mistaken for an ordinary fortress and was given to the robots under his command to use. Later on, after tens of thousands of years, this small fortress had even witnessed several great battles between the robot race and the human race. In the end, it was full of scars. In addition to the rapid development of the Tianji clan, there were many breakthroughs in technology. They had the ability to build a new type of space fortress with a perfect internal superposition technology. Therefore, this old and battered fortress was abandoned by them and thrown to the demonic tribe as if it was trash. This was more than 10,000 years ago. In these 10,000 years, the Wild Dragon Ship had been idle in a corner of the demonic star fortress. It had never been used by anyone. It could be said that it was a treasure covered in dust. If Yi Xian had not entered the demonic star fortress and discovered the Wild Dragon Ship with a devouring system in his body, this could be said to be the greatest work in the history of human science and technology. Who knew how many years it would have been abandoned by the world? As for why the Wild Dragon Ship was a starry sky treasure-level space fortress, its secret had not been discovered by anyone for tens of thousands of years. The reason was actually very simple. The reason why the Wild Dragon Ship could enter the starry sky treasure level was not because it had an abnormal attack or defense ability from the very beginning. On the contrary, when Xingbo created it, the Wild Dragon Ship was very weak. It was slightly inferior to an ordinary 5,000-meter space fortress of the same level. However, it had the most important characteristic. It was different from all the known space fortresses of the human race and the Tianji clan. Chapter 2969. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Bastion of Life. Whether it was a bastion built by humans or the Celestials' legacy clan, the construction process required countless materials. There were all kinds of alloys, special minerals, energy crystals, and even formations. So much so that the Bastion's central control system was similar to that of the interplanetary networks of the planets. It was a cross between a living and a non-living superbrain. Even so, a bastion like this was still a dead object. But Xingbo's final work, Long Yihao, was alive. And by alive he meant, it was a real life form. The construction of Long Yihao didn't use any other materials. There were no alloys, no minerals, no energy crystals, no formations, and nothing like that. In truth, it was a world bug that had simply used the natural growth and development of a living body to forcefully grow into a world bug. World bug. A mysterious and unknown life form. So far, only the great pioneer of human technology, Xingbo, had ever found and obtained one. Its characteristics were currently not fully understood, but one point had already been verified by Xinghua, and that was that this mysterious life form possessed an extremely strong ability to self-evolve, as well as a unique characteristic of malleability. Furthermore, its loyalty could be said to be absolute. It would only serve one master for life. The so-called malleable uniqueness could be seen as dominoes. You only had one chance to push down the first domino. Once you pushed down the first domino, the entire chain of dominoes would continue to react. If there was no end to the chain of dominoes would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino, which would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino in succession. This was basically what the malleability of the world bug meant. After Xingbo obtained the world bug, he should have hesitated for a period of time, but in the end, he decided to guide the world bug and evolve it into the most powerful super fortress. Therefore, he used up the evolution pre-molding rights of the world bug, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was equivalent to gently pushing the first domino down. Even the devouring system couldn't understand the process through the long yi-how. Perhaps it could be seen as some kind of program writing method, or perhaps it was even more complicated. Xingbo was the great pioneer of the human race's technology. Who knew what he was capable of? In short, Xingbo's vision of what a perfect powerful bastion should look like had been inputted into the world bug's body through some unknown method. It was almost like data input. This infusion marked the end of the world bug's malleability. From then on, it would continue to evolve according to Xingbo's vision of a perfect bastion. Like the chain reaction of dominoes, it wouldn't stop until it died. According to Xingbo's research, the world bug didn't die. It wasn't that it had a strong life force, but that it was a special kind of life form. In Xingbo's words, it should be called a group of mononuclear self-evolving life forms. To put it simply, this so-called world bug was not a single bug. It was a swarm. This swarm was made up of countless tiny world bugs. It was like the cells of a human body. Every moment, old cells would die, but at the same time, a large number of new cells would be born. In Xingbo's view, this self-evolving cycle was immortal and indestructible. Therefore, once the evolution began, the perfect bastion that existed only in Xingbo's mind would continue to evolve. At most, some accident would cause the world bug to go into hibernation. That was why the evolution was temporarily halted. Right now, the evolution was in a temporary halt because the mononuclear self-evolving life forms were in a very bad state. Tens of thousands of years ago, it no longer had the strength to spawn more minuscule world worm cells and continue the path of evolution according to Xingbo's vision, incessantly condensing new and more powerful fortress components and functions. Because the lack of energy supply was so severe, the world bug's core, which was equivalent to the commander-in-chief of the group, had no choice but to go into hibernation. That was why, for tens of thousands of years, the independent world bug's evolution system continued to produce new members, but their numbers were few and far between. They were only equal to the ones that had declined and died. The only way to change the situation was to provide enough energy to the independent world bug's core, a mysterious crystal that Xingbo called the source of evolution. Moreover, after injecting energy and reactivating this source of evolution, Yi Xian still had the chance to brand a strand of his own soul imprint onto it. Xingbo had left this opportunity for him, and it was also the world bug's other greatest feature aside from its malleability. Once the soul imprint was imprinted, then this world bug would be absolutely loyal to Yi Xian. Moreover, this kind of master recognition was unique to every world bug in its entire life. It could only be done once, and it couldn't be changed unless the entire group was destroyed. It was a pleasant surprise. Imagine, once the world bug recognized a living bastion as its master, it would be completely loyal to the owner. Even if the passageway was wide open and enemies were allowed to enter, they wouldn't be able to do anything. On the contrary, a single thought from the owner would be able to command the bastion to kill them. It was a pity that Xingbo didn't use the soul-recognized sovereign. It wasn't because he was great, but because when he injected the idea of a perfect super fortress into the world worm's crystal of evolution, he realized that there wasn't much life force left in the crystal when it was innately nurtured. The best he could do was wait until the world bug's core, which was only the size of a fist, grew to the size of an ordinary fortress 5,000 meters in diameter. When that happened, the evolution process would have to stop as the core went into hibernation. Xingbo tried to supply it with all sorts of energy, but to no avail. In the end, For the sake of realizing his dream of building a perfect bastion, Xingbo decided to keep the Long Yi as its master. He hoped that whoever discovered the ship's secrets would be tempted enough to find the energy required for the evolution of the world's insectoids. That way, the Bastion of Life could be restarted on its path of evolution. Chapter 2970. To lay murderous intentions in the dark at this moment, Yi Xian was extremely depressed. The great surprise of accidentally obtaining a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Super Life Fortress had long since dissipated. What replaced it was a huge sense of loss, as well as a strong sense of depression. Her life was too tough. She was clearly on the verge of becoming a nanny. Previously, he was looking for the multi-pupil thought crystal that could help the immortal rank cosmic superbrain fragment grow. Now, he had to look for the energy that could help the world bug colony that had evolved into a 5,000-meter-wide fortress to recover its normal reproduction and evolution. More importantly, even Yi Xian had no idea what this energy was. Furthermore, he was absolutely certain that all the resources he currently had were absolutely useless. What kind of existence was Xingbo? Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already tried all the resources that he could find. The things in Yi Xian's hands might just be a drop in the bucket of all the resources that he had already tried. In short, trying to find this mysterious energy whose name was unknown was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was even more difficult than Yi Xian looking for the source of devouring, which had become the currency of the system. At the very least, the latter had a name. At the very least, Yi Xian had come into contact with it before, used it before, and knew what it looked like. However, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of energy the worldworm's source of evolution required and what kind of state it was in. The only way was to try out every new resource that he obtained in the future. It was clearly a case of treating a dead horse as a living horse. It was purely a matter of luck. Because of this, even through the devouring system, Yi Xian already knew that the core of the Long Yi Life Fortress, which was the source of evolution that was equivalent to the core of the entire world's bugs, was actually hidden in a secret location on the second floor of the Life Fortress. However, Yi Xian did not have the interest to immediately search for it and research it. After all, no matter how he researched it, he could not awaken it from its half-dormant state and brand it with a soul brand to make it recognize him as its master. What else was there to do? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was gloomy for a while, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he began to think about the matter of killing Zhou Liqing and Zhou Hongwu's uncle and nephew. This matter had to be done on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find another opportunity after returning. As for the other failed trial takers with them, as well as the more than 4,000 demon powerhouses on the fierce Mosquito Star, Yi Xian did not intend to spare them. Yi Xian also didn't plan on letting any of them go. Coincidentally, the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand had already been used up, so he could only use the Weeping Soul Beast to absorb spiritual energy. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was a long river, and although the process of slowly absorbing spiritual energy was very comfortable, it was still boring after drinking too much of the porridge. Absorbing the spirit origin energy from the demon dweller's brain was like drinking strong wine. A large amount of spirit origin energy instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. That taste. I haven't tried it for a long time. Sometimes, I do miss it a little. However, if they wanted to kill Zhou Liqing, they naturally couldn't rely on the Wild Dragon battleship, which had stopped evolving and was still far from fully maturing. Therefore, its performance was basically average. In fact, even if they were to return to the Black Mosquito Star, Yi Xian didn't expect to rely on it. As such, he immediately called for Hao Fangfang. After the two of them walked out of the Wild Dragon ship, Yi Xian immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle. After sending the confused Hao Fangfang into the shuttle, he immediately waved his hand and kept this temporarily unusable Starry Sky treasure-grade Super Life Fortress into his undying world. Yi Xian hadn't branded this Wild Dragon battleship with a strand of his soul into the Worldworm's evolution crystal, and made it recognize him as its master. It was as if he had completely refined it. However, the devouring system had already infiltrated this crystal and purposely exposed it to confuse him. It was the same as an ordinary space fortress's main control center. He had also taken over the control center's ultimate authority, which was equivalent to completing the initial refinement. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily keep this Wild Dragon battleship into his undying world like he did with the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleship. After that, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and brought out 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. Among the 2,000 beasts, there were 200 of them, from the 4th realm, the planet realm, to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. In addition, Yi Xian also brought out the 8-star Wang ladle, who was at the mid-stage of the origin realm. As for Gue Hai Yi Dao and his 1,000 demon slaves, who were also stationed in the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian didn't use them. They were too weak and weren't suitable for this kind of intergalactic battle. As for the wretched mosquito slayer, it was naturally even more impossible. Ever since Yi Xian discovered that there was something wrong with him, he had been secretly wary of him. He couldn't possibly let him participate in such a big matter. When he had the time later, he would have to deal with him properly. After the mosquito beasts, Soldier Ladle Squad, and 8-star Wang Ladle walked out of the Dongshu shuttle. Yi Xian quickly put the Dongshu shuttle back into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Then, he directly brought out the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships. Inside the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships were an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 soldier ladles. Among the 10 million mosquito beasts, there were more than 10,000 Black Hole Realm mosquitoes. Among the 100,000 soldier ladles, there were nearly 1,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star ladles. These tens of thousands of mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 7-star general ladles were all summoned by Yi Xian, along with the ones that had been transferred out from the Void Cave shuttle. Because they would have to move them frequently in the future, they specially mobilized all of them this time to refine their weapons. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles quickly dispersed into the surrounding space. Moreover, he immediately concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and silently lay dormant. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave battle orders to the Black Mosquito's demon slave Chief Barker, as well as the other demon slave Vice Chief Barker, who was personally selected by Barker, who was in charge of the Black Wind, including his entire battle plan and final goal. In the end, the two bastions also sailed to the locations indicated by Yi Xian. They quickly began the process of recharging the Superstar Destroyer cannon. At the same time, they activated the concealment formation and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the void fell into silence again. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but in fact, Yi Xian's arrangements had already turned the void into an absolute killing zone. Yi Xian chose this place to set up an ambush because it was the closest natural wormhole to the Demon Emperor planet on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone. If the stellar-level battleship of Zhua Liqing and Zhua Hongwu wanted to perform a long-distance space jump, it had to come here and enter the wormhole. Chapter 2971. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Prey comes to the doors. Zhua Liqing and Zhua Hongwu gritted their teeth in anger at Yi Xian's departure. They could not accept the fact that Yi Xian was already so arrogant even before he had become the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son. However, in the end, Zhua Liqing and Zhua Hongwu didn't plan on carrying the tattered little fortress that Yi Xian had chosen back to the Black Mosquito Tribe. It wouldn't be worth it if it fell apart halfway. As far as they were concerned, this matter was purely due to Yi Xian's desire for face. Although Zhua Liqing and Zhua Hongwu were extremely angry, after thinking about it for a moment, they became happy again. This brat had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a reasonable excuse to get rid of him openly. But now he had presented this opportunity to him on a silver platter. The Space Fortress was a public property given to the Black Mosquito Tribe by the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian. However, Yi Xian was the one who handled the matter. Because of his personal reasons, the Black Mosquito Tribe finally got a battered little fortress that could not be seen at all. It would be a laughingstock if it was shown to the public. Under such circumstances, not only would General Zhua Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito Tribe, be enraged, even High Priest Hue Gulei, who had always been at odds with Zhua Fengtai, would be enraged. If it had been before, High Priest Hue Gulei, in order to continue holding the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun's authority, would have tried to win him over even if Zhang Wuji, who had won the Holy Sun trial, did not have much ability. This was to prevent the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun position from falling into the hands of Zhua Fengtai's faction. If that happened, Hue Gulei, who had always held a superior position in the Black Mosquito Tribe, would lose the slight advantage he had over Zhua Fengtai's faction. However, this Zhang Wuji was courting death. He had caused the Black Mosquito Tribe to suffer such a huge loss for his own sake. It was almost a humiliation. In this case, Grey Skull Ray would no longer be biased towards him. After all, this was related to the tribe's reputation. Grey Skull Ray was the high priest after all. He obviously couldn't ignore this factor completely. If there were no accidents, As long as Zhang Wuji returned to the Black Mosquito Star with the broken fortress, Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei would definitely go on a rampage after learning about the situation, and the latter would most likely not stop them. This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Zhang Wuji in public. However, with that guy's glib tongue, if he was allowed to return to the Black Mosquito Star first and spout nonsense, he might be able to reverse the situation that was almost set in stone. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as uncle and nephew, were suddenly anxious to return home. Therefore, Yi Xian drove the Long Yi battleship out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock and into the void of the universe. Not long after it was gone, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, who realized that something was wrong, immediately stepped into the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleship that Zhuo Fengtai had given to the latter. They rushed toward the first natural wormhole that was closest to the Demon Emperor planet on the long journey to the Black Mosquito Star area. At this moment, the uncle and nephew were sitting on the sofa in the main cabin of the Fengtang battleship. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. In their opinion, although Zhang Wuji had set off one step ahead of them, and the battleship he was piloting was still a battleship. Even if it was only a 5,000-meter-long battleship with a shabby appearance, it was still a battleship. Not to mention other aspects, its speed and space-jumping ability were definitely not comparable to an ordinary stellar-level battleship. But in fact, the uncle and nephew were not worried about this at all. The so-called Long Yi battleship was already damaged, and the Fengting battleship they were on now was not an ordinary stellar-level battleship. Even if Zhang Wuji could reach the Star Mosquito Star before them, it would not be much earlier. At most, it would only be half a day. In such a short period of time, he believed that the Black Mosquito Tribe's Grand Commanders Zhuo Fengtai and the High Priest Hui Gulei would not be so easily fooled by him and conclude the matter of the Wild Dragon ship. It would be a little embarrassing if they were to turn the tables around after the fact. Zhuo Hongwu was still very confident about this. After all, this Fengtang battleship was privately obtained by his brother Zhuo Fengtai from the Demon Dweller Star area at a great cost. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumping like a battleship, but it also used the perfect space-folding technology of the Tianji tribe inside the battleship. Although the battleship looked like a stellar-level battleship with a length of only 3,000 meters, in fact, the interior space was very large. It could accommodate at least 10,000 demon dwellers. Right now, there were 6,000 to 7,000 demon dwellers in the Fengtang battleship, and its speed was much faster than an ordinary stellar-level battleship. In just 6 hours, the first wormhole in the star area was in front of them. Zhuo Hongwu immediately gave an order to his sidekick. He turned around and said, "Go to the main control room and inform them to do the last pre-inspection of the wormhole. If there is no problem, immediately start charging the jump shield of the battleship. After entering the wormhole in front of us, the first thing to do is to jump." The sidekick nodded. Just as he turned around, the entire Fengtang battleship suddenly shook violently without warning. It was like a small boat sailing on a raging sea. Caught off guard, the sidekick fell to the ground. Before he could get up, his face had already changed in horror. He cried out in alarm. "What's going on? Could it be that we have encountered space turbulence?" This situation was very similar to when a battleship was sailing in the universe and suddenly accidentally entered a chaotic space turbulence. This was also the reason why this lackey had suddenly turned pale with fright and actually cried out in alarm on the spot. Space turbulence was very dangerous. Once one was sucked into it, there was basically no hope of coming out safely. Even if one was lucky enough to rush out of the turbulence area, the entire warship would probably not be much different from being torn apart. Even the alloy battleship was like this, then there was no need to mention the flesh and blood creatures in the cabin. Damn it, this is not space turbulence. This is clearly caused by the space oscillator. Chapter 2972. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The Black Mosquito's Zhuo Hongwu's guess was correct. It was Yi Xian's handiwork that caused his Fengtang stellar-level battleship to tremble so much. As for the space fortresses that emitted this kind of spatial vibration, they were naturally the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. At this moment, as the space oscillator was fully activated, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind, which had activated their concealment formations, were instantly exposed. This was one of the major drawbacks of the space oscillator. Although this method could trap the target battleship, it would not be able to perform a space jump, even if it was only a short distance. In the void of the star field where the space was disturbed and the amplitude of the space oscillation was greatly increased, the target battleship's normal navigation would be affected. Even if it could still move forward, its speed would be greatly reduced, and it would be very bumpy. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to be ambushed. Unfortunately, the terrifying effect of this space oscillator was also a double-edged sword. While trapping the target warship, the warships on his side, including the warship that released the space oscillation force, would also be affected within the area covered by the invisible shockwave. However, because the battleship that caused the space oscillation was the source of the space oscillation would radiate out from there. Within the effective range, the further the space oscillation was, the stronger the effect would be. Therefore, the battleship that caused the space oscillation would be less affected than the target battleship. However, no matter how slight the effect was, it was impossible for the target battleship to maintain its concealment state. This problem had troubled some experts in the human race's science and technology for many years, but they had not been able to solve it. Even the Tianji clan, which was far more talented than the human race in science and technology, had not been able to solve this problem. Because of this, as the effect of the space oscillator appeared, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, which had been in a hidden state, were immediately exposed without any suspense. But this didn't matter because the target they were lying in ambush for, the Fengtang ship, had been firmly trapped within an expanse of space that was around 50 kilometers in diameter at this moment. Not to mention being unable to move, it was absolutely impossible for it to maintain a normal sailing speed at least. Black Wind and Black Mosquito were the two bastions, and the area of influence had been predetermined before they activated their space oscillators. Of course, a distance of 100 kilometers was the limit of what a bastion could cover. If the void of the Milky Way was considered as a huge circle, then the Fengtang ship, which was trapped in this huge circle, was right in the center of the circle. The Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were facing each other at the edge of the giant circle. They were about 50 miles away from the bountiful Tang ship, which was exactly the radius of the giant circle. A distance of 50 miles was considered quite a distance on the ground. However, in the boundless void of the universe, it was really nothing. Without a reference and no obstacles, it was empty as far as the eye could see. Under these circumstances, not to mention 50 miles, even 100 or 100 miles would feel very close. At least, from the Fengtang ship, which was in the center of the huge circle, ordinary masters could easily see the Black Wind ship and the Black Mosquito ship, which were hovering far away in the void on both sides of the huge circle and were eyeing them fiercely. After the initial panic, Jianghu and Liqing quickly regained their composure. Even the warship crew on the Fengtang battleship quickly calmed down and took various countermeasures at once. Even the star cannons on the Fengtang battleship had been activated to the high-speed charging mode. While the bountiful Tang ship was preparing for war, Jianghu and Liqing were still in the main cabin on the top floor of the bountiful Tang ship. They were observing the situation around the bountiful Tang ship through a huge 5-dimensional holographic screen. There was no doubt that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were so close to each other in the empty void of the universe. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see them at first glance. As a result, Zhuanghu's expression suddenly changed again, and he immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Isn't that the Black Mosquito ship? What's going on?" "What? Black Mosquito ship? It can't be, right? Second uncle. Don't be kidding." Liqing was startled by Zhuanghu's exclamation. Almost subconsciously, he directly denied this possibility. As he muttered, he followed Zhuanghu's dazed gaze and looked in the other direction of the huge virtual screen in front of him. The next moment, Liqing also opened his mouth wide and was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He only felt that there was a buzzing noise in his head, and he was completely stupefied. Although the Black Mosquito cruiser was one of the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and rarely returned to the First Universe for many years, both Zhuanghu and Liqing had met them once when it first arrived at the demonic Mosquito planet and took away the former Black Mosquito cruiser's leader, Wuxia, and his 10,000 Demonkin Scouts, who were in charge of receiving and commanding this bastion. Although it was only once, the Black Mosquito ship had a huge pattern of a ferocious black mosquito beast engraved on the outer wall of the fortress ship. Therefore, even after so many years, the uncle and nephew still recognized it at a glance. And they were very sure that it was the Black Mosquito ship, even though they didn't have the slightest doubt. But this didn't make sense. The Black Mosquito ship was clearly still at the frontier of the Third Universe, which was ruled by the human clan of the Wanluo Federation. How could it suddenly return to the First Universe? What's more, even if it did come back, it would hide outside the wormhole and activate the concealment array. When the bountiful Tengale arrived, it would immediately activate the space oscillator. What was the meaning of this? These thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhuanghu and Zuolicheng almost like lightning. Vaguely, they both had an extremely bad feeling, as if something big had happened. In the end, it was Zhuanghu who was more astute. After being stunned for only a dozen seconds, he seemed to suddenly understand something. His face changed again and he exclaimed, "No! Zhang Wuji is a problem. The Black Mosquito ship is lying in ambush here. It must be his idea. How could a little meteor realm cultivator have such an ability? This is bad. The secret army of the human clan of the Third Universe has quietly sneaked into the Demon Star area, and even the Black Mosquito ship has fallen." Chapter 2973. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Who the hell are you? Ah. This is not good. There's a bastion here. My God. Who the hell is watching us? This can't be the kid surnamed Zhang. Just when Zhuanghu was horrified, he immediately issued an order to ask for help from the demonic Imperial Star. Then, his henchmen immediately turned around and rushed to the central control room of the bountiful Tang ship. Behind him, another henchman of the demon dweller suddenly screamed without warning. Not only was his face full of shock, but he also raised his hand and pointed in another direction of the huge virtual screen. This huge 5-dimensional virtual screen almost surrounded the entire top floor of the bountiful Tang battleship. It was a 3-dimensional, all-around display of the void outside the cabin. Although Zhuanghu saw the Black Mosquito just now, he didn't have time to turn around and look at the virtual screen behind him, so he didn't know about the Black Wind. It was only when he heard the devil's shocked cry that he and Zuolicheng turned to look in that direction out of conditioned reflex. In the next moment, the expressions of this pair of uncle and nephew changed drastically without any suspense. Zhuanghu immediately screamed in despair. The Black Wind? It's actually the Black Wind. My God! What the hell happened? Is the entire demonic army in a trap? Otherwise, how could the Black Wind appear here? Who the hell is that kid Zhang Wuji? Although Zhuanghu hadn't seen this bastion before, he still recognized it at a glance. The demonic army had a total of 10 bastions. Nominally, these 10 bastions belonged to the 10 major tribes. But in fact, the masters inside the bastions and the tens of thousands of demonic army soldiers were all recruited from the 10 major tribes of the demonic army. However, the administrative control of these bastions had nothing to do with their respective tribes. They were only under the command of the leader of the demonic army. This leader was Ba Chai from the Black Wind tribe. The Black Wind tribe had always been the most powerful tribe among the 10 foreign tribes of the demonic tribe. Among the 10 demon tribes' holy sons, only the one from the Black Wind tribe had inherited a secret skill of spiritual power when he first entered the Demon Saint Forbidden area to undergo the Black Wind tribe's holy sons trial. Although this reflected his personal talent in spiritual power, it also reflected the strength of the Black Wind tribe. Because of this, the commander of the entire demon army was chosen from the Black Wind tribe. The reason Zhuanghu was able to recognize Black Wind at a glance, even though he'd never seen it before, was simple. The outer walls of each of the 10 bastions were engraved with the image of a savage beast. Each of these beasts represented a tribe of demon kin. Just as the Black Mosquito's hull bore the image of a giant black mosquito, the Black Wind's hull bore the image of a ferocious Black Wind beast. Although Zhuanghu had never seen it with his own eyes, he had at least heard of it. Therefore, he recognized the Black Wind at a glance. Boom! Boom! Zhuanghu's despairing words had barely left his mouth when his vision was filled with a large amount of bright silver light. The giant 3D virtual screen that surrounded the main hall of the soaring warship's top floor burst into a dazzling white light. A giant energy beam about 500 meters in diameter was shooting from the Black Wind bastion at an unimaginable speed. Not only the Black Wind, but the Black Mosquito on the other side also shot out a giant energy beam of the same size at the same time. This was clearly the superstar obliterating cannon on a 10,000-meter-long galaxy-class bastion, firing at full power. Its power was so terrifying that it could easily shatter a small meteor. Such a terrifying destructive power was not something an ordinary battleship could withstand, at least not the soaring warship. Even if it was an enhanced version of a special battleship that was close to the highest grade. Not to mention the fact that there were 2 terrifying superstar destroyer cannons attacking from the front and back. Even if there was only one, the rising Ting ship was like a swamp right now. There was no way for it to use its speed or space jump to avoid the attack. The final outcome was already decided. The moment the soaring warship's hull was hit by the 2 superstar obliterating cannons, the destruction of the soaring warship would come at the same time as the disintegration of the entire battleship. And this moment was not far away. To be more precise, it was already in front of them, perhaps in the next second. Jianghu, I'm not done with you. As his expression changed, Zhuanghu let out a miserable roar with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he reached out to grab Zhuliqing, who was beside him. Before the latter could react, and before he could even finish his miserable roar, which was full of resentment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Facing these two destructive energy beams, Zhuanghu was certain that the Feng Tang ship under his feet would not be able to survive. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still took Zhuliqing and escaped from the Feng Tang ship at the first possible moment due to his strong desire to survive. Although the soaring warship was 3,000 meters long, and the two superstar obliterating cannons were only 500 meters in diameter, this kind of tearing would not completely destroy the soaring warship. Therefore, even if the soaring warship was destroyed, some of the demon experts inside would still be able to survive. Unfortunately, this probability was not ideal. Of the 6,000 to 7,000 demon cultivators in the soaring warship, it would be good enough if 1,000 could survive. Zhuanghu naturally would not bet on this kind of luck. Therefore, abandoning the soaring warship was his only choice. Screech. Rumble. Almost as soon as Zhuanghu and the pale-faced Zhuliqing appeared in the void not far from the cabin of the Feng Tang ship, an earth-shattering boom was heard from the Feng Tang ship several miles away. At this moment, blazing flames soared into the sky, illuminating most of the void. In addition, mixed with this huge explosion, there was also an incomparably ferocious howl coming from the front. Zhuanghu and his nephew subconsciously turned their heads to look, and what they saw immediately made them scream again. Oh my God! Where did so many mosquito beasts come from? And, are they all void-swallowing beasts? Oh my God! Jianghu, it's really you! You have two origin-state ferocious beasts with you. Who are you? In the distance, the army of mosquito beasts and ladle soldiers, who had been hiding their auras, revealed themselves at this moment and surrounded them from all directions. As for Yi Xian, he was standing on the back of the ladle emperor with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the mosquito prince Xue Ben's aura surged. Chapter 2974. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations leave no one alive. Rumble. Rumble. As the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were bombarded by the Superstar Destroyer cannons, the 3,000-meter-long Feng Tang ship was blown into 3 pieces in an instant. The 2 pieces of the ship that were hit by the Superstar Destroyer cannons were almost vaporized. Apparently, the demon dwellers who were in this part of the ship were also vaporized. At the same time, the surviving demon dwellers fled out of the gaps in the wreckage of the Feng Tang ship. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were even screaming. They were obviously scared out of their wits. After the survivors rushed out of the Feng Tang ship, they immediately scattered. Their only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. They didn't care about anything else. Originally, there were 6,000 or 7,000 demon dwellers. Now, there were only about 4,000 left. They were like stray dogs, running for their lives. They didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Unfortunately, these demon dwellers were destined to die here today. Their bones would be buried in this quiet void. Screech. Whoosh. Along with the endless ferocious roars, the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers in the void began to move. With ferocious expressions, they pounced on the fleeing demon dwellers. A fierce battle unfolded in an instant. To be more precise, this was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Thousands of demon dwellers' blood splattered in the void. Yi Xian had made it clear before. This time, none of the living things in the target ship would be left alive. Since the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been exposed, this was Yi Xian's only choice. There was no room for negotiation. At this moment, with the arrival of the mosquito beasts and the army of ladles that had been lying in ambush in the air, Yi Xian, who was standing on the back of the 8-star ladle, had already arrived in front of Zhuliqing and Zhuanghu. He expressionlessly looked at the pair of uncle and nephew from a distance of about a mile. Behind him, except for the mosquito beast prince Xue Ben, who was hovering in the void and flapping his blood-red wings from time to time, there was no one else. All the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers had pounced on the terrified demon dwellers. Who are you? Why did you betray the demon dwellers and work for the human dwellers of the Third Universe? Zhuanghu had already begun to tremble uncontrollably from the moment Yi Xian appeared. Even the words that he braced himself to ask Yi Xian were clearly trembling. He was really scared, terrified. Although the man and the two beasts seemed to be alone, on the surface, they were incomparable to the army of ferocious beasts that pounced on the demon dwellers just now. But in fact, whether it was the huge void-swallowing beast on the back of Yi Xian like a mount or the blood-red mosquito beast floating behind it, they could kill him with a raise of their hands. There was no room for resistance. Zhuanghu was well aware of this. He also knew that he would not be able to escape death today. Since the other party had taken the initiative to expose such a shocking secret from the beginning, it was natural that he would not leave anyone alive. But even if he had to die, Zhuanghu did not want to die in such a sullen manner. He was indeed powerless to resist, and did not want to resist. At this moment, the only reason he asked Yi Xian with unwillingness was that he could know Yi Xian's true identity before he died. Even if he died, he had to know. You can call me Yi Xian. It seems that you have more or less guessed the truth. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian lightly said, "That's right, these two space fortresses no longer belong to your demon race. However, you guessed wrong when it came to selling your life for the human race. Because I am the human dwellers you are talking about." After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Go, remember to cut out the brain nucleus. It is full of pure spiritual origin energy." The last sentence was obviously directed at the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, who was floating behind him. Screech. The latter obviously understood. He immediately let out a shrill cry, and with a flap of his wings, his entire body turned into a stream of blood-red brilliance and shot out at extreme speed. Yi Xian, however, turned around and swept toward the black mosquito in the distance. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Zhuanghu, who was hiding behind Zhuanghu and was obviously scared out of his wits. He treated him like air and ignored him. At this moment, as Yi Xian turned around and left, Zhuanghu, who had been in fear all this time, suddenly realized that the final moment had come. At this moment, even his body, which was trembling like a sieve because of the great fear, returned to normal. The fear in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes, which were fixed on Yi Xian's back, were full of endless resentment, despair, and unwillingness. He raised his head and let out a mournful roar. Unfortunately, this howl that seemed to be the final cry of life seemed to be so short, and it had just started howling when it came to an abrupt stop. As Shui Ben, who was so fast that he almost turned into a stream of blood-red light, arrived in an instant, Zhuanghu and Zhuanghu's heads almost flew into the sky at the same time. At this moment, the last thought that flashed through the uncle and nephew's minds was surprisingly the same. The warning signal to the Demon Emperor planet for help should have been successfully sent out. In less than 10 minutes, everything had come to an end. Thousands of demons were all killed, just as Yi Xian had instructed. Not a single one was left. After the battle, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers first gathered all the corpses of the demons and piled them into a small mountain of flesh and blood. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his own battle weapon and let the demon blood sword spirit contained in the demon blood star tier sword wantonly absorb the essence of qi and blood. In the end, the entire mountain of flesh and blood turned into a withered corpse. At the same time, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers immediately returned to the black wind and the black mosquito. As for the brains that were cut out from the brains of the demons, they were gathered together and handed over to Yi Xian. In total, there were more than 4,000. Including the brains of Zhuanghu and Zhuanghu. Unfortunately, even if they were all absorbed in one go, the spiritual origin power contained in the brains of these 4,000 demons was far from enough to allow Yi Xian's spiritual origin core to transform and evolve again. After all, it would be a 7th-grade source core if it were to transform again. Among the entire demon race, only the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian had reached this level. It was obviously not easy. As he thought of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and put all the demon cores into a small space box, which he then kept in his undying world. Chapter 2975. Meteor 5th Order Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian didn't know that Zhuanghu had sent a distress signal to the demonic emperor planet as soon as he saw the Black Mosquito spaceship. In fact, even Zhuanghu and Zhuanghu couldn't be sure of the answer. Not long after the informant who'd received the order turned and left, the Black Wind and Black Mosquito superstar destroyers were fired. Whether or not that demon had managed to send out the distress signal before the Feng Tang ship was destroyed had become an unsolved case. As for Yi Xian, after successfully dealing with Zhuofengtai and Zhuoliqing, he didn't waste any time and immediately stored the black wind into the undying world within his body. Then, he waved his hand and put away the wreckage of the Feng Tang battleship. Although it was just a pile of junk, it was too eye-catching to throw it in the void near the entrance of a wormhole. It was extremely inappropriate. Finding a remote place to throw it away would be more reassuring than leaving it here. With the disappearance of the wreckage of the Rising Ting battleship, the void, where a monstrous slaughter was taking place not long ago, finally returned to its original tranquility. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood that still lingered in the void, it would have been as if nothing had ever happened. After confirming that there were no traces left behind, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Then he stepped into the Black Mosquito spaceship with the 8-starred Wang ladle behind him. As for the Mosquito Beast Prince Shui Ben, he directly put him into the beast bracelet on his wrist. Even though there were no outsiders here, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him stay outside for too long. If he was accidentally angered and went crazy, even Yi Xian didn't have much confidence in suppressing him with the influence of the slave seal. About 5 minutes later, all the preparations for the long-distance wormhole jump were ready. Then, after asking Yi Xian that there was nothing else to do and that he could enter the wormhole at any time and embark on the journey back to the Black Mosquito spaceship, the demon slave in charge of the central control room of the Black Mosquito spaceship immediately gave the order. More than 10 seconds later, Black Mosquito Cruise, which had been hovering in the void, suddenly moved. It turned into a black arrow and dived into the wormhole in front of it. The return journey to the Black Mosquito planet had officially begun. However, what awaited Yi Xian on the Black Mosquito spaceship was not good news. The mastermind behind Zhuoliqing and Zhuohongwu's sneak attack at the edge of the black hole was obviously Zhuofengtai. In this kind of situation, Yi Xian returned unscathed, but Zhuoliqing and Zhuohongwu were nowhere to be seen for a long time. With Zhuofengtai's slyness, it wouldn't be long before he realized it. When that happened, the entire Black Mosquito spaceship would be thrown into an unprecedented storm. However, although Zhuofengtai was strong, he was only a fourth-order origin. If they really fought, 8-star Wang Biao would be enough to restrain him. The one who really troubled Yi Xian was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Griskel Ray. Although this person's cultivation base was only at origin stage first stage, which was the same as the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, he was a special existence who had started as the tribe's holy son and continued to grow. He had even become the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest for many years now. His overall combat strength was clearly not as simple as his cultivation base seemed. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhuofengtai be afraid? Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben was most likely no match for Griskel Ray. Therefore, when the conflict broke out and High Priest Griskel got involved, Yi Xian would have to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn again no matter what. However, that was exactly what he didn't want. The Black Mosquito Star was not the holy devil forbidden land. Once he used the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it was very likely that news would leak out. If the Devil Emperor Mo found out about it, there might be unnecessary trouble. After all, the Devil Emperor had a special relationship with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Although that was tens of thousands of years ago, for such an important matter, the royal family of the Devil People would most likely have some ancient books that were similar to their ancestral teachings that had been passed down for generations. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Yi Xian really did not want to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, let alone the headless infant corpse. Unfortunately, if Griskel Ray really interfered this time, he would have no choice but to use it. Of course, Yi Xian could just ignore it and go somewhere else to avoid the brunt of it. That was what he thought at first. He did not even want to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, after he had deceived the Devil Emperor and the others with the excuse of coveting the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and successfully escaped from the Devil Emperor planet, he had coincidentally become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Therefore, Yi Xian's thoughts gradually changed. Under such circumstances, if he did not go to the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. The entire Devil People race would quickly put him on the wanted list. However, Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the human world in Universe 3. After all, the fragment of the immortal level superbrain that was the intelligent core of his personal starry sky communication system had been slowly growing and strengthening after Yi Xian had thrown in some ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals. He believed that it would not be long before the fragment received an upgrade. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system would become much more powerful. its range of coverage would also be much wider. At that time, he could start to search the Demon Dweller starfield, and even the vast starfields of the first universe outside the starfield, and try to find out if he could find any news about the devouring origin. It wasn't easy for him to come to the first universe occupied by the heavenly legacy race. If he didn't settle this matter along the way, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to accept it. Therefore, he was determined to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the domain in the future. Just as Yi Xian's thoughts were spinning in his mind, calculating everything and deciding on his next step, the Black Mosquito Bastion had successfully completed its first wormhole jump. After activating the concealment array, it instantly transformed into an invisible arrow and sped towards the second wormhole in front of it. But even so, even if the Black Mosquito cruiser traveled at full speed and performed long-distance wormhole jumps intermittently, it would still take more than a few days to reach the Black Mosquito cruiser. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind. He pulled out a large amount of star core from the undying world within him and threw it all to the devouring progenitor. He wanted to take advantage of this free time to try to break through to the next level. He hoped to reach Meteor Level 5 before he reached Black Mosquito Planet. Chapter 2976. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin to think about it in detail, ding. A large amount of star core origin has been discovered. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? As Yi Xian took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Without hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Then he sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito cruise and entered a state of cultivation, forgetting everything around him. In the core hall of the top floor area, only the 8-star Wang ladle was quietly lying on the ground. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of these soldiers because the Void Essence had given the Void Essence crystal, which represented the core of the Void Essence, to Yi Xian. Therefore, to these soldiers, the invisible aura emitted from Yi Xian's body was clearly their Void Essence crystal. From a certain point of view, these soldiers were more reliable than Yi Xian's demon slaves. Screech! As Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation again, his entire mind was gradually immersed in the supreme mysteries of the Dongshu fragment. Then, an earth-shattering familiar voice immediately sounded from the depths of the void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. At the same time, images flashed in his mind. The world of the Dongshu fragment that he had entered twice before appeared once again. The scene in front of him was so familiar. In his line of sight, a terrifying claw that was enormous like the sky was silently stretching out from the distant darkness of space. With a casual swipe, space was instantly obliterated, and a vast expanse of space collapsed. Then from the endless darkness, a round head stretched out. Its eyes were surrounded by endless chaotic mist. Although the light in its eyes could not be seen, Yi Xian could clearly feel its fury. Only now did he recall that the last 2 times he came here, even though the giant starry sky tortoise had also made a sound, it was merely a meaningless roar. It was as if it was relying on this to shake the entire void and send a signal to all existences. This is my territory. But this time, the giant tortoise's voice was clearly a shrill and angry roar. Not only did it carry an extremely strong sense of fury, but it also seemed to be extremely serious, as if it had encountered a major event that could pierce through the sky. Could it be that as he cultivated this insightful emptiness fragment and improved his cultivation base, he was able to see some of the subsequent scenes from this illusory inheritance? If that was really the case, then why was this terrifying giant tortoise, whose terrifying strength was almost as large as a galaxy, so enraged, as if it had gone berserk? In addition, when he was collecting the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal and accepting the inheritance of the heaven-falling bough, he saw the chaotic battle between countless Desolation-era creatures. Did this giant tortoise also participate in it? As he entered the illusory inheritance scene of the Dongshu fragment again, Yi Xian sensed everything in front of him and compared the 2 scenes of inheritance of the Dongshu fragment with the heaven-falling bough. At this moment, he was sure that the aura was exactly the same, and they were from the same era. The aura of the Void Prison, which was regarded as the holy devil forbidden area by the demon tribe, was also the same. These 2 illusory scenes and the real Void Prison were undoubtedly from the Desolation era. If this was the case, the battle that year affected almost the entire Desolation era, so the giant tortoise should have been alarmed and affected. Then, did it participate in the battle that year? Or in other words, did it survive or die at the end of the battle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of fear. This giant tortoise was so powerful that a small pattern on its shell was as large as a galaxy. It could even destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy with a casual flick of its forelimbs. If such a terrifying existence had died in the battle that happened in the distant Desolation era, then, what kind of powerful existence would the final victor be? In addition, the void cage that was used to seal the corpses of countless creatures from the Primordial Age was clearly ripped out from the starlight river of the Primordial Age by some supreme divine ability and thrown into the infinite void. Judging from the fact that the continents in the void cage seemed to be scattered pieces and were separated from each other by a void barrier that was full of space turbulence, it could be confirmed that this was the case. Regarding this, although Yi Xian only saw the edge of the continent where the corpse pool was, the situation was indeed so. However, according to his analysis, the condition of the edges of the continents in the other areas was most likely the same. This was enough to prove that the entire cage world was forcibly torn apart from the Desolation era by some kind of power. If it were not for the countless corpses in the corpse pool, this situation of a broken world being forcibly torn apart and separated could be a natural result of the collapse of heaven and earth caused by some kind of monstrous battle. However, although this possibility existed, it could not explain everything in the corpse pool. Therefore, all this must be the work of the final victor of the battle that year. Yi Xian even suspected that the so-called will of the heavenly way in this cage world was the work of the other party. Perhaps it was a fake will of the heavenly way condensed from a strand of its divine soul. After all, how could there be a complete will of the heavenly way in a broken world that was forcibly separated from the Desolation era? The will of the heavenly way in the Desolation era could not be so weak. Yi Xian did not think deeply about these questions before because the subsequent events unfolded one after another. He simply did not have time to care about these questions. However, at this moment, when he inadvertently thought about it, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme fear. The reason why that existence created this void cage world was very obvious. It was only to imprison and seal the bloodline and inheritance of the Desolation-era creatures that died in the battle that year, so that they would not leak out. The ferocious starry sky beasts in the cage world had some Desolation-era bloodline in their bodies. Although it was very faint, they were still imprisoned and could not leave. However, this time, he had swept away a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals from the corpse pool. The truth of these sense crystals was obviously that these Desolation-era creatures were unwilling to die. Because the last strand of obsession in their bodies was triggered, they produced corpse flowers and condensed corpse fruits in order to leave behind their inheritance. Unfortunately, only the corpses of the Desolation-era creatures that produced the perfect 9-pupil golden crystal could be considered to have successfully left behind their inheritance. The others had all failed. Yi Xian had 108 such inheritances in his hands. He had even obtained one of them and integrated it into his bloodline. In addition, there was the headless infant corpse. Looking at its power, it clearly had a greater origin, but he had also brought it out. Chapter 2977. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Screech. Just as Yi Xian was filled with fear due to the distracting thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, and his entire body had already fallen into a state of fear, a long and mournful howl sounded out once again. It was still the voice of the giant turtle in space. Yi Xian was immediately awakened. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the distant starry sky of the illusory world of the primordial legacy. In his line of sight, following the second roar that was even more mournful and angry, the enormous giant star tortoise crawled out from the depths of the endless darkness. The oppressive aura emitted from its terrifying giant tortoise body seemed to have enveloped the entire world in an instant, causing the space to tremble as if it could not bear it and was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that Yi Xian couldn't even guess what realm it was. He only knew that even among all the starry sky powerhouses he had ever met, the current demon emperor, the most powerful one, was only at the 9th level of the profound void realm. Compared to what Yi Xian felt from the giant star tortoise, it could only be considered an ant-like existence. No, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Comparing the two of them together was an extremely brainless method. What caused Yi Xian to be even more shocked and surprised was that there was clearly a strand of strong killing intent within the powerful aura that emanated from the giant astral tortoise's body at this moment. It was invisible, and like an extremely fast arrow, it swiftly shot towards the distant space to the right with a bang. It was like a final warning. Ing. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, at the end of the right side of the void where the invisible killing intent had shot towards, there was also a deep and dark void. Strangely enough, a resounding and clear dragon roar that could split the clouds suddenly sounded. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, and it revealed a vast and indescribable mysterious pressure that shot into the sky and instantly spread throughout the boundless void. Yi Xian's mind shook violently, and he didn't feel good at all. He also had a strong sense of familiarity with this dragon roar. It was clearly the voice of the giant star dragon. When Yi Xian received the inheritance of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood, he had also entered such an illusory world of the primordial era, and looked into the eyes of the giant star dragon. And the latter even raised its claw and pointed at Yi Xian from afar, shooting a ray of golden light into his glabella. That strand of golden light contained the bloodline of the starry sky dragon. Only after obtaining it would Yi Xian be able to completely refine that drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. But why did the giant star dragon come here? It was the same as the giant star tortoise. It was clearly just a form imprint left behind by two supreme existences from the distant primordial era. Even the primordial void that Yi Xian was looking at right now might have long since been annihilated in the river of time and space. What was displayed in front of him was just a holographic three-dimensional film of a long time ago. Although the giant golden dragon's immortal ancestor dragon's blood also had a similar image, at least the background of this primordial era void, how could it appear here at this moment? The two images were clearly illusory. Even the starry sky dragon and the starry sky tortoise, the two terrifying creatures from the Desolation era, were illusory imprints in the images. It was impossible for them to have any connection at all. Just as Yi Xian's mind was in a state of complete chaos with his mouth agape, a figure with an aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant tortoise's finally appeared in the darkness of the void to his right, accompanied by the resounding sound of a dragon's roar. Sure enough, it was the giant golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was roaring again. He was full of disbelief and could not accept what he saw in front of him. At the same time, the giant golden dragon, with the supreme majesty of an emperor, rushed out of the endless darkness of the void to the right. At this moment, it stretched out its neck and roared again. Not only did it directly ignore the hollow void giant tortoise's warning, but its right front claw also seemed to be showing its stance. With the second dragon roar, it suddenly waved its claw. Rumble. A huge explosion of heaven and earth was heard. Under the power of the giant golden dragon's casual wave, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, and a huge black hole was born, revealing an endless suction force. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but not even a single scale of the giant golden dragon was shaken. This clearly meant that it was not going to back down. If it wanted to fight, then fight. After keenly capturing this point, Yi Xian felt even worse. The scene in front of him clearly made him feel that the hollow void giant tortoise and the divine golden dragon were fighting for territory. This feeling was originally just a flash of inspiration, but Yi Xian caught some inspiration in an instant. At this moment, as his heart trembled violently again, a bold guess that was so exaggerated that even he himself could not believe slowly emerged in his mind, and it became more and more intense and clear. Fighting for territory? If there were no accidents, this should be the truth. Perhaps this was the reason why the giant golden dragon's inheritance image, which only existed in the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood, was able to cross the boundary and reach the inheritance image left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise. Whether it was the inheritance left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise, or the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood that represented the bloodline of the giant golden dragon, they were all obtained by Yi Xian. The ancestor dragon's blood had been refined and integrated into his own bloodline, and the profound meaning of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood was everywhere in Yi Xian's body. These two supreme inheritances from the antiquity age were now in his body. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Fighting for territory was naturally unavoidable. Even if it did not appear now, one day in the future, it would eventually erupt. This bold guess almost instantly made Yi Xian's heart sink. On one hand, it was his own cultivation method, and on the other hand, it was the giant golden dragon's inheritance that had been integrated into his bloodline, and he had also activated the body-tempering secret technique contained within. To him, these were all extremely important things, and he could not afford to lose them. Yi Xian was naturally the one who didn't want to see such a tragedy of infighting. In addition, it didn't matter if these two fellows were fighting over territory, but the key point was that they were both in their own bodies. Although they were only a single inheritance imprint, Yi Xian didn't dare to doubt their might in the slightest. Such a terrifying force was actually using his body as a battlefield for a decisive battle, and wanted to start a great battle. This was clearly a scam. Screech. Chapter 2978. A round of mahjong on the other hand. Before Yi Xian could recover from the great shock of the golden dragon's sudden arrival, a long howl filled with endless sharpness suddenly appeared from the left side of the void without any warning. It was as if it had come from the heavens, and Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost collapsed in an instant. Although this roar was not like the previous roar from the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon, Yi Xian found it extremely familiar. But at this moment, when Yi Xian roughly understood the source of the conflict between the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon, he did not need to think about the origin of this roar at all. He understood it in an instant. In fact, it was the appearance of this roar that reminded Yi Xian of one thing. That was, the supreme desolate level inheritance he had obtained seemed to be only the two golden dragons and the giant tortoise in front of him. Not to mention the others, the heaven-falling bow divine ability that was inherited from the nine-eyed golden crystal was clearly a desolate level inheritance. Moreover, this heaven-falling bow divine ability also happened to leave a consciousness imprint from the desolate era, and it was the scene of the bloody battle that had taken place in the desolate era. In that bloody battle, where the flames of war had spread to almost every area of the desolate era, although Yi Xian did not see the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise, Yi Xian saw the golden dragon and the mysterious figure who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In that shocking battle, there were countless desolate era creatures who were engaged in bloody slaughter, but there were clearly more than 100 figures who were the most eye-catching. At that time, Yi Xian casually glanced at them and captured their existence. These 100 figures were obviously the supreme existences who stood at the top of the pyramid among the countless desolate era creatures. The Golden Dragon was one of them. Although the desolate ancient Yuxia who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability was only a few feet in size, it could not be compared to the Golden Dragon, whose body was so huge that it could directly crush an entire galaxy. But it was clearly one of the most eye-catching figures among the 100 or so supreme existences. The unparalleled sharpness of the bow that could split the sky with a raise of its hand had clearly startled countless primordial beings in the void battleground in the illusory inheritance scene. Even the 100 primordial powerhouses like the Golden Dragon had clearly cast fearful gazes toward it at that moment. In other words, this desolate ancient Yuxia was most likely a supreme desolate era creature of the desolate era, on the same level as the giant tortoise and the Golden Dragon. Therefore, it was also qualified to participate in the battle between the desolate ancient dragon and the Golden Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the one-on-one situation had turned into a three-on-one situation. If there was one more person, it would be enough to form a mahjong table. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt like crying, but no tears came out. Because he suddenly thought of another matter. In the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, Yi Xian saw more than 100 supreme existences like the Golden Dragon and the desolate ancient Yuxia. This time, the nine-eyed golden crystal he obtained from the corpse pool, which contained a desolate era divine ability inheritance, seemed to be exactly the same number. 108. There was almost no difference between the two. This should be just a coincidence, right? Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to collect the remaining 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in the future and obtain the inheritance of the primordial divine ability within them, then the terrifying power that would start a battle within his body and fight for territory, even if the Dongshu Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon were to not be counted, there would be at least 108 of them. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Unfortunately, as this thought surfaced in his mind, even Yi Xian himself did not believe that it was just a coincidence. No wonder there were countless consciousness crystals in the corpse pool, but only a little over 100 of them had reached the perfect grade of 9 pupils and successfully passed down the bloodline divine ability. This ability to pass down the bloodline divine ability after death was obviously not simple. Ordinary primordial creatures would not be able to do it. Most likely, only the supreme existences of the desolate era had this ability. Therefore, the identity of the corpses that gave birth to the 108 demonic corpse flowers and bore the inheritance crystal fruit in their flower trays was obvious. They were the ones Yi Xian saw in the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, the 100 or so powerful existences who dominated the battlefield. He just did not know if the remaining 107 nine-eye golden crystals contained the cultivation methods and bloodline legacies of the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and Golden Dragon. If there were, it would mean that they had also fallen in that battle back then. If not, it was very likely that it would have survived. At most, it would have escaped with heavy injuries. With the terrifying vitality of such a creature, it was possible that it was still alive today. It was possible that it was hiding in the depths of some void plane, slowly recovering from the wounds it had suffered in the past. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. At this moment, with a third unexpected roar, a figure of not very tall silently shot over from the furthest dark void from the left. The moment it entered Yi Xian's sight, he immediately sighed faintly. He guessed right. This figure that rushed over at a very fast speed was only a few dozen feet tall. It had a pair of huge wings on its back. At this moment, it was this pair of black demon wings that flapped rapidly, turning its figure into a fast meteor that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. It swept over in the void. While they were still far away, an incomparably sharp murderous aura had already rushed over, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden divine dragon, who had almost fought on the spot, turned their heads to look at the same time. There was a trace of surprise and fear in their eyes. This figure was clearly the same as the corpse that grew out of Yi Xian's mouth when he was picking the first 9-pupil golden crystal. He opened his mouth wide and looked up at the corpse pool, causing the demonic beauty that nurtured the 9-pupil golden crystal to grow from the roots of the corpse flower. The only difference was that between its eyebrows, there was a small golden bow pattern, which was exactly the same as the inheritance mark of the heaven-falling bow in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. It was obvious that the one who had arrived was the small golden bow that was suspended in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. As for the figure of the desolate ancient Yuxia, it was only a virtual one. It was only to show off its identity and origin. Buzz. At this moment, just as the ancient Yuxia transformed by the small golden bow was coming from the left, in another direction, the fourth existence that was fighting for territory finally appeared at this moment. Before its figure arrived, there was already a faint high-frequency buzzing sound in the void. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This time, a table of mahjong was finally gathered. However, although it was not that he did not think that this guy would also interfere and suddenly appear at this moment, it was basically impossible. Chapter 2979. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the fog of infant corpse hum. Accompanied by a violent trembling sound that seemed to resonate with the entire void, a huge blood-colored curved horn about 30 feet in length whizzed over from the void in that direction and appeared out of thin air. Apart from Yi Xian, the giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Yuxia that was formed by the heavenly fallen bow's imprint all looked towards the giant blood-color horn that was whistling towards them. This huge horn was the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape had created when its original body was petrified and stuck on the cliff in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which then became a space tunnel that connected the Forbidden Valley to the Forbidden Valley. The Weeping Soul Bloody Horn was formed by the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape. In that shocking battle that occurred in the distant desolate era, the bloodline source of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's predecessor, an ancient blood ape with extremely mysterious aura in its eyes, had also appeared. Yi Xian had seen it in the picture of the sky-fallen bow's inheritance. The ape even seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and glanced at Yi Xian with a touch of insidious evilness in its eyes that could make one's soul tremble. At that time, in the vast void of the desolate antiquity era, countless creatures of the desolate antiquity era were fighting fiercely. Only the desolate ancient blood ape was hiding behind a dark dead star by itself. Its eyes were filled with delight and satisfaction that it had succeeded in its scheme. It was quietly observing the entire battlefield. That was why it gave Yi Xian the strongest impression of it as a schemer. As for its strength, since the desolate ancient blood ape didn't make a move in the picture of the sky-fallen bow's inheritance, Yi Xian couldn't figure out its strength. He couldn't be sure whether it was at the same level as the Dongshu void tortoise or not. Therefore, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn shouldn't have appeared in this chaotic battle for territory. It wasn't just because the ancient blood ape, the source of the Bloodhorn's bloodline, wasn't one of the most powerful beings in the primordial era. It didn't have the qualifications to compete with the Dongshu giant tortoise. More importantly, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had clearly been suppressed and refined by the headless infant corpse not long ago. Even if the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, whose bloodline was highly atavistic and later collapsed its remnant soul to condense this horn, had left some kind of hidden backup plan in this bloodhorn that was equivalent to a newborn bloodline, but since the headless infant corpse had already made its move, with its terrifying strength that could heavily injure the remnant world and fake will of the heavenly Tao in the desolate ancient cage, it would not be able to do anything. Those hidden arrangements had most likely been erased long ago. In other words, it was impossible for there to be any problems with the bloodhorn that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if the source of its bloodline, the ancient blood ape, was in existence at the level of a supreme expert from the primordial era. In a scene like today, this bloodhorn shouldn't have a chance to appear. But now it had clearly come. Moreover, its aura was clearly extremely domineering and arrogant. Before its figure appeared, the entire space of the inheritance was already covered by its violent buzzing sound, completely enveloping it. It carried a supremely domineering aura of disdain and contempt. In addition, even the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the desolate ancient Wuxia, who turned their heads to look, had a faint trace of fear in their eyes when they saw the bloodhorn whistling over. In addition to fear, what was more intense was surprise. Een! Screech! Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the desolate ancient Wuxia that was whistling over had already let out a second roar towards the sky. Then, it abruptly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the endless darkness of the void in the direction it came from. Yi Xian could clearly hear a sense of undisguised surprise and gratification from the roar before it turned around and left. It was as if suddenly seeing this bloodhorn was equivalent to its wish being fulfilled. In addition, the golden dragon on the right side of the void also let out a high-pitched roar, then turned around without hesitation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The meaning of this dragon's roar was exactly the same as the roar of the desolate ancient Wuxia. Both were pleasantly surprised and gratified. The only difference was that the surprise in the dragon's roar seemed to be stronger, while the gratification was obviously much fainter. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in this inheritance scene had quietly changed. The three forces that had originally seen a great battle turn around without hesitation and walked to two sides. The reason why the remaining Dongshu giant tortoise did not leave was most likely because this was its territory. In other words, if it wasn't for this, the Dongshu giant tortoise would have turned around and left long ago. This scene happened so suddenly that Yi Xian immediately fell into a strong shock and was unable to accept it for a long time. Even if the source of the bloody horn, the treacherous primordial blood ape, was powerful, it couldn't be so powerful that the golden dragon and the primordial Wuxia didn't dare to face the bloody horn condensed by the remnant soul of its bloodline descendant, right? Moreover, the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Wuxia clearly did not have any dissatisfaction in their roars and roars before they turned around and left. There was only joy and excitement. Could it be? In shock, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the huge blood horn in the distance again. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. So that was it. Although it was indeed the weeping soul bloodhorn that was coming, the consciousness in it was obviously someone else. It was the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp and attached to Yi Xian's left chest. After being refined by the headless baby corpse, the weeping soul bloodhorn also had a mark in the shape of a corpse lamp, but it was very small. At this moment, on the weeping soul bloodhorn that was roaring toward them, where the corpse lamp mark should have been, there was clearly a human face. To be more precise, it should be the face of an infant. It still had a slightly childish face, but its eyes were completely blood-red and revealed endless ferocity that overflowed into the heavens. This strange face was very familiar to Yi Xian. It was exactly the same face that should have been on the neck of the headless baby corpse that had been holding in its hand. It was the headless baby corpse that was coming. In this way, everything could be explained. However, although this headless baby corpse must have a great origin, the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Wuxia were all supreme existences that stood proudly in the antiquity age. The latter even used to draw a bow and wanted to shoot down the sky with an arrow. How could such existences bow their heads so easily? Moreover, although they were afraid of this headless baby corpse, they did not have the slightest hostility. On the contrary, they showed their support and support. This was probably something that even the will of heaven in the antiquity age could not do. Then this headless baby corpse. Who was it? Chapter 2980. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wrath of Zhua Fengtai. As the Dongshu Void Tortoise's figure disappeared completely from the weeping soul bloodhorn's domineering aura, the entire void of inheritance fell into a strange silence. Even the buzzing sound in the void had disappeared without anyone noticing. At this moment, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was whistling through the air circled around the central void domain before turning around and shooting back the way it came from. It was as if its arrival was merely an act of inspection. Its purpose was to disperse the three forces that had almost fought over the territory. Perhaps it was also taking advantage of this opportunity to announce the ownership of this territory. It clearly meant that this territory belonged to it. The reason why the Dongshu Void Tortoise, the Golden Dragon, and the desolate Wuxia had all chosen to retreat at once was very likely because they had understood this layer of meaning. Therefore, they had used this method to express their attitude. Unfortunately, all of this was just Yi Xian's conjecture. There was no way to confirm it. At this moment, although he also wanted to immediately stop the weeping soul bloodhorn that had circled around and immediately whizzed away, he wanted to personally ask the headless infant corpse to resolve the doubts in his heart. However, in this void of inheritance, although Yi Xian's consciousness existed, it couldn't make a sound, let alone make any substantial movements. This was because he didn't even have a body. He was like a ray of light cast from outside the window, watching the world through the window. There was nothing he could do except watch. Thus, the weeping soul bloodhorn whistled through the air in the end, and it quickly vanished. Yi Xian's consciousness was suddenly repelled by a repulsive force and retreated from the void of inheritance. In the next instant, the scene in front of him changed to Yi Xian's knowledge sea. At this moment, in 4 different directions above his knowledge sea, 4 different existences of different shapes were quietly floating and rotating slowly. The spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the small golden bow that represented the desolate Wuxia and the golden dragon's bloodline, and the golden dragon scale. In response to the arrival of Yi Xian's self-awareness, the golden dragon scale of the golden bow that was hovering in the sea of consciousness did not react at all. It was as if they were completely unaware of everything that had happened in the void dimension fragment, and had not participated in it at all. Yi Xian examined each of them separately with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he withdrew his gaze with a bitter smile. His gaze swept over the sea of consciousness that represented the cultivation realm of his hollow void skill, and was the source of his cultivation power. The sea of consciousness in front of him was clearly much stronger than before. The extent of its strength had even far surpassed the increase after the previous cultivation breakthrough. In addition, the energy of the origin source of the planet core that had been transferred to him through the devouring system had been fully transferred. Under the guidance of the original power in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it had started to circulate according to the profound meaning of the incomplete Dongshu book. It had been refined and completely transformed into the power of Yi Xian's cultivation. In other words, the cultivation this time ended inexplicably. Fortunately, judging from the somewhat exaggerated degree of expansion of the sea of consciousness, the result of this cultivation was obviously achieved. His cultivation realm had successfully ushered in another breakthrough. With a touch of excitement, Yi Xian's self-consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and ended the cultivation this time. The next moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito Cruise, slightly opened his eyes. As expected, the sound of the devouring system quietly rang out in his mind. What caught him off guard was that the sound of the system's notification rang out in his mind consecutively after a breakthrough. If it were not for the slight difference between the 2 notifications, Yi Xian would have mistakenly thought that the devouring system had inexplicably activated some kind of replay function. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level. Level 5 of the meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level. Level 6 of the sobbing star state. Level 5? Level 6? What's going on? Could it be that this time, he had broken through 2 small levels in succession, from level 4 of the meteor state to level 6 of the meteor state? No wonder the expansion of the sea of consciousness was so exaggerated. If it was a breakthrough of 2 levels, it would make sense. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was in a trance for half an hour before his state of mind finally recovered from the surging waves of excitement. After a quick analysis, he quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he had unexpectedly ushered in 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation and advanced 2 small levels in the blink of an eye was not only because he had thrown a little too much star core origin to the devouring system to absorb energy, but more importantly, it was mostly related to the invisible improvement of his state of mind when he had used the heaven-falling bow for the second time to shoot an arrow at the will of the Heavenly Ways doppelganger in the desolate Antiquity cage. In addition, the large amount of spiritual power, life force, and chi and blood force that the headless infant corpse had absorbed from the dozens of descendants of the Demon Emperor was so abundant that it had almost overnourished Yi Xian's head. This was most likely one of the reasons. Although this was also a guess, whether it was true or not was already meaningless. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's cultivation had indeed broken through to the 6th level of the meteor realm in one fell swoop. This was already the peak of the middle stage of this realm. After the next breakthrough, Yi Xian would officially enter the late stage of the meteor realm. At that time, he would almost be within reach of crossing this realm and entering the satellite realm behind it. He was finally about to enter the third major realm. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian could not help but clench his right fist subconsciously. Waves of emotions surged in his heart again. In fact, not much time had passed since he had entered the starry sky environment with a vast void as his back. Yi Xian had finally advanced from the weakest meteor realm of the first level to the satellite realm, which was about to enter the third major realm. Although he was still very weak, at least he had successfully taken the first solid step in the starry sky level and was closer to the path of the strongest in the future. After a short while, Yi Xian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, adjusted his state of mind, and quickly calmed down. It was not until now that he realized that this cultivation session had taken him several days. Now that the Black Mosquito ship had jumped through many long-distance wormholes, it was already halfway through the journey. Even the black hole of life had been left behind. Will we arrive at the Black Mosquito star so soon? It really does feel like I'm not mentally prepared. Yi Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. Obviously, he was just mocking himself. After returning to the Black Mosquito star, Yi Xian was even looking forward to everything that was about to happen. As the chief commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, how crazy would Zhuofengtai's anger be after confirming that his only son had been killed by the new holy son of the tribe? Chapter 2981. The Mosquito Slayer's request. In 2 days, the Black Mosquito would enter its final wormhole. Once it was done, it would be considered close to the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. During these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't do anything. Other than occasionally trying to contact the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a corpse lamp and was branded on his left chest, he didn't receive any response. The rest of the time, he spent almost all of it on the immortal level fragment that was the intelligence center of his personal space communication system. Ever since Yi Xian had acquired a large number of multi-pupil crystals from the corpse pool in the forbidden domain of demonic saint, he'd given them to the devouring system. The system had absorbed the crystal's energy and channeled it into its communication system's energy storage. Only a few days had passed since then, but the fragment that served as the intelligence center of the communication system had clearly grown a lot. Although it hadn't yet reached the point where it could break free from fragmentation, at least it had changed. The growth was clearly visible, and it was enough to excite Yi Xian. Before this, he had continuously thrown countless ordinary demonic will star crystals, which were almost the size of a small hill, but the immortal horn fragment did not show any reaction. Today's change had at least cleared away any lingering doubts Yi Xian had about the fragment's inability to recover. Not long after, the day this immortal fragment broke free from the fragmented level, was the day Yi Xian started an official search for news of the devouring origin in the demon domain, which was located at the edge of the first universe. Even if he didn't find anything in the domain of the demons, he'd just have to leave. The domain of the first cosmos was but a corner of the first cosmos. The void beyond was vast. Yi Xian's sixth sense told him that he would find the source of devouring essence in the first cosmos, and that day wouldn't be too far away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Black Mosquito finally finished its last wormhole jump. It traveled for a while in the void before its eyes, and then it came to a stop silently. Not far ahead was the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. Black Mosquito Bastion wasn't suited for navigating this region, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Xian immediately took the 8-star royal ladle and left the Black Mosquito ship. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his undying world. Then, he summoned his Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. The 8-star King ladle was sent directly to the lowest level of the Dongshu shuttle by Yi Xian. There, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles each chose a corner to nest in. Right now, it was an area that only belonged to the vicious beasts. The second level in the middle was where Gue Hai Yi Dao led a 1,000-man legion of fiend slaves. They were on standby. At that moment, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and appeared on the first level at the top. There were only 2 people there, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fongfong. These 2 fellows were sitting on the sofa in the resting area of the main cabin on the top floor. It was unknown what they were talking about, but when they heard the commotion, they both turned their heads and looked over. The wretched mosquito butcher's face was immediately filled with smiles as he stood up and eagerly walked over to Yi Xian. Hao Fongfong, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. Her face obviously darkened, but she did not say anything. Yi Xian knew that it was because his performance in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet was completely different from his usual self. This had greatly surprised him and made him want to distance himself from Hao Fangfang. But this was good. Yi Xian was looking forward to it, so he would not explain anything. At that moment, he saw that Hao Fangfang did not say anything and looked away after exchanging a glance with him. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently and said casually, "The Black Mosquito Star Zone is in front of us. Your Black Roar Star is not in the same direction as the Black Mosquito Star. So, if you have something to do, you'd better look at the star map and remind me at the right place to stop the Dongshu shuttle." In other words, he did not intend to bring Hao Fangfang back to the Black Mosquito Star with him. He was hinting that he would leave halfway or even right now. What? You value the title of Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe so much, and now you've finally got it. You and I are acquaintances. Don't tell me you didn't even think of inviting me to the most glorious Holy Sun ceremony? Yi Xian's words caused a trace of anger to flash through Hao Fangfang's eyes. She immediately replied with a mocking tone. "There will be a Holy Sun ceremony after that. But before that, I'm afraid the Black Mosquito Star will experience some turmoil. So, you won't get anything out of coming with me now." Yi Xian directly ignored the sarcasm in her words and frankly stated the reason. Although Hao Fangfang did not know that Yi Xian had killed Zhou Liqing and Zhou Hongwu, she was clear about the conflicts and disputes between the former and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian mentioned the turmoil on the Black Mosquito Star, he wanted her to think in this direction. "I didn't steal Zhou Liqing's Holy Sun title. No matter how angry Zhou Fengtai is, he won't vent his anger on me, right? Do you really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully?" Hao Fangfang curled her lips and looked indifferent. "Although there won't be any benefits, at least there won't be any harm. I'll just take it as watching a show. I'll make a small profit." After saying that, she turned around and walked into a cabin. Obviously, even if she was going to the Black Mosquito Star, she had no intention of staying with Yi Xian on the way. The latter shook his head speechlessly. However, he soon realized that ever since she became suspicious of him, although Hao Fangfang's feminine voice was still the same as before, she no longer called herself Luan Jia in front of him. This was a good sign. He could finally get rid of this sissy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately amused again. At this time, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had an ingratiating smile on his face, happened to be right in front of him. He bowed slightly and said with a bashful smile, "Master, I haven't been back to the Black Mosquito Star area for many years. Although I didn't have any relatives or friends when I left, and I'm not a native of the Black Mosquito Star area, but a demon cultivator from another star area, I did stay here for a period of time. Why don't you take me with you this time? It's a good opportunity for me to see the supreme glory of my master when you become the Holy Sun. Do you really want to go to the Black Mosquito Star?" Yi Xian was actually quite surprised that the wretched mosquito butcher would suddenly make such a request. However, after being stunned for a moment, he smiled indifferently and nodded without hesitation. "That's fine. After all, I'm the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe in the future. I can't do everything by myself. I need someone to run errands for me." Chapter 2982. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation sensation. If it was in the past, before Yi Xian entered the Black Mosquito Star, he would definitely stop somewhere in the void near the star. After storing the Void Cave shuttle into the undying world within his body, he would then use his physical body to traverse the void and enter the Black Mosquito Star. After all, although the Dongshu shuttle's extraordinariness couldn't be easily seen from its exterior, a casual glance was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary ship that could be found on the streets. Yi Xian was an ordinary demon cultivator who had just entered the second great realm. It was indeed rather eye-catching to have such a small private warship, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Back then, even the strongest existence under his command, the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shui Ben, was only at the Origin Realm first level. Shui Ben was no match for the Black Mosquito Star's great commanders Wu Fengtai or the High Priest Hue Gulei. But now it was different. In terms of status, Yi Xian was already the Holy Son of the entire Black Mosquito Tribe. Although his status in the entire tribe was far inferior to that of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he was already on equal footing with the leaders of the 10 Great Devil Cultivators. As for strength, other than the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, Yi Xian now had an additional 8-star Wang Ladle at the middle stage of the Origin Realm. These were all powers that could be publicly displayed. Needless to say, the former had already shown himself before leaving the Black Mosquito Star. Needless to say, he could just say that he had recently broken through. In any case, Shueben was crazy. He had broken through from the initial black hole realm to the origin realm first level in just a few months. Even if it was shocking, no one would really investigate it. As for the 8-star Wang Gua, he could also find an excuse to brush it off. Moreover, other than these two origin stage ferocious beasts that could be publicly revealed, the secret power that Yi Xian could use was clearly even more powerful. It was one thing for the headless infant corpse to appear, but the small black mosquito star wasn't qualified for it to take action. However, the weeping soul bloodhorn was different. It was only a refined item from an infant's corpse. If he was truly forced into a corner, Yi Xian could just take it out and kill all the devil cultivator experts present. It just so happened that the number of magic cores in his possession was too little. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough for the 6th evolution of the source core in his brain in the future. Since the previous concerns no longer existed, and the conflict between him and Zhuofengtai would come sooner or later, there was no need to deliberately hide anything. It was meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle all the way from the edge of the Black Mosquito Star field. After arriving at the Black Mosquito Star, the speed of the battleship did not decrease in the slightest. Like an extremely fast arrow, it plunged into the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and charged straight for the main city of the Black Mosquito Star. The Demonkin planets in the Demonkin tribe also had a star communication system, and the AI center was also the star superbrain, but it was the most ordinary star superbrain. Although the Demonkin tribe was already used to the technological elements of the Heaven's legacy race, they clearly weren't too keen on it. Therefore, the star network of the Demonkin star was simply too weak compared to the administrative planets of the Third World's human race. There were many functions that were lacking. However, as one of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe's foreign tribes, the star network of the Black Mosquito Star was obviously not as simple as that of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe, such as the Black Mountain Star. When necessary, they could take the initiative to contact the Demonkin Emperor Star and connect to the star network. As for receiving signals and information from the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star, there was naturally no problem. However, this kind of long-distance star network information transmission was extremely energy-consuming. Therefore, ever since the fierce mosquito ship left the Black Mosquito Star and set off for the Demonkin Emperor Star, Zhuofengtai had never contacted Jianghu and Zhuolicheng. They were not qualified to use the long-distance star network communication function of the Demonkin Emperor Star. Therefore, in Zhuofengtai's opinion, that ungrateful trial-taker of the Black Mountain Star, Jianghu, must have died on his way to the Demonkin Emperor Star. Until a few days ago, when the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star suddenly sent an official circular letter, which was just a formality, Zhuofengtai was completely dumbfounded. The content of the circular letter was very simple and clear. The meaning was also very clear. Jianghu, the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, was appointed by the Demonkin Emperor himself. Therefore, considering that his cultivation was too weak and unpresentable, the Grand Commander and the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were ordered to supervise him and urge him to practice diligently and not to wander around without permission. At that time, the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, would personally come to the Black Mosquito Star to test his cultivation. The circular letter stunned Zhuofengtai on the spot. He was silent for a long time, and his mind was in a mess. Apparently, the High Priest, Wen Xing, also saw the circular letter at the same time. Therefore, when Jianghu entered the Holy Demon Mystery Area for the first time in this trial, he had received some kind of spiritual power inheritance. Among the entire demon tribe, he was almost as talented as the Holy Son of the Black Wind tribe in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, the news that he had been appointed by the Demonkin Emperor as the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe spread to the entire Black Mosquito City almost instantly. Then, it quickly spread to the entire Black Mosquito Star, as well as the Black Mountain Star and the other 7 demon tribes. The entire Black Mosquito tribe was in an uproar. It was no secret that the Grand Commander's only son, Zhuolicheng, was determined to win this trial. The higher-ups of the 10 demon tribes were well aware of this. No one had expected that the result, which was originally decided without any suspense, would be completely rewritten because of a dark horse that suddenly rushed out and caused an abrupt change. Faced with such an unacceptable and embarrassing result, Grand Commander Zhuofengtai's anger was about to completely explode this time. These discussions had been raging in the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 demon tribes for the past few days after the circular letter was spread. Countless demon tribe experts gathered their gazes on the Black Mosquito Star, paying close attention to the subsequent development of this matter. Many people believed that the moment the Black Mosquito Tribe's trial team returned to the Black Mosquito Star, Grand Commander's Wufengtai would explode. An invisible tension shrouded the entire Black Mosquito Star, and it was increasing day by day in the past few days. Right at this moment, a small private warship arrogantly plunged into the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. It whistled past and boldly charged toward the Black Mosquito City, which represented the core of the Black Mosquito Tribe's power. At this time, there was still someone who dared to act so rashly. This time, Wufengtai's whiskers had been provoked, and he was worried about where to vent his anger. In the Black Mosquito City, countless demon tribe experts looked up and muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. Chapter 2983. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. I was just guessing. Black Mosquito City. Inside the Black Mosquito Tribe's ancestral temple. The moment the Dongshu shuttle entered the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere, the Grand Priest Huegulei had already sensed it. However, he did not pay any attention to it. At this moment, as the Grand Commander's Wufengtai soared into the sky from the Grand Commander's official residence with a thunderous roar, he threw a punch at the Dongshu shuttle with boundless killing intent. The corners of the Grand Priest Huegulei's mouth slowly curled up into a mocking smile. For those in high positions, the more urgent the situation is, the calmer they are. You're so impulsive. Do you think you can control me and the Black Mosquito Tribe alone? At this point, Huegulei shook his head with a disdainful smile. He glanced at the Dongshu shuttle and said, "This shuttle is not ordinary. I'm sure its owner is someone with a strong background. It's a pity that he bumped into Wufengtai." It's him? Halfway through his sentence, Huegulei suddenly stopped talking. Shock appeared on his face, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "What's going on? That brat actually came back alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes, and it suddenly condensed as if he was capturing something. Almost in the next instant, a wisp of pleasant surprise quickly bloomed on his face, and even his voice revealed a strong sense of anticipation amidst the joy. The two brands are actually still there? No wonder this kid is fine. Zhuanghu didn't make a move? However, this is not important. The key is the other seal. It has obviously been activated. I wonder if the spirit rabbit has been obtained. At this thought, Huegulei could no longer sit still. With a flash of his body, he dashed out of the house and flew into the sky. At the same time, in the sky above the Black Mosquito City, just as the dimensional void shuttle pierced through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and arrived above the main city and was about to land on the ground, the enraged Wufengtai, who was in the Great Commander's official residence deep within the main city, roared and threw a punch. This scene entered the eyes of countless demon experts in the huge Black Mosquito City as they looked up. Some of the devil cultivators were already shaking their heads and sighing. This was clearly a case of bad luck. With Wufengtai's Origin Level 9 cultivation base, he could even destroy a 1,000-meter-long planetary battleship, let alone a small private battleship that was less than 500 meters long. However, the scene that appeared in the sky in the next instant caused the jaws of countless demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City to drop to the ground. Surprised cries of surprise rang out from everywhere. Boom! Screech! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Wufengtai's all-out attack was filled with anger. Although it was only a simple punch, its power was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. At this moment, an explosion resounded. It was clear that this terrifying punch had hit its target. However, the Dongshu shuttle that had suddenly stopped in midair was clearly not damaged in the slightest. A gigantic black ladle beast that was about 100 feet in size silently appeared and blocked the front of the shuttle. The power of Wufengtai's furious punch smashed onto the gigantic ladle beast, but it clearly did not shake it in the slightest. This gigantic floating beast was the 8-star ladle. However, in the Demon Dweller starfield, the ladle tribe was called the Void-Devouring Beast. This was derived from their terrifying ability to devour the void of the galaxy. Origin Void-Devouring Beast? This is impossible. As the 8-star ladle's warning roar rang out, Wufengtai's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in shock. It was common knowledge that the Void-Devouring Beast's black ladle body was extremely sturdy. However, the Void-Devouring Beast that could withstand the power of his full-powered punch without any damage was definitely an Origin-level existence, and definitely not an early Origin-level existence. In other words, this void-devouring beast in front of him actually had the qualifications to fight to the death with him. Moreover, with the terrifying body of the other party that he could not easily shake, if they really fought to the death, the one who would suffer would most likely be him. It was because of this that he, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, lost his composure at this moment. Grand Commander, I was just too eager to report the good news that I forgot to slow down for a moment. You don't have to do this, do you? At this moment, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. With a flash of his body, he had already landed on the back of the 8-star ladle that was suspended in midair. He continued with an innocent face. If I had not met this brother ladle guest near the void-devouring black hole before, wouldn't I have been killed by your punch just now? If this is really the case, the Black Mosquito tribe will never be able to remove the title of the shortest-lived holy son in the history of the Demon Dweller tribe in the future. While speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended behind him was instantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, Hao Feng and the wretched mosquito butcher were also moved out of the shuttle by him and landed on the back of Ladle, standing behind Yi Xian. It's you. Seeing Yi Xian, Zhuo Fengtai was suddenly stunned. A strong impulse surged in his heart and he almost attacked immediately, but in the end, he restrained himself. The opponent was now the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing, let alone there was an origin stage void-devouring beast in front of him that was not inferior to him in strength. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fengtai subconsciously glanced at Ladle under Yi Xian's feet and his eyelids twitched. An origin stage void-devouring beast actually made this brat stand on its back like a master and even brought other people along. What was the difference between this and taming it? Just casually circling around the void-devouring black hole and he could come across such a good thing? This luck was simply heaven-defying. Thinking of this, the unwillingness in Zhuo Fengtai's heart grew stronger. He was so angry that his neck was thick. Panting heavily, he reprimanded in a deep voice. Why are only the two of you back? Where is the fierce mosquito? This was clearly asking the obvious. He was really good at pretending. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said with a stunned expression, Chief Commander, you still don't know? The fierce mosquito has been destroyed by Jianghu and Zhuo Liqing. Zhuo Fengtai almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he was well aware of this, from a certain point of view, the fierce mosquito was indeed destroyed by Jianghu and Zhuo Liqing. He could even be included in this. However, what did he mean by destroyed? Even if he knew some inside information, there was no need to say such harsh words, right? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Could it be that after taming this origin stage void-devouring beast, Zhuo Fengtai thought that he had something to rely on and planned to go against him openly? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhuo Fengtai calmed down and stared coldly at Yi Xian with a playful look in his eyes. Jianghu, don't forget that you are not the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Jianghu is the scout commander of my Black Mosquito city. How can you slander him in public? I'll keep this in mind and look into it when Commander Zhuo returns. Thank you, Chief Commander, but what if they don't come back? Chapter 2984. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Greybone lays probing you. Zhuo Fengtai had originally forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, but after hearing Yi Xian's provocative words, the monstrous anger that had just been suppressed surged again in the blink of an eye. He glared at Yi Xian and was about to explode. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded in the void. The High Priest, Greybone Lei, had arrived. Ha ha ha. Jianghu, you're able to obtain a spiritual power skill inheritance the first time you enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe. You've finally allowed our Black Mosquito tribe to rise again. From now on, our Black Mosquito tribe is no longer the weakest tribe among the 10 great demon tribes. Instead, we've become a top tribe that can compete with the leader, the Black Nightmare tribe. Along with the hearty laughter, the High Priest's figure quietly appeared. He quietly stood in the middle of the confrontation between the Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commanders Zhuo Fengtai and Yi Xian. In addition, when he arrived, he had a rather subtle grasp of the situation. All of this was clearly done on purpose, causing the eyes of Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, who was about to explode, to flash with a bright light. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly flashed through his eyes. But even so, with the arrival of the High Priest Huigu Lei, the monstrous anger in Zhuo Fengtai's heart was suppressed again in the end. Although Huigu's cultivation base was only at the origin stage first stage, He was the great priest of a large demon tribe, so he was far better than Zhuofeng Tai, who was the tribe's great commander, in terms of using his mental power skills. Therefore, even though Zhuofeng Tai's cultivation base was at the origin stage 4th stage, the weaker Huigil had a better chance of winning if they were to fight. Moreover, Huigulu had an extraordinary relationship with the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xingshang, who had become one of the greatest existences in the demon race. Back when Wen Xingshang was still the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigulu had been the holy son of the tribe that he had nurtured with all his might. Although they weren't master and disciple, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhuofeng Tai did not dare to offend Greybone Lei openly. After all, although the Zhua clan had a backer in the imperial city, he was just an ordinary person in the imperial court. In the entire imperial city, he could not be compared to High Priest Wen Xing, who was popular in front of the Demon King Mo Wen. After considering all this, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, in the end, Zhuofeng Tai suppressed his anger. Was the Grand Commander of Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that he would have a chance to deal with Yi Xian in the future. At the same time, he did not know that his only son, Zhuo Liqing, and his younger brother, Zhuo Honggu, had been killed by Yi Xian on their way back to the Black Mosquito tribe. Otherwise, no matter how much Zhuofeng Tai feared High Priest Greybone Lei, he would have been enraged and attacked. "You flatter me, High Priest. I was just a little lucky." At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw that Grand Commander Zhuofeng Tai was actually suppressing his anger. He did not want to see this scene. Compared to lying low and facing a crisis that could erupt at any time in the future, he would rather face it now. At least, he could take this opportunity to force High Priest Greybone Lei to make a stand. However, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he could not continue to provoke Zhuofeng Tai. Once he did so, not only Zhuofeng Tai, but even High Priest Greybone Lei would be suspicious. He was just a Meteor Realm nobody who had just been appointed as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. He should not have such courage and background. If he really did so, anyone would be suspicious of Yi Xian's motives. "I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. This void-swallowing beast is at least at the origin 4th order. It is already a supreme existence that is not weaker than Commander Zhua. I'm afraid even this priest can't defeat it. Such an existence can actually hit it off with you and willingly follow you. It is really amazing. Personal luck is really mysterious and extraordinary." With Greybone Lei's level 5 source core and his background as the high priest of a large tribe, he could naturally see that the 8-star royal ladle under Yi Xian's feet was not like an ordinary demon's pet beast. Instead, he had branded it with a spiritual imprint and used it to forcibly control it. Therefore, these words were not just out of courtesy. They came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian even saw a flash of envy in Greybone Lei's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Xian was able to rely on his own luck to obtain such a powerful void-swallowing beast to follow him. Even the cunning high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Greyskull, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In addition to that, what triggered even more was his eagerness for Yi Xian's secret mission to the Demon Emperor planet. Since this kid could deceive such a powerful mid-stage origin-level void-swallowing beast, he should have a way to deal with the extremely cunning innate spirit rabbit in the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. With this thought in mind, Greybone Lei could not hold back anymore. He did not even care that Grand Commander Zhuofeng Tai had just turned around and left. If he had, he would have heard the conversation between the two. Greybone Lei's eyes flashed and he immediately asked Yi Xian, "Little friend Wuji, the matter this high priest entrusted to you that day, may I ask?" "High priest, are you talking about that clever dead rabbit?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. When this matter was mentioned, it was as if the hatred in his heart had been aroused. A look of indignation appeared on his face as he said hatefully, "That damn rabbit is too clever. It played tricks on me several times. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch it in the end. Otherwise, I would have skinned it alive." This result made Greybone Lei very disappointed. He was so disappointed that he even lost his composure and exclaimed softly. However, he quickly reacted. His eyes flashed, but he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and withdrew the 2 spiritual imprints that he had injected into Yi Xian's body. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the tribe's ancestral temple at the end of the Black Mosquito City. His figure had already disappeared, but his figure was still lingering. "In 3 days, I'll hold a ceremony for you to become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In addition, during these 3 days, you can stay in the side hall of the Holy Sun in the outer courtyard of the ancestral temple. However, if there's nothing else, it's best to use these 3 days to cultivate diligently. Don't go out and leave the Black Mosquito Star if there's nothing else. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, is very worried about you. He specially told me to supervise you diligently. As the Holy Son of a large tribe, your cultivation is only at the meteor realm. It's really too weak. Chapter 2985. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio exposing the truth. No wonder both Swafeng Tai and High Priest Huegu Lu seemed to know who the Black Mosquito Tribe Holy Sun was when he had just arrived on the Black Mosquito Star. It turned out that the Devil Emperor planet had sent a message to the Black Mosquito Star's lower star network through the star's superior star network. Moreover, this message was most likely from the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing. In the message, besides announcing the fact that Yi Xian was the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, he even specifically instructed Huegu Lu, the High Priest of the Black Mosquito Tribe, to diligently urge him to concentrate on his cultivation and not leave the Black Mosquito Star. Wen Xing had mentioned this in front of Yi Xian that day. At that time he had not thought much about it, but now it seemed that these words had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, with Wen Xing's prominent status as the High Priest of the Imperial City, why would he be so concerned about a newly promoted Holy Son of a small tribe? If he was not mistaken, the so-called diligent urging to concentrate on his cultivation was a lie. His real intention was not to leave the Black Mosquito Star. It seemed that everything he had done in the Saint Devil Forbidden area was still unable to fool him in the end. Although Wen Xing didn't investigate further that day, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. When he turned around, he was in the mood to deal with him at any time and carefully investigate the inside story. Huegu Lu, the High Priest of the Black Mosquito Tribe, had more or less guessed this. Therefore, when Wen Xing deliberately mentioned this before he left, it was obvious that he wanted to knock some sense into Yi Xian. His purpose was to force Yi Xian to report the truth about the spirit rabbit, so as to seek his protection. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank, but a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both Wen Xing and Huegu Lu might have thought that they could easily control him, but how could they know that even when they were trapped in the Devil Emperor city that day, Yi Xian was not completely powerless to resist? He just did not want to reveal some of his tricks so easily. Now that they had left the Demon Imperial City and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, the main planet of the Black Mosquito Tribe, Yi Xian had no reason to be afraid of them. Without the threat of the few Grotto Heaven Realm Supreme existences from the Imperial family, even if High Priest Wen Xing of the Imperial City personally came, he was only a Grotto Heaven Realm Supreme existence. If he forced Yi Xian into a corner, they could just break up. If he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was completely confident that he could slaughter all the devil dwellers present and then calmly leave. At that time, although the news would definitely be leaked, in the Demon Imperial City, they would at most know that Yi Xian had the ability to kill a supreme existence in the Heavenly Passage realm. However, they definitely didn't know what this ability was. In that case, even if it was Yi Xian, it would not matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. He lowered his head and glanced at the countless devil dwellers in the Black Mosquito City below, who were looking up with burning desire in their eyes. He smiled faintly and put the 8-star royal ladle into the Dongshu shuttle. Then, after putting the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher toward the tribe's ancestral temple in the depths of the Star Mosquito City in front of the city. Among the 10 foreign tribes of the Black Mosquito Tribe, there was a demon ancestral temple on the main planet of each tribe, just like the Demon Imperial City. The high priest of each tribe was the master of the ancestral temple, and the holy son of the tribe was equivalent to the successor cultivated by the high priest. In the ancestral temple, he was equivalent to the young master. As the future high priest, the holy son of the tribe had an unshakable share of the specific daily affairs of the entire tribe's ancestral temple. Of course, the high priest would not casually hand over the core affairs to the holy son. Generally speaking, the holy son was only responsible for the daily chores of the ancestral temple. Therefore, the holy son's living quarters were basically in the outer hall of the tribe's ancestral temple. To put it bluntly, his authority was equivalent to that of the general manager of the entire ancestral temple. When Yi Xian led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher down from the sky, there were already many ordinary priests waiting respectfully in the outer hall of the ancestral temple. These demon dwellers were priests, but in fact, They were just doing the daily chores of the tribe's ancestral temple. The ancestral temple of the demon dwellers was originally just a formality. The so-called demon emperor himself was far from a godlike existence in the universe. How much meaning could the so-called demon dweller's ancestral temple have to offer sacrifices to a godlike existence? After entering the side hall of the Holy Sun, an elderly demon dweller priest who should be the most senior among the priests of the ancestral temple led Yi Xian's group around the huge side hall like a guide. Then, he carefully explained that as the holy son of the tribe, Yi Xian should share the daily chores of the ancestral temple and handed over a few thick account books. Yi Xian was not interested in this at all, but the wretched mosquito butcher behind him immediately took it with a smile. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the wretched mosquito butcher. He said in a low voice, "This is Mosquito Butcher. All my affairs, big and small, have always been handled by him. In the future, such mundane affairs will be handed over to him." With that, he ignored the elderly priest's shocked reaction and turned to enter the main hall of the Holy Sun's courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the third evening of Yi Xian's return to the Black Mosquito main planet. The Black Mosquito tribe's new Holy Sun ceremony would be held at noon tomorrow. At that time, all the leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon dweller planets would be present to observe the Holy Sun ceremony. In the past 2 days, the entire Black Mosquito main planet was bustling with noise and celebration. The Star Mosquito main city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. After all, the new Holy Son of the tribe had successfully inherited a certain spiritual power skill when he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land for the first time. Even among the top 10 demon dweller tribes, he was one of the best. Most of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito tribe were very happy because of this. As a celebration, it was necessary to have a grand appearance. However, under the surface of the celebration, the entire Black Mosquito main city was in turmoil. Whether it was High Priest Huegu Lu or Great Commanders Wufeng Tai, they did not show up in the past 2 days, nor did they summon Yi Xian, who was about to become the tribe's holy son. Everything seemed to be calm and peaceful. Even Yi Xian felt that he was about to successfully ascend to the position of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, on the evening before the Holy Sun ceremony, a shocking roar suddenly came from the Great Commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito main city without warning. It was Great Commander's Wufeng Tai's voice. "You brat, Jianghu. I was almost fooled by you. You're clearly courting death." Roar. The furious roar shook the entire Black Mosquito main city. Following that, a murderous figure rushed out of the Great Commander's official residence and soared into the sky toward the ancestral temple. Chapter 2986. The real crisis. The past 2 days seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, both Wufeng Tai and High Priest Huegu Lei were secretly making some moves. The latter was investigating Yi Xian's background. Following his identity as the chosen child of the Black Mountain Star, he had investigated all the way to the main city of Black Mountain. Wufeng Tai, on the other hand, did not make any unusual movements on the first day. Only the resentment in his heart could not be quelled. But as the day passed and the Black Mosquito tribe experts who were originally stationed on the ferocious Mosquito Bastion under Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Huang still had not returned, Wufeng Tai finally felt that something was amiss and began to investigate. He had personally given the battleship to Zhuo Honggu. This battleship was part of his personal collection, so no one knew better than Wufeng Tai about its performance. In his opinion, even if Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honggu left the Demon Emperor planet later than Yi Xian and set off on their return journey, they definitely wouldn't be delayed for an entire day and still not arrive. Anxious and suspicious, Wufeng Tai immediately used his connections to contact the other 9 demon tribes, especially those that the Black Mosquito tribe had to pass through on their way back from the demonic Emperor planet. So, from that night onwards, the other 9 demon tribes more or less sent out some demon tribe warriors to search for the whereabouts of the bountiful Tang. For the entire day, Wufeng Tai had been anxiously waiting for the news. Until just now, a small team of demon dwellers finally found part of the wreckage of the bountiful Tang battleship in the void. This was enough to confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honggu had met with misfortune and had died. When the news came, Wufeng Tai immediately went berserk. He roared crazily and rushed out of the Black Mosquito City's commander's residence. He went straight to the side hall of the chosen child in the ancestral temple where Yi Xian was. As a 4th-level Origin Realm warrior, Wufeng Tai's mighty power was almost earth-shattering. Behind him, Countless demon tribe warriors in the Black Mosquito City raised their heads and looked at him in horror. Bastard Jianghu! How dare you murder my son Li Qing and my brother Hongwu? Today, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Rumble. At this moment, Zhuo Fengtai's entire body was covered by a boundless and surging airflow. However, in the sky, there was a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range. It carried a rumbling sound as it clenched its fist. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to capture Yi Xian and slowly torture him when they returned. Commander Zhua, if you want to accuse me of something, you can always accuse me. If you think that I took away your son Zhuo Liqing's position as the Black Mosquito Holy Son, you can just say so. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to accuse me like this? At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked out of the courtyard of the Holy Sun's side hall. He stood on the peak outside the courtyard and slightly raised his head to look over. His expression was neither shocked nor panicked, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. However, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely clear, so clear that almost all of the countless devil cultivator experts in the Black Mosquito City heard it clearly. Behind him, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fengfeng stood on each side. No one knew what they were thinking. The former's eyes were shining with a crafty light, while the latter was frowning and looking at Yi Xian with a thoughtful expression. From time to time, she would glance at Yi Xian. You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die. Ha ha ha. No matter. This commander has plenty of methods to make you confess. In the face of Yi Xian's rebuke, Zhuo Fengtai, who was floating in the sky, was so angry that he laughed. During this time, the huge palm print that was rumbling from the sky did not stop for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already pressed down more than half of the palm print. After a while, it would arrive with a loud bang. But until this time, the high priest Huegu Lei still did not appear. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he had already cast the Dongshu shuttle and suspended it in the air in front of him. Screech! In the next moment, along with a scream full of violent hostility, a huge black figure had already rushed out from the Dongshu shuttle. It was the 8-star royal ladle that was more than 100 feet in size and was not inferior to the huge palm print that was pressing down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was wrapped in endless power and rushed into the sky, colliding head-on with the huge palm that was pressing down from the sky. Boom! Screech! A thunderous explosion rang out in the next instant, and the huge palm print was knocked away by the 8-star royal ladle without any suspense, dispersing in the air. Then, the 8-star royal ladle did not reduce its speed. It let out a second screech and rushed toward the Black Mosquito Tribe's great commanders Zhuo Fengtai in the sky again without delay. This was clearly the rhythm of being stirred up and wanting to fight fiercely. Enough! Do you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? At this moment, in the Black Mosquito Tribe's ancestral temple behind him, the high priest Huegu Lei finally arrived in the sky. As soon as he arrived, he shouted and then lowered his head to look at Yi Xian standing on the side of the peak below. Jianghu, call back this origin void-swallowing beast. I promise that this matter will end here. Before the arrival of the high priest of the imperial city, no one will mention this matter again. After saying that, seeing Yi Xian frowning and waving his hand toward the sky, Huegu Lei turned his head to look at Zhuo Fengtai in the sky and said in a deep voice, I just learned about this matter after receiving the secret message from High Priest Wenxing. Now I can confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu are indeed dead. However, the person who attacked them is definitely not Zhang Wuji, but the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship in the front line of the demon army. Before the Fengting ship was destroyed, it sent a distress signal to the demon imperial planet, clearly indicating this point. There is no doubt that the demon army in the front line of the third universe must be in big trouble. Let's not talk about the other scout fortresses for now, but the Black Mosquito ship must have fallen into the hands of the human tribe, and the other party must have successfully sneaked into the demon star area. You and I can't escape the responsibility of this matter. On the demon imperial planet, the demon imperial guard commander Chanas has led the army here. When the time comes, the army will be divided into two groups. One group will thoroughly investigate the entire Black Mosquito tribe and the surrounding star areas, while the other group will directly enter the universe wormhole and head to the front line of the third universe to investigate the incident of the demon army. The high priest of the imperial city, Wenxing, is also with this army. He will arrive at the Black Mosquito star in a few days. You and I, as the high priest and the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had better think of a plan quickly. What? The Black Mosquito ship did it? How is this possible? When these words came out, Even Zhuafengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe in the sky, was completely shocked and exclaimed softly. Chapter 2987. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin in for a penny, in for a pound. When the High Priest Huegu Lei personally spoke about the shocking change in the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, he did not deliberately avoid anything. Therefore, when his voice was loud and clear, almost all the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City in the distance heard it. The entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar, and the news would spread out as fast as possible. It wouldn't be long before all the 10 demon dwellers' planets in the Black Mosquito tribe knew about it. A storm that would sweep across the entire Black Mosquito tribe and even the entire demon dwellers tribe was coming. Although the terrible news brought by the High Priest Huegu Lei was shocking, the effect it had in some ways made people speechless. It was precisely because of this shocking and unexpected arrival that Grand Commander Zhuafengtai's suspicions towards Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. He coldly glanced at him before leaving with the High Priest. It was obvious that they were secretly discussing how to deal with this matter. At the very least, from the looks of it, the two of them hadn't cast suspicious gazes on Yi Xian for the time being. After confirming this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down slightly. After putting away the 8-star King Ladle and the Dongshu shuttle, he turned around and walked back to the Holy Sun's side hall behind him. He sat alone in a secluded room, and as his mind raced, he began to quickly think of a way to deal with it. Judging from Huiguliai's words and reaction just now, although the Fengtang ship had sent a distress signal to the Demon Emperor planet and even mentioned the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, there shouldn't be any mention of Yi Xian's appearance in the distress signal. It was probably because it was too hasty. This was really lucky. Otherwise, the crisis that Yi Xian was facing at this moment would be much more severe. However, even though Yi Xian hadn't been exposed yet, since the Black Mosquito's whereabouts had been leaked, and the demon army from the Demon Emperor planet had set off, it wouldn't be long before they entered the graveyard domain through the natural wormhole that connected to the third realm of the universe. When that time came, everything would be exposed. Once the information was sent back, the entire demon domain would start a thorough investigation. Sooner or later, the investigation would eventually lead back to Yi Xian. After all, his appearance was too abrupt. Everything before this could not be investigated, so it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Faced with such a situation, he had only two choices. One was to leave the Black Mosquito Star immediately before the army of the Devil Imperial Star arrived. He would rush to the wormhole and leave the Devil Star area as soon as possible. He would return to the third universe controlled by the human tribe. However, if that was the case, his original plan to search for the devouring origin in the Devil Domain and even the vast first universe outside the Devil Domain would be completely ruined. Moreover, in the short term, there was no possibility of this plan being carried out. After all, such a big thing had happened to the Demon Scout Corps. Not to mention the wormhole, near the exit of the wormhole in the first universe, the demon tribe would definitely send a large number of troops to guard it. It would be very difficult to sneak in again. As for the second choice, it was to make up his mind and continue to stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This move seemed risky, but after careful consideration, Yi Xian finally made the decision to bide his time and stay on the Black Mosquito Star. It was not easy to come to the first universe, and now he had obtained the identity of the Holy Son of a large demon tribe. This would be very convenient and helpful for his upcoming search for the devouring origin. In any case, Yi Xian was not willing to give up so easily. As for the current crisis, on the one hand, he had two trump cards, the Headless Infant Corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Even if his identity was really exposed, he could just go all out. As long as Yi Xian used all his means, there were not many existences in the Devil Domain who could keep him here. In addition, even if the incident of the Demon Scout Corps at the frontier of the third universe was exposed, they might not necessarily find out about Yi Xian in the end. Of course, the premise was that he had to make some preparations before that. For example, he had to plant a few real high-level spies in the demon tribe. At that time, if there was any movement, he was at least confident that he would know at the first moment. If there was really an unforeseen event, he would have a buffer time to react. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a period of time, the slave seal that he had put aside for a long time was finally put to use again. This time, the demon experts who would be planted with the slave seal would no longer be low-level demon experts. At the very least, they had to be existences at the level of Zhuafengtai and Huegu Lei. Otherwise, they would be worthless. The first two targets, let's start with them. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian made a decision in an instant. After all, I am still in the Black Mosquito tribe. As the immediate superior, Huegu Lei and Zhuofeng Tai are most likely to have doubts about me. Since this is the case, I might as well go all out and plant the slave seal on these two guys. Otherwise, I really can't sleep in peace. This thought made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Whether it was the great commanders Zhuofeng Tai or the high priest Huegu Lei, they were all supreme existences of the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Yi Xian had only subdued one demon expert of this level by planting a slave seal before. That was the prince of the mosquito beast race, Shui Ben. Moreover, when he planted the slave seal on Shui Ben, he had the assistance of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, who was at least at the Heavenly Passage Realm, to control the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, in advance. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's cultivation at that time, there was no possibility of success. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to plant a slave seal on the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Huegu Lei. After all, not only was the high priest proficient in the use of mind power, but he also had a level 5 source core. This kind of existence with a high-level source core had an astonishing resistance to slave seals. However, Yi Xian had now completed the 5th transformation of the source core in his brain. His source core had long entered the 6th level, which surpassed Huegu Lei's. It was on the same level as the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and second only to the devil king, Mo Wen Tian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's chances of success in subduing Huegu Lei by planting a slave seal on him had greatly increased. This was why he had suddenly come up with such a bold idea. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately started making preparations. To put it bluntly, he just had to condense a slave seal. Huegu Lei and Zhuofeng Tai were supreme existences of the 9th level of the Origin Realm, which meant that the slave seal he planted on them had to be at least at the 11th level, which meant that he had to repeatedly condense the slave seal 10 times. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to condense 2 12th level slave seals to deal with these two fellows. This way, he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If he started condensing the slave seals from the beginning, even with Yi Xian's current power at the 6th level of the Meteor Realm, he would need a long time to condense 2 12th level slave seals. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it in a few days. Chapter 2988. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin revealing the Fang. Since the 2 level 12 slave seals were obtained after 2 repetitive refinements from the level 10 slave seals, Yi Xian only spent half a day or so to complete all of this. The necessary software resources to deal with Grey Skull and Zhuofeng Tai could be considered to be ready. However, just preparing the software was clearly far from enough. These two fellows were both supreme beings of the 9th realm, the Origin Realm. It was clearly not easy to successfully shoot 2 successfully condensed level 12 slave seals into their bodies. Yi Xian analyzed the abilities he had. Whether it was the spiritual suppression or the giant dragon roar, which he had obtained after his starry sky dragon bloodline reached the entry level. Although they were all skills that could shock the mind of the enemy unexpectedly, due to the huge gap in strength between Yi Xian and his opponents, these two abilities were obviously not effective. As for the Fallen Sky Bow, Spiritual Lightning Technique, Annihilation Spear, Destructive Vortex, and other spiritual secret techniques, they were all offensive in nature and were not suitable to deal with this situation. It seemed that the only way to successfully shock Huegu Lei and Zhuofeng Tai in a short period of time, and then take advantage of this opportunity to shoot the 2 level 12 slave seals into their bodies, was to ask for help from the headless infant corpse. Even if it was not interested in doing it personally, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would be enough to do it on its behalf. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a supreme existence that could even crush a 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven Realm. Dealing with Huegu Lei and Zhuofeng Tai, 2 demon experts of the Origin Realm, was a piece of cake. However, it was hard to say whether this would work or not. Although the headless infant corpse had always been in Yi Xian's body and had turned into a strange tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, the headless infant corpse had never responded directly no matter how Yi Xian actively tried to contact it. Therefore, Yi Xian was not very confident about asking for the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's help this time. He could only give it a try. If it did not work, he would think of another plan. What surprised him was that this time, the headless infant corpse, which had always ignored his calls, actually transmitted a mysterious aura over at the first possible moment. It directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, exactly the same as last time. Through this mysterious imprint, Yi Xian could control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn for his own use at any time. When he needed it, he only needed to activate the imprint in his sea of consciousness. At that time, The weeping soul bloodhorn that had long since been refined by the headless infant corpse would naturally sense it and move according to Yi Xian's will. It could be said to be extremely convenient. The only pity was that this kind of imprint was a one-time consumable. Yi Xian knew that once it was activated, this imprint would turn into a mysterious and unknown force and quickly enter the weeping soul bloodhorn's body, never to be seen again. Such a powerful weeping soul bloodhorn could only be temporarily controlled every time. He could not use its terrifying supreme power to his heart's content. This made Yi Xian feel quite helpless, and he could not help but feel a strong sense of regret in his heart. While he was sighing, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. As his eyes lit up, a kind of sudden enlightenment was like a cold soft light in the moonlight, covering the sea of consciousness in an instant, making his mind suddenly shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian's state of mind was unexpectedly enlightened. He was inexplicably open-minded and bright, and his entire heart was filled with an endless sense of heroism. No matter how powerful the weeping soul bloodhorn was, it was still an external object in the end. Perhaps it was because he had recently encountered too many difficult situations that he was unable to resolve with his current cultivation. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly developed a faint sense of reliance on the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn. Every time a major dilemma appeared, he would subconsciously think of them. This was clearly the rhythm of treating the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn as some kind of trump card and reliance under the influence of imperceptible influence. Although this was originally a fact, if he really had this kind of dependence, then it would obviously be harmful to Yi Xian's future growth. He would completely lose the heart of an expert. But at this moment, as this light flashed in his mind, Yi Xian finally realized this point as if he had an epiphany. At this moment, he thought all this through, and even his state of mind had a little elevation. A feeling of loosening the bottleneck of the realm came straight to his heart. The cultivation realm of a cultivator could not only be improved by diligent cultivation day after day. Occasionally, a thorough understanding of the state of mind would also loosen the bottleneck of the realm. If one could seize this opportunity, breaking through in one fell swoop was not a problem. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly encountered such an opportunity. Overjoyed in his heart, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a mysterious state of cultivation. This time, Yi Xian did not absorb a drop of the star core's source energy. He was completely sorting out his state of mind and figuring out the mysterious feeling like he had just had an epiphany. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. At this time, Yi Xian had completely forgotten everything. His state of mind was clear, as if he was in a bright place, untainted by dust. This kind of breakthrough of the state of mind that led to the elevation of one's cultivation realm and the realization of the advancement of one's cultivation power was extremely mysterious. It was the first time that Yi Xian had encountered this kind of breakthrough. Everything was just a kind of trial and error for him now. However, he finally grasped this opportunity. At this moment, when the familiar prompt of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind, Yi Xian, who had entered a state of forgetfulness, trembled slightly, and his consciousness completely returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your realm has increased. Current realm. Level 7 of the Meteor Realm. Level 7. This meant that he had finally entered the late stage of the Meteor Realm. With another 2 small breakthroughs, he would enter the 3rd realm of the Starry Realm, the Satellite Realm. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes slightly, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He was in an extremely good mood. Coincidentally, my state of mind has improved, and my realm has broken through. It is a double blessing. At this time, it is the best time to completely take down Huigulei and Zhuafengtai, and get rid of all worries. With a slight shake of his body, Yi Xian stood up from the ground and muttered to himself. A firm light burst out from his eyes, and there was a cold light in them. As he stepped forward, he pushed open the door and walked out. I have endured in this black mosquito star for a long time. Now, it is finally time to show my fangs. Chapter 2989. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin come to resolve doubts. Although night had fallen, the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Huigulu, was still in the side hall of the ancestral temple, discussing some important matters with Zhuafengtai and Zhuafengtai. Although the two of them were friendly on the surface, they had been secretly scheming against each other. One of them was the high priest, but in fact, he controlled more than half of the black mosquito tribe. The other was unwilling to see his authority diluted, So he had been looking for an opportunity to reverse the situation and completely take control of the Black Mosquito tribe. Even so, the Black Mosquito tribe was facing a sudden change, and they did not know if the fall of the Black Mosquito ship would affect the entire tribe. As the High Priest and Great Commander, Zhuofengtai and Huigulei did not have any reservations in dealing with this matter. It could be said that they worked hand in hand without any hindrance. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have talked until nightfall and still hadn't dispersed. The inner hall of the ancestral temple was an important place in the tribe. Even the ordinary priests in the ancestral temple were not allowed to enter at will. However, as the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no problem entering and exiting this place. After entering the courtyard of the ancestral temple, the guards of the ancestral temple did not stop him and let him go straight in. Along the way, Yi Xian kept thinking. At least, he had to find a valid reason to visit the high priest in the middle of the night. However, he soon felt relieved. After laughing silently, he threw this thought to the back of his mind and did not think about it anymore. Anyway, sooner or later, they would fall out with each other. Why should he waste the effort? With the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, Huigulu and Zhuofengtai were only two Origin Realm experts. When the time came, Yi Xian only needed to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Under the suppression of the qi, the two of them would not even have the chance to turn around and escape. They would be completely bound and unable to move in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. Although he was unwilling to rely too much on the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Dragon and the Headless Infant Corpse, he had only been in space for a short period of time. Moreover, he had no choice but to face two terrifying existences at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Facing such an opponent with such a huge disparity in strength, it was understandable and acceptable to rely on external forces. While he was thinking, the door to the inner hall of the ancestral temple was already in sight. Inside the hall was a small hall with some doors on both sides. At this time, the window of the door on the left was clearly lit, but there was no one outside the hall. Zhuofengtai and Huigulei were secretly discussing important matters, so the priests of the ancestral temple who were originally serving here must have been driven away. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral temple. He then turned around and walked straight to the lit door. As soon as he stepped into the room, he looked up and saw Zhuofengtai and Huigulei chatting softly while sipping spirit tea. The two of them sat facing each other across the table, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite harmonious. However, when they looked up and saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, they were surprised and slightly stunned. "What are you doing here? Don't forget that before the ceremony, you were not the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. How can you come and go as you please in the ancestral temple?" After coming back to his senses, Zhuofengtai's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Yi Xian who had stepped into the room. His tone was extremely unfriendly. On the other side, High Priest Huigulei slightly frowned and was about to ask Yi Xian why he had come. However, the latter spoke first with a faint smile on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "The reason why I am here is to answer your question. As you said, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuohongwu, as well as all the demon scouts on the Fengting ship, were all killed by me. To be exact, more than half of them were killed when the Black Mosquito tribe and the Black Wind tribe super star-destroying cannons destroyed the Fengting ship. The other half were killed by my pet army, including your son and your brother." Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian's words left his mouth, Zhuofengtai and Grey Bone both subconsciously opened their mouths wide. They looked at him in astonishment, and even their eyes flickered with a suspicious light. That kind of look clearly gave people the feeling that they were looking at a lunatic. Obviously, the two of them did not believe what he said. They did not hesitate at all and directly regarded him as crazy talk. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zhuofengtai finally came back to his senses. He realized that he'd been teased and provoked by Yi Xian in front of him. In his embarrassment, he instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Stinking brat, you're courting death!" Before his voice died away, Zhuofengtai had already raised his right hand and slapped with all his strength. "You are the one courting death." Yi Xian's face suddenly became serious, and he retorted in a deep voice. At the same time, he did not hesitate to activate the mysterious mark in his mind. In less than half an instant, a slight but intense low buzzing sound had already enveloped the entire large house. A blood-colored waterfall whizzed out from Yi Xian's body and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was about 30 feet long, hovering above the house, pouring out a majestic and mighty aura. In an instant, it dissolved Zhuofengtai's palm power into nothingness. Weeping Soul Bloodhorn? This is impossible. What is going on? The aura of this big curved horn is at least beyond the grotto heaven realm. How can there be such an existence? Almost at the same time, Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei's expressions had changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in horror together. Although the latter had roughly sensed the level of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he obviously did not know its origin, but the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, was different. As soon as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn appeared, his mind flashed one after another, and he instantly understood everything. After the first exclamation came out, he turned his head in horror and looked at the calm Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. So the person who ruined my plans on Black Mountain Star was actually you? It seems that what you said before about the 2 scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship should also be true. Damn guy, as a demon cultivator, you actually betrayed your tribe to the human race. Sorry, I was originally a human, but I swallowed a lot of demon cultivators' brain nuclei, so I grew one in my head. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian shook his head and threw out another heavy bomb. Seeing the two people opposite him shocked again, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh faintly. Don't look at me like that, you are just too confident. Who said that human cultivators can't have demon nuclei? Traditional ideas kill people. Chapter 2990. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Cunning Old Fox. When the 2 level 12 slave seals entered Zhuofengtai's and Hui Gulei's foreheads at the same time and disappeared in a flash, the two fellows' eyes became blurry. The shock and fury on their faces started to dissipate slowly. It was obvious that the slave seals had entered their brains quickly and successfully entered their mind source cores to begin the process of enslaving and refining them. Although Zhuofengtai and Huigu were both supreme existences of the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, they didn't seem to be so weak. However, in reality, if it wasn't for the suppression of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed. The 2 slave seals that had shot out hadn't even touched Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei's skin. Therefore, this seemingly easy situation and results were entirely due to the use of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which was a terrifying being whose strength surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm. This wasn't surprising at all. Besides, the reason why these two fellows had reacted so quickly was also because Yi Xian's cultivation base was a little weaker, as he was only at the 2nd level of the Meteor Realm. However, the grade of his mind source core wasn't low. It had already reached the 6th level. In the entire demon race, his mind source core was second only to the Demon King Mo Wentian and was on par with the High Priest Wenxing and a few others. Between Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei, even though Hui Gulei was the High Priest, his mind source core was only at the 5th level. Under the circumstances, they naturally wouldn't be able to resist the level 12 slave seals that Yi Xian had condensed using his level 6 mind source core multiple times. As long as the slave seals successfully entered their bodies, there would be no suspense in the final outcome. However, these two fellows were origin-grade entities after all, so the source cores in their heads contained boundless spirit origin source power. Even with the power of a grade 12 slave mark, it would take an extraordinary amount of time to refine all of them and brand them with the enslavement mark. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly walked to the table at the side and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then, he took out a small clean cup and poured himself a cup. Then, he began to taste the spirit tea brewed by either Zhuofengtai or Hui Gulei. During this process, he never withdrew the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that was hovering in the air. After all, their targets this time were all supreme existences at the Origin Realm. Their abilities were far superior to the demon experts that Yi Xian had enslaved in the past. If they were plotting something and took the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it would be no different from courting death. After about half an hour, the 2 grade 12 slave marks finally completed the process of enslaving and refining the source cores in Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei's heads. The blurred look in their eyes slowly faded and they regained their clarity. Then, they respectfully walked to Yi Xian and stood on either side of him with their hands by their sides. They looked like they were waiting for orders and did not say a single word of nonsense. This was the normal behavior after being enslaved by a slave mark. Yi Xian did not know what was wrong with the wretched mosquito butcher. The first time, he was pretending, but the second time, he was clearly enslaved. In the end, he did not behave properly for more than a few days. Not long after, he began to behave strangely again. When he returned, He really had to find some time to properly investigate what was wrong with this guy. Of course, the reason Yi Xian had brought him out of the Dongshu shuttle this time was actually to test him. If he made any strange movements, Yi Xian would be able to detect it in an instant through the connection between him and the slave mark in his head. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether that guy really had a problem, or whether he would easily give himself away on his own initiative. After being slightly distracted, Yi Xian quickly threw the matter of the wretched mosquito butcher to the back of his mind. He swept his gaze over and examined Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei, who were standing on either side of him. After confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, "In the future when there are other people around, you can still call me Zhang Wuji. The word, master, cannot be heard by anyone else. In addition, when you are in public, your words and actions must be the same as usual. The entire Black Mosquito tribe's affairs will still be handled by the two of you. Just do as usual." Facing this order, Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei immediately responded respectfully. Yi Xian was quite at ease with this point. He never thought that the two of them would appear abnormal in front of others, so much so that they would reveal themselves. After all, Yi Xian had personally planted more than 10,000 slave seals, and his experience was already very rich. Yi Xian waved his hand and shot a psychic power at the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn. After summoning it back into his body, he immediately fell into deep thought. Now, these two guys were his demon slaves. If there was anything he did not understand, Yi Xian could ask them casually, and the answers he got would be absolutely true. There was no possibility of being fooled. In this case, Yi Xian was naturally a little impatient. At this moment, he was thinking about the doubts in his mind. He thought that if he could ask them one by one in detail and finally get all the answers, it would be a very pleasant thing. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found that there were not many questions he needed these two guys to answer in a short time. For example, when he was on the way to the Demon Emperor Star, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongguo attacked him. Whether it was related to Zhuo Fengtai or not was simply superfluous. There was no need to ask them in detail. In the end, Yi Xian glanced at Hui Gulei. He had 3 questions about this old guy. First, it was about the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, and the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that had been refined by the headless baby corpse. Second, it was about the 2 spiritual marks that Hui Gulei gave to Yi Xian before, asking him to take the spirit rabbit transformed by the demon soul pupil out of the Saint Devil Forbidden area. The last one was how close the relationship between High Priest Wen Xing and Hui Gulei was. Before this, did Wen Xing privately reveal to Hui Gulei any words or ideas related to Yi Xian? These 3 questions, Yi Xian asked Hui Gulei one by one, and the latter immediately gave a detailed answer. As for the second question, the matter of the spirit rabbit formed by the demonic soul pupil, there was nothing strange about it. It was just as Hui Gulei had said before, the last time he entered the Saint Demon Forbidden area, he had exhausted all his effort but was unable to successfully trap it. Furthermore, during the month of pursuit, he had discovered that this spirit rabbit was very interested in high-level mental energy and was extremely close to it. That was why he asked Yi Xian to take it out of the forbidden area. However, the answers to the first and third questions surprised Yi Xian, and his face immediately became gloomy. For words appeared in his mind as if it was a conditioned reflex. Chapter 2991. Big Spender. After asking, Yi Xian found out that whether it was the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, the Weeping Soul Beasts, or the Weeping Soul Beasts, Huegulu actually didn't know their specific uses and origins. Even those special spatial towers were given to him by High Priest Wen Xing. In other words, the one who really needed those Weeping Soul Beasts and knew about the existence of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was actually Wen Xing. Huegulu was just following orders. This led to the answer to the third question. For Wen Xing to be able to hand over such an important and secretive matter to Huegulu, the relationship between the two was clearly not ordinary. As a matter of fact, it was Wen Xing, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, who had given him advice to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two of them were master and disciple. Because of this, the inside information and secrets that the Grey Bone Rains knew about Yi Xian were naturally far from what Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai could compare to. As the high priest, he could use the space network of the Black Mosquito Star at any time to connect to the upper-level star network of the Devil Emperor Star and get in touch with Wen Xing. Even though this kind of star network cross-level communication consumed quite a bit of energy, Huegulu clearly didn't care about this. Just today alone, he had already contacted Wen Xing twice. Overall, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that Wen Xing had no intention of letting Yi Xian go. Over the past few days, he had been reminding them to keep an eye on Yi Xian. Once he returned, they could not let him leave Black Mosquito Star. The old man had even revealed to Grey Bone Rain that not only did Yi Xian have a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals on him, there was also a high chance that he was hiding some even more valuable secrets. This time, he was following the fleet of the Royal Demonkin Fleet, which was led by Chanas, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards. They had already departed from the Demonkin Royal Star and would arrive at the Black Mosquito Star in a few days. Their fundamental purpose was to capture Yi Xian and plunder the many pupil crystal that he had intercepted. They even resorted to extreme means to extort a confession from Yi Xian and dig out the secrets that he knew. Such a truth was something that even Yi Xian himself didn't expect. Although Yi Xian realized that Wen Xing was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface and was not easy to fool, he had even vaguely guessed that the other party might have already targeted him, but he had never expected that the old fox would be so ruthless and decisive. He had just returned to Black Mosquito Star and the old fox had immediately followed him. Furthermore, their intentions were clear as day. They planned to clean up Yi Xian once and for all. If he hadn't heard all of this from Huigulu, Yi Xian might really have been tricked by the cunning Wen Xing in a moment of carelessness when the Imperial fleet arrived. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, Wen Xing, that old fox, is really one of the best. Even I was almost fooled by him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself in a low voice. Although there was a smile at the corners of his mouth, it clearly revealed an increasingly cold and gloomy feeling. However, from now on, the entire Black Mosquito Star, and even the entire Black Mosquito tribe, is already my territory. So what if he arrives with the Imperial fleet? At that time, it's hard to say who will be tricking who. Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Zhuo Fengtai and Huigulu again. He ordered, immediately inform the other 9 Demonkin planets in the tribe. The Holy Sun ceremony will be brought forward one day. Everyone must arrive at the Black Mosquito Star. The ceremony will begin at sunrise the day after tomorrow. In addition, all the team leaders of the 9 Demonkin planets and their main deputies, including the higher-ups of the Black Hole Realm and above, must be present. Not a single one of them can be missing. Also, get me a list of all the Demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the 10 Demonkin planets, including the Black Mosquito Star. Of course, there is no need for the 2 of you. The purpose of Yi Xian's name on the list was obvious. He planned to plant a slave seal on all the Demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the Black Mosquito tribe and make them his slaves. This was a big deal. Yi Xian had never thought of this before. However, on one hand, Wen Xing had forced him to do this. On the other hand, with Zhuo Fengtai and Huigulu being subdued, he was very confident that he could achieve this easily. As long as he could subdue all of the demon cultivator experts at the Black Hole Realm and above within the 10 demon cultivator stars, without exception, then the entire Black Mosquito tribe would fall into Yi Xian's hands. At that time, no matter what he wanted to change or do, through the hands of the Black Hole Realm experts of the 10 Demonkin planets, he would be able to implement it immediately. It could be said that at that time, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be gathered together like never before. They would be as solid as an iron bucket, and in this territory, Yi Xian would be able to do as he pleased without any hindrance. In this way, even if Wen Xing brought an entire fleet of the demon royal family to descend, and even shed all pretense of cordiality to deal with him, it would still be impossible for him to casually restrain Yi Xian. While Yi Xian was muttering to himself, Huigu and Zhuo Fengtai, who were busy drafting the list, passed it over in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Yi Xian casually received it, lowered his head, and carefully reviewed it. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone occupied by the Black Mosquito tribe was vast and had countless planets, many of which were inhabited by life, 99% of them were Devil Beast planets. As for the Devil Tribe planets, including the Black Mosquito Star, there were a total of 10 planets. Among these 10 Demon Dweller planets, there were only 3 or 4 Demon Dweller experts above the Black Hole Realm and the other 9 Demon Dweller planets under the jurisdiction of the tribes. They were the team leaders, the Vice City Lords, 1 or 2 scout commanders, or other important people. At a glance, there were a total of 32 Black Hole Realm Demonkin experts in the 9 Demonkin planets. As for the Black Mosquito Star, aside from the Origin Realm High Priest Huigulu and Grand Commanders Zhuo Fengtai, the number of Black Hole Realm Demon Dwellers on the Black Mosquito Star was double that of the other 9 stars. In total, There were 40 demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the entire 10 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, this was only referring to the Black Hole Realm experts who held a certain amount of authority in the 10 Great Devil Realms. In fact, in such a large devil tribe, it was impossible for there to be only 40 existences above the Black Hole Realm. It was even possible to multiply it a few more times. However, those Black Hole Realm experts were all commoners. It was even possible that they had already gone into seclusion, so it didn't affect Yi Xian's control over the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even if there was, Yi Xian didn't seem to be able to use this kind of official channel to forcefully gather them. Therefore, there was no need to care about the Black Hole Realm experts. Chapter 2992. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Double Blessings, 40 Level 9 Slave Seals, huh? There's only 1 day left, so it's a little too tight. Luckily, I have some in stock, so there are only about 20 seals that I need to condense at the last minute. With my current speed, I should be able to do it. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian went through all the key points of the entire matter. After confirming that there were no omissions, he remembered that he needed the slave seal to subdue the 40 Black Hole Realm Demon Cultivator experts and muttered to himself. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Huegu Lu and Zhua Feng Tai, who were quietly waiting at the side. He waved his hand and said, "Summon the 7 fellows from the Black Mosquito Star. Let's deal with them first." Among the 7, there were 2 Black Hole Realm demons at the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm. One of them was the City Lord of the Black Mosquito City, named Qi Ben. The other was the Scout Commander of the Black Mosquito City, named Hong Zhan. As for the other 5, they were either the Vice City Lords or the heads of important departments in the Black Mosquito City. Their cultivations ranged from Black Hole Realm Level 3 to Black Hole Realm Level 7. In Yi Xian's stock of slave seals, there were a few from Level 1 to Level 11. The higher the level of the slave seal, the lesser the number of slave seals. The Black Hole Realm was the 8th realm, so it required at least a Level 8 slave seal to successfully refine the source core in the brain of a being of this level. For safety's sake, Yi Xian had always planted a slave seal after raising the level of the slave seal. He had exactly 12 Level 9 slave seals in his stock. In addition to the 8 Level 10 slave seals that were used to deal with the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm demons, there were a total of 20 slave seals that were suitable for him to use in this plan. After dealing with the 7 Black Hole Realm demons, Yi Xian had to hurry up and condense the remaining 20 slave seals before tomorrow night. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 7 Black Hole Realm demons on the Black Mosquito Star had all arrived. Yi Xian subdued every single one that came. There was no suspense in the process. With Huegu Lei and Zhua Feng Tai suppressing them, with their Black Hole Realm cultivation, they couldn't do anything. Half an hour later, when Yi Xian stood up to leave, a group of 9 people swarmed to send him off. High Priest Huegu Lei and Great Commanders Zhua Feng Tai were at the front, followed by Black Mosquito City's City Lord Qi Ben and Black Mosquito City's Demon Race Scout Commander Hong Zhan and the others. These 9 people could basically represent the power and influence of the Black Mosquito Star, or even the entire Black Mosquito tribe. However, at this moment, not only were they all sent to Yi Xian, but their expressions were also clearly respectful and cautious. This scene was so strange that some of the patrolling guards of the ancestral temple were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, speechless. From this moment on, most of them had started to suspect Yi Xian's true identity, such as the illegitimate son of the Demon King. Otherwise, why would the High Priest and Great Commander be so subservient to him? Yi Xian wasn't interested in any of this. These were all insignificant characters. Even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't affect Yi Xian at all. After returning to the Saint's Side Hall, Yi Xian immediately went to his room and told the wretched mosquito slayer not to disturb him unless it was necessary. Then he closed the door and sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivation state. He started to condense the 29th grade slave seals in a hurry. The so-called slave seals were actually a kind of perfect and stable spiritual imprint that was condensed using a special method using mind power. Therefore, condensing a slave seal would consume the source power of Yi Xian's mind power from the source core in his brain. The higher the level of the slave seal condensed, the greater the consumption. This time, Yi Xian wanted to condense 29th grade slave seals in one go. The huge consumption was obvious. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like he hadn't condensed a large amount of slaves before. However, now that the crisis was approaching, Yi Xian had to be in his best condition at all times. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged, He immediately took out a small spatial pagoda from the undying world in his body. With a thought, he summoned 10,000 weeping soul beasts from the pagoda. He immediately ordered the devouring system to absorb the source power of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts at the same time. This process quickly unfolded, and the system's absorption of the spirit source energy continuously surged into the spirit source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to all of this. All of his energy was poured into the refinement of the 9th level slave seal, and even the passage of time had been forgotten by him at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current realm. Level 8 Meteor Realm. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian finally condensed the last level 9 slave seal, his heart relaxed and he subconsciously returned. He exited his cultivation state and suddenly opened his eyes. A familiar system notification suddenly sounded out in his mind. Realm leveled up? Level 8 Meteor Realm? When these words flashed in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He had just unexpectedly advanced to level 7 Meteor Realm a day ago because of a breakthrough in his mental state. Okay? How long had it been? He had actually broken through again? Did it have to be so fast? Moreover, it didn't seem like he had been cultivating before this. He had only condensed the slave seals. How could it cause his cultivation to level up because of a breakthrough? Filled with bewilderment and confusion, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly immersed itself in his mind and started to investigate. Sure enough, the source core, the fallen sky bow, the golden dragon scales and the void essence crystal were floating in the air. These represented Yi Xian's realm and cultivation base in the void dimension fragment, which was a primordial technique. Compared to before, it was even more majestic. Yi Xian's current cultivation base had indeed advanced to level 8 Meteor Realm. As for the reason for this unexpected breakthrough, he quickly found it. The source core floating in the air above Yi Xian's mind had been black at first. However, as it transformed and evolved again and again, a hint of purple had slowly appeared amidst Yi Xian's black source core, which was getting denser and denser. Not long ago, it had already been mostly purple with a hint of black in between. But now, the last traces of black in the origin core had clearly disappeared. It was likely that the spirit source energy provided by the 10,000 weeping soul beasts just now had allowed it to reach a certain critical point. In addition, Yi Xian was using all his strength to condense the slave seal, so the flow of the spirit source within the origin core had accelerated. Thus, unknowingly, his origin core had completed some kind of unknown change. It was precisely this transformation that had caused Yi Xian's unexpected breakthrough in his cultivation base like a chain reaction. What made Yi Xian's heart pound even more was that, as the source core had turned from a thick purple with a few traces of black to a full purple, he had a strong intuition that the source core's 6th transformation wouldn't be too far away. Chapter 2993. Holy Sun Ceremony. Pleasantly surprised, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly withdrew from his sea of consciousness. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the black weeping soul horns on the ground into a small space box. As usual, he threw it into a corner of the undying world in his body. Until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what these weeping soul horns were used for. He didn't even know how the large number of weeping soul beasts in the underground weeping soul cave came to be. However, these horns were related to the weeping soul bloodhorns after all. Perhaps they could be of great use in the future. Therefore, every time Yi Xian took out the weeping soul beasts to absorb the spiritual origin energy, he would put away all the weeping soul horns that grew out of them. After doing all this, he suddenly remembered the problem of time. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Only then did he realize that it was still night outside. Obviously, it wasn't night anymore. It was clearly the second night. As expected, 29th level slave seals took an entire day and night of Yi Xian's time. Fortunately, he was able to complete them in time. According to what he told Huegu Lu and Zhua Fengtai yesterday, the Holy Sun ceremony would be held after sunrise tomorrow. Presumably, the ceremony venue at the ancestral temple peak would be ready. In addition, the Black Hole Realm demon experts from the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe should have all arrived. Not only did this include Datu Shan of the Black Mountain planet, who had been subdued by Yi Xian as a demon slave, but also Hao Fengfeng's father, Hao Deshuang of the Black Roar planet. Thinking of the latter, Yi Xian couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't know Hao Deshuang, he was after all Hao Fengfeng's father. Although this kid couldn't be considered as Yi Xian's close friend, Hao Fangfang had treated Yi Xian very well from the beginning to the end. It could even be said that she was quite righteous. In this sort of situation, knowing that the other party was Hao Fangfang's father, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't easy to make a move on him. Even though it was impossible for Hao Fangfang to know the truth, it was still difficult for Yi Xian to grit his teeth and cross this hurdle in his heart. One must have a clear conscience when doing things for others. Ordinary people took this as an example. Obviously, the importance of the heart was even more important for practitioners who fought against the heavens. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look a little depressed. When he walked out of the side hall, although Hao Fangfang didn't see him, the wretched mosquito butcher had a big smile on his face. He immediately trotted over to greet him. His face was flushed with excitement as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. "Master, my master. This time we can hold our heads up high. Grand burial. Bah bah bah, it should be a grand ceremony. Tisk, teske. You didn't see the grand ceremony venue on the peak of the ancestral temple. That's what you call grand. I heard that this time, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, as well as the deputy castellans and so on, are all here. The Holy Sun ceremony in the past didn't have this kind of extravagance. Anyway, master, this time you've gained a lot of face. Ordinary people's protection can't compare to this. This fellow was still as unreliable as ever. He was full of warships, and after just a few words, he had turned the grand ceremony into a grand funeral. In the end, he even compared Yi Xian's face to that of an ordinary person's. When Yi Xian heard this, he didn't manage to catch his breath and almost fainted on the spot. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a figure walked toward him from the front of the side hall. Judging from the priest's attire of the ancestral temple, he must have been sent by the Grey Bone tribe. "Lord Holy Sun, the High Priest and the Chief Commander have invited you in. Also, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the tribe, the deputy castellans and other guests are all here. They're all waiting for you." As he approached, the ancestral temple priest bowed slightly in a very natural manner. His tone was respectful, and he even lowered his head. This was definitely not the attitude he should have toward the Holy Son of the tribe. It was a little too modest. If he was not mistaken, this guy must have heard the rumor spread by the guards of the ancestral temple last night. He was most likely thinking that Yi Xian might be the illegitimate son of the demon emperor. "They're all here." Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before reacting. It was obvious that Grey Skull and Zhuafeng Tai had gathered all of these black hole realm existences together. Their intentions were clearly the same as last night. After all, the Holy Sun ceremony tomorrow was a public event. It was not convenient to plant a slave seal on them. After the ceremony, these higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe, who were unwilling to come, would most likely leave the Black Mosquito tribe immediately. It seemed that these 2 guys were quite considerate. He did not have to worry about them at all. After secretly praising in his heart, Yi Xian nodded his head and took the lead to leave. The ancestral temple priest wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by the wretched mosquito butcher. He glared at the priest and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I'm Mosquito Butcher, and I'm the chief steward of the saint. Even if it's my reincarnation, the saint has taken the lead, and the second person behind him can only be me. You're just an errand boy. How dare you cut the queue?" Ah! The ancestral temple priest was caught off guard and was stunned. Yi Xian, who just walked out of the courtyard, had a dark expression on his face. He almost fell head first. What happened next was needless to say. With the suppression of Zhuafeng Tai and Huegu Lu, as well as the help of the 7 black hole realm experts who had been subdued by Yi Xian as demon slaves, the remaining 30 black hole realm experts from the black hole realm from the Black Mosquito tribe were all successfully planted with slave seals by Yi Xian. To be precise, there were 31 of them. 2 were missing. One was Xiong Haizi from the Black Mountain tribe, who was originally on the same side. The other was Hao Fangfang's father, Hao Deshuang. Although he had also come to the Black Mosquito tribe, he was dragged away by Hao Fangfang to leave the inn in the Black Mosquito city in the evening. Huegu Lu had not returned when he sent someone to invite him, so he was absent. This coincidence made Yi Xian feel relieved. It helped him make a choice. Since it was the will of the heavens, he would go with the flow. He did not have to worry about it anymore. 31 slave seals were successfully planted. The whole process took only a few minutes. Everything went smoothly. Only when he followed Yi Xian into the ancestral temple did he tactfully retreat to the corner of the wretched mosquito butcher. As he watched all of this happen with his own eyes, the light in his eyes clearly revealed a sense of coldness. Even the corners of his mouth seemed to have an imperceptible sneer, and in a certain instant, it seemed to have disappeared. Yi Xian did not notice any of this. After a few words as usual, he immediately returned to the Holy Sun's side hall. Chapter 2994. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The arrival of the royal fleet the next day, before the sky brightened, it was clearly midnight, but in the entire Black Mosquito City, there were already a large number of demon cultivators who had deliberately woken up early, or perhaps had not slept at all. They all walked out of their houses and rushed toward the Black Mosquito Peak where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located. Although the saint's ceremony was a good thing for others, they could only watch and feel the atmosphere. However, more than 80% of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City had come to watch the ceremony. As for the remaining 20%, most of them had no choice but to give it up because they were unable to free themselves. After all, the former holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had always been at the bottom among all the holy sons of the 10 foreign tribes of the demon tribe. Not only did he not gain anything from entering the forbidden land of Saint Devil 3 times in a row, but he also lost the honor of being a holy son because of this. When he returned to the Black Mosquito Star from the Demon Royal Star for the last time, he was killed by the furious Wafeng Tai. He was the first and only saint in the history of the demon race to be killed by his own tribe's grand commander in such a humiliating manner. Because of this, the Black Mosquito tribe had been ridiculed for more than 10 years. None of the demons in the tribe could hold their heads high anymore. However, all of this had been completely changed because of Zhang Wuji's sudden appearance. When he entered the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe for the first time, he inherited a spiritual power skill. Even the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and the demon king praised him. The humiliation of being the Black Mosquito tribe's last holy son was finally thrown away. Just based on this point alone, the demon cultivators in the Black Mosquito City, and even the many cities on the Black Mosquito Star, would inevitably feel a kind of heartfelt support for the Holy Sun ceremony this time. Therefore, there was no suspense about the grand occasion. Although the ordinary demons could not go up the mountain to watch the ceremony at close range, they had surrounded the Black Mosquito Peak from all directions before sunrise. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, was slightly shocked by this scene. Before he could react, the Grand Priest, Huegu Lu, who was already in place, had started the ritual of worshipping the heavens and ancestors. The ceremony had officially begun. The entire process was a little boring, but it was solemn and grand. Even the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders and vice-castellans, who had been forced to watch the ceremony and were originally disapproving of it, had bright lights in their eyes, and they were excited. Among the 9 Stars leaders, who were standing by the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, and Vice-Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, was dumbfounded. His mouth and his face was filled with astonishment. Translation: he was, the Mosquito translation of 9 stars eyes translation. Is words? Translation Is star? Translation is translation is translation is translation. Is that translation? Is translation? Is translation. Just at this moment, at the end of the sky above their heads, a series of thunderous roars suddenly burst out without warning, startling all the demon powerhouses who were immersed in the solemn atmosphere of the Holy Sun ceremony. Their faces stiffened slightly, and they all reflexively looked up. In their line of sight, the high atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars was churning violently like boiling water due to the large amount of turbulent airflow. A huge space fleet was approaching at this moment. Although they were hovering outside the atmosphere, they were not far away. At least, they were definitely not at a safe distance that had no effect on the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars. This rude action was clearly a show of force. What was even more surprising was that the main flagship of this huge space fleet was a cosmic universe-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was a huge object, and it was shocking. Although space fortress was a general term, there were actually different levels. A space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters was a cosmic cloud-level space fortress, also known as a small fortress. Space fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were cosmic-level space fortresses, also known as great fortresses. In addition, Yi Xian had seen a giant space fortress with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1-star dock. Those were two huge blocks with diameters of 20,000 meters. Space fortresses of this level were cosmic-level space fortresses. Of course, above cosmic-level space fortresses, there were cosmic-level space fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters. Space fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters were at least 100,000 meters. At this level, they could no longer be called space fortresses. Generally speaking, space fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters were space fortresses. It was said that there were several space fortresses with diameters of up to 100,000 meters in the Divine Legacy clan's base camp, which was equivalent to 100 kilometers. There was even a super space fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. However, not to mention Yi Xian, even the Demon King Mo Wentian had probably never seen one with his own eyes. The main flagship of the fleet hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere was a cosmic-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was one of the two space fortresses that Yi Xian had seen in the Demon Guard 1-star dock back then. It was called the Demon King. It was probably named after the Demon King's noble status, which meant that he ruled over a star sector. Other than this Demon King, which was not much different from a small meteor, the entire royal fleet that had come all the way from the Demon King planet had 5 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses. There were also 100 stellar-level warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. Similarly, a huge fleet of cosmic-level space fortresses was more than enough to wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe, and it would be very easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, the entire fleet spread out outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere and hovered high in the air. All of this could be clearly seen from the Black Mosquito Star's main continent below through the gaps in the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere due to the fleet's sudden arrival. Because of this, on the Black Mosquito Star below, a large number of demon race experts in the various demon race cities on the continent raised their heads to look because they heard the commotion. This was especially so for the demon race experts who had gathered around the peak of the ancestral temple to watch the Holy Sun ceremony in the depths of the Black Mosquito Star main city. When they saw this scene, they were slightly startled. Soon, their expressions changed, and a large number of gasps could be heard. The news that the Black Mosquito ship's scout fortress had fallen into the hands of the human race had long spread. Although in terms of organizational structure, the Black Mosquito ship had always belonged to the frontline scout army that the demon race had sent to the edge of the third universe, the more than 10,000 demon race scouts in the fortress, including the small leader Naboshan, who controlled the Black Mosquito ship, were all genuine members of the Black Mosquito tribe without exception. From this point of view, now that the Black Mosquito ship's scout fortress suddenly changed, there was a possibility that the Demon King would launch an iron-blooded investigation on the entire Black Mosquito tribe in his fury. Chapter 2995. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Xing was bewildered. According to the normal procedure, there were still some steps to be taken in the Holy Sun ceremony, but they were just a complicated formality and did not have much practical significance. Now, with the arrival of the Imperial fleet, all the later steps could only be omitted. High Priest Griskel quickly announced the completion of the ceremony. The originally grand ceremony ended in a hurried manner with a strong start and a weak finish. In this regard, the wretched Mosquito Slayer, who originally hoped to show his face in this grand ceremony and steal the limelight, was rather disappointed. When he looked up at the enormous fleet high in the sky outside the atmosphere, a fierce light burst out of his eyes. He was clearly venting his anger. It was unknown where this guy got the courage to glare fiercely at such a huge fleet. However, to Yi Xian, the ceremony ended in a rush. He was very happy. He did not have to continue dealing with it. To him, this was just a formality. Although he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, Yi Xian's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. When he raised his head to look at the sky, the dissatisfaction in his eyes was even denser than the wretched mosquito butcher's overflowing resentment. They're trying to intimidate us before we even meet. Looks like they don't have good intentions. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, the dissatisfaction in his eyes gradually disappeared. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not do anything else. He just stood on the peak square where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head slightly and looked into the sky. At this moment, the Black Mosquito City's scout commander, Hong Zhan, had already received orders from Fengtai to lead a group of demon scouts to disperse the demon experts who had gathered around the Black Mosquito Peak to watch the ceremony. The Black Hole Realm higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe on the peak square in front of the ancestral temple stepped forward and quietly gathered behind Yi Xian. They were in an orderly formation. Even the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Fengtai, and the high priest Huegu, were on Yi Xian's left and right, but they were clearly half a step behind him. Suddenly, he looked over. Amongst the group of devil cultivator experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito ancestral temple, Yi Xian was clearly the leader. Everyone else seemed to be following his lead. In this way, if one were to look at it from another perspective, this clearly represented the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Now, Yi Xian was in charge. After all, at this moment, the group of Black Hole Realm experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito temple had completely included all of the core members of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 great devil cultivators. Regarding this, Hao Fengfeng and her father, Hao Des Huang, who didn't know the situation, had faces full of shock. They also followed the crowd and stood behind Yi Xian. However, the waves in their hearts were higher and higher, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Both father and son realized that Yi Xian must have done something last night. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out the truth. Everything was too strange. At the same time, in the sky of the Black Mosquito Star, the entire royal fleet from the Demon Imperial City was still hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. However, because all the warships and space fortresses were hovering, their energy consumption was reduced. Therefore, the rolling momentum of the vast atmosphere in the sky was gradually coming to a stop. Presumably, it would not be long before it returned to normal. However, the rolling of the atmosphere just now had caused a large amount of cosmic rays to enter the Black Mosquito Star through the gaps in the atmosphere. These cosmic rays would have a certain effect on the plants of the Black Mosquito Star, as well as some ordinary devil dwellers with no cultivation. This was clearly a warning and shock from the Devil King Mo Wen-Tian to the entire Black Mosquito tribe. From this, it could be seen how furious the Imperial City was when the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress was confirmed to have fallen into the hands of the human clan of the Third Universe. Soon, as the rolling momentum of the atmosphere in the sky gradually came to a stop, the Imperial City fleet hovering outside the atmosphere could no longer be seen. However, more than 10 standard military patrol warships of the Demon Imperial City passed through the atmosphere at this moment and sped toward the Black Mosquito Peak, where Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars were standing. These standard military patrol warships were about the same size as small private warships. They were only a few hundred meters long. However, at this moment, more than 10 of them had arrived at the same time. Obviously, many people had come. Ha, ha, ha. Looking at this formation, is today Zhang Wuji's Holy Sun ceremony? In that case, I've come at the right time. Very quickly, the dozen or so small patrol ships stopped at a low altitude in front of the peak of Black Mosquito Peak. The figure of the Imperial City's high priest, Wen Xing, stepped out of the ship and entered the line of sight of Yi Xian and the others. Before he even arrived, his voice had already sounded out clearly. In addition to Wen Xing, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, who commanded the entire Imperial fleet and was also in charge of the thorough investigation of the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, had also appeared. He walked side by side with Wen Xing and was descending toward the Black Mosquito Peak. Then, the Demon Imperial Guards of the Imperial City poured out of the dozen patrol warships and quickly got into formation. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, hovering at a low altitude in front of the small patrol warships. They imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce killing intent. So it's High Priest Wan and Commander Cha from the Imperial City. Didn't you say that they would only arrive in a few days? Why didn't you inform me a few days in advance? I thought the human clan fleet had arrived and the enemy had arrived. Looking at Wen Xing and Chanas, who had already arrived in front of them and were descending towards the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fengtai and Grayskull to respond. He immediately greeted them with pun. This was clearly a hint. Originally, Huegu and Fengtai were about to speak, but at this moment, they both shut their mouths at the same time. They didn't look sideways, as if Yi Xian was the one in charge of this place. Seeing this scene, Wen Xing and Chanas were both stunned, and a strong sense of suspicion surged in their eyes. In fact, Wen Xing's words just now seemed to be referring to Yi Xian, but his original intention was to say those words to Fengtai and High Priest Huegu Lei of the Black Mosquito tribe. No matter how many demons there were in the Black Mosquito Star, only Fengtai and Huegu Lei were qualified to talk to him, the high priest of the imperial city, on such a formal occasion. However, the current situation was clearly not right. Jianghu, who had just finished the ceremony and officially became the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, strangely displayed an attitude that was superior to that of Zhuo Fengtai and Hue Gulei. Moreover, the two of them even looked submissive, as if they were willing to do so. Even the dozens of Black Hole Realm 10-star higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe behind the three were no exception. They were all like this. Wen Xing and Chanaz naturally understood the significance of this scene, but this was too absurd. How could he have subdued the entire Black Mosquito tribe so quickly?